honestly,
what is that madness? Salute. I don't know where I lost Smith at. I thought I was going to give him the intro and let him freewheel. You know, I normally feel the need to manage Smith, but I feel for whatever reason it seems like in the absence of other people to talk to, I don't know. It wouldn't worry me much. Yeah, I know I'm muted. Lauren, and thank you for the song, and the link that you sent for the evolution video. We're going to get into evolution in a minute because a lot of you scientism adherents have this faith in evolution. My internet is wobbly tonight. I'm not quite sure why. I think it's probably big storms blowing through. But we're gonna push on any fucking way. God damn it.
Donald Trump has no character. He doesn't give a damn about the Latino community. He's failed businessman. He only cares about the billionaire friends he has and accumulating wealth for those at the top. You know, he says immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. Give me a break. He wants to do away with the birthright citizenship. Who the hell has said that in the last 100 years? And just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable, and it's un-American. It's totally contrary to everything we've done, everything we've been.
I don't know what sort of filter they've got on or mask who this man is, but like zoom in on this face. I don't know. This man is made out of plastic. This is a fucking robot. Gen 1 AI robot was Mark Zuckerberg. And he pulled it off poorly. You could tell he was an AI robot. Gen 2 AI robot is Elon Musk. And Gen 3 AI robot is President Biden. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Get rid of the president. And present you with our next president. And yes, I think she will be the next president.
Sympathise with any voters who do feel offended by or insulted by the garbage comments.
I am running for president of the United States. I will be traveling to 3 states today to do what I have been doing throughout, which is talking with the American people about the fact that, first of all, I get it in terms of the concerns they have about challenges like the price of groceries. Second, my highest priority is to address that and to lift them up around their ambitions, their aspirations, and their dreams, which is why I have a very specific and detailed plan about strengthening our economy. Leading economists have reviewed my plan and indicated it will strengthen the economy and that Donald Trump's plan will weaken the economy. So I'm going to be spending full time, as I've been, talking with the American people, whoever they voted for last time. And as I have said and will repeat over and over again, I am sincere in what I mean. When elected President of the United States, I will represent all Americans, including those who don't vote for me, and address their needs and their desires.
Whew. That was just straight deflection. All right. So, Kamala, future President Kamala thinks that Trump supporters are garbage. Kamala deflected off answering whether or not she agrees. I don't know if Trump's responded to it yet. If he has, I don't know. I want to know who you think is garbage. Doesn't even have to be political. It could be anybody. Let's see. Oh, housekeeping. For me to drop the link and open the stream, open the panel, I need 50 likes, and I need one new Ko-fi member of any tier. Of course, if you don't ever want to wait for little goals to be met to join the panel, you can join the highest tier, the club owner tier, and that gives you immediate access to all of the live streams, as Chuck is just now demonstrating. Every stream before it goes on, every stream I put the StreamYard link on Ko-fi with the privacy set to top tier members only. So far, we got Chuck and we got Izzy is the other one. So,
see, folks, you get to cut in front of the line.
You get to jump the line.
Now give me your lunch money.
Flo, how the hell do we get you remonetized? I gotta wait a month to and then I can reapply. Yeah, it's massively irritating for me and you and everybody. Jake, can you imagine the smell of that one's poop? What are you talking about? That's right. As Flo's sidekick, old Joe's supposed to say send nudes. That is correct. Chuck is definitely... I'm going to let people look at your profile picture. You're definitely garbage. Oh, come on. Chuck, do you believe in evolution?
As in coming from primordial ooze and into monkeys and into us?
Yep.
No.
Me neither. I started getting into an argument on, well, they were in the chat. I was on stage at Resla's, like trying to eat my dinner, but Rude Mud Crab and who else was down there? Somebody else. Were really like coming in. Rude Mud Crab and I see eye to eye almost everything so far as I can tell. But one thing that like has obviously stuck under his skin is the fact that I think evolution is garbage.
Really? I took him as a woo-woo guy.
No, I'm more woo-woo than he is.
I mean, you think aliens are going to come down and get you?
No.
Me either.
But anyways, it got brought up in the chat at the last thing, and there's a couple of people down there who think evolution is what was the trope? Mud Crab, if you're in the chat, what evolution is reality or something like that?
If it was, it'd still be happening.
Right. Well, I mean, and anytime you hear a mantra like that, because I saw it repeated 2 or 3 times, evolution is reality, evolution is reality. That's not a good sign for the truthiness of whatever you're proposing. I think evolution is just another faith. And I would make the distinction between microevolution, which is basically, like within the same species, right? I'm not disputing that. We all know that there's different species of dogs and, different races of people, and that's not being disputed because it's obviously the reality.
Isn't that Darwinism?
What, evolution?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Darwin came up with the theory. But
I mean, because if that was the case, monkeys would be having humans still.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is that we've never witnessed any macro evolution ever. When we do try to cross species, the if there is any success with like a mule or a liger, the offspring comes out sterile. And evolution from the top to the bottom makes no sense as far as fitting into the rest of reality. The idea that something inanimate would just one day spring self-awareness and reproductive capabilities is never been observed, and it's absurd. Speciation, thank you, Mud Crab. But to sort of, and Lauren sent me a video that we'll watch in a second about micro versus macro evolution. I haven't seen it. But to illustrate why I think it's absurd, I would ask people to consider an eyeball, right? That has one function. Your eyeball serves to let you see. But it's made up of a whole bunch of individual little parts, cones and rods and irises and retinas and all that shit. How the and everything needs everything else in order to function. How would you think an eyeball would evolve? Because it all has to be there. Any individual part of it won't work to the whole. So would one eyeball have to spring into existence entirely intact, or would all these little individual pieces sort of morph haphazardly over billions of years and then magically come together into something that lets you see? It doesn't really make sense to me.
What's that? Sean's comment say? Selection process.
Cessation is a process after an evolutionary process and is the end as an evo step. I'm not understanding. Maybe he can become a member and open the panel.
Explain that.
Yep.
That sounds like some of that woo-woo stuff to me.
No, it's scientism.
Oh.
Daniel Juarez, keep sending in those dollars. Somebody's down there sending me dollars with like cuss words.
Oh,
cussing
boy.
me out.
Somebody loves you.
Somebody's mad at me because I'm insulting evolution, which is a religion. It's a faith. You've never observed it. You've only been told that it happens by your priesthood because you're adherents of scientism.
I've seen it. The frog jumps in the water, lays a little turd. Next thing you know, this turd's swimming, and next thing you know, this turd's climbing out of the water, and it's a frog.
Oh. All right. Well, thank you for the donation. I won't say the name again or at all. Anyways, I don't really know how to handle that. But thank you for the donations. Let's watch this video now that I've antagonized people. Here, I'll pull it up. In the meantime, I'll drop a couple bombs.
When you hear the sirens or anti-aircraft guns, you must get under cover at once. If you're in the open with no cover, lie down. The most important rule of all is never to stand staring at the sky. If you don't take cover, you may get hurt.
Man, I don't know if you can hear that. I got serious thunder going on out here.
Yeah, you're in the bad zone, as they call it, for weather.
All right. Lauren, what is this?
Is it nude?
It's not nudes.
Oh.
I hope this is not copywritten. Anyways, I'll drop the link to this video in the chat. Fair use. Chuck, feel free to comment regularly on this, and we'll pause frequently.
What's the title there? Micro
versus macro evolution.
Macro? Okay.
So, and just for the record, the basics of evolution, right? That these are oh God, what's the word I'm looking for? mutations, right? That positive mutations are adopted and negative ones are not, right? We don't need to recover the basics. A lot of people who believe in their faiths, right? They'll recover the basics with you. When I'm well past the basics with my challenge, right? I understand that mutations are adopted as they are useful in evolution. What I'm saying is, and I'm saying that doesn't make sense. So we don't need to go back to that. We don't need to go back to, just like I don't need to go back to basics with religious people telling me that Jesus died for my sins, just like I don't need fucking communists telling me I don't understand real communism. Like, I do understand all the basics.
Yeah, you don't, or someone telling you don't understand the economic.
Right. Did you see that yesterday?
With who?
On Proncis's channel?
Oh, no, because I can't stand that guy.
Well, I went over.
The sound of his voice, and the same with Grid One. The way they talk is like fingernails on a chalkboard to me.
I went over to Proncis's yesterday, and for a little bit, but I tried. One of his guests, I got into it with a little bit about economics, with tariffs specifically, and he asked tariff, and he asked me what. He said, "What is a comparative advantage?" And I said, "You mean competitive advantage?" And anyways, they must have changed what they called it over the 20 years since I was in college, but we're talking about the same thing. And he was like, "Why are you even engaging in an economic discussion if you don't understand the basic of economics?" They're like, "Motherfucker, I do it." I mean, he conceded. He tried to act like one thing was that the two things were different, and they weren't. But anyways, hello, Lindsay. Kind of need to understand where you're at to fill in the blanks of what you missed. I know you do, and like, I'm not saying it's always or even usually in bad faith, but there is a lot of times when people who you disagree over something with will, especially when it comes to a belief system like evolution, like religion, like communism, or politics. These are all ideologies primarily. And if somebody's not making headway with you, they'll go back to the basics as sort of an argument to sort of, it's a way of making the other person look stupid, right? Well, to pray to God, to get to heaven, you have to pray to God, Jesus, that sort of thing. So we don't need to go back to the basics on evolution. At least I don't.
Or Flo can put his Pope hat on and you can just donate to Flo and you'll go to heaven.
That is also true.
Common rebuttal put forth by those opposed to modern scientific thought when presented with a clear and irrefutable observation of evolution is, that's just microevolution, not macroevolution. I believe in microevolution because that's just adaptation. No one has ever seen one kind of animal become another kind. That's macroevolution, and that's impossible. Disregarding the fact that even Answers in Genesis thinks this is a failed argument, it's about time we clear up the confusion surrounding these terms. First, what exactly is evolution? In its simplest form, evolution is a change in allele frequencies within a population over time. Alleles are just different versions of a single gene. For example, there are 3 alleles for the gene that sets blood type, A, B, and O. We each have 2 copies of this gene, one from our mother and one from our father, and any allele combination is possible. A person with an A allele and a B allele is considered blood type AB. A person with 2 O alleles is blood type O. In the human population as a whole, 66.3% of the alleles are O, 26.4% are A, and 7.3% are B. Now, if those percentages were to change for whatever reason, be it a disease that only kills people with the A allele, a shortage of type B blood during a global disaster, or simply random chance, that would be evolution. Plain and simple.
Hold on. I just want to respond to this comment real quick. Rude Mudcrab, I expect to be pressed on this. We're going to engage this. Don't you go anywhere. I expect you to be here when the panel opens. And actually, the thing that I was speaking to is not something that you do, that I've seen you do anyways.
If the allele frequencies change over time, which is over generations, that is evolution. Now I can already...
All right, so evolution is a change in alleles. We've got a basic number of alleles, right? A, B, O. So there's only so many different allele combinations you can have, but they're all within the same species.
You hear the cries from some in the audience. That's just microevolution. Humans are still humans regardless of blood type. No new information was added to the genome.
Okay, right.
Okay, so what exactly is the difference between microevolution and macroevolution? Would you believe me if I told you that the evolution of these two mosquitoes from a common ancestor is an example of macroevolution, while the evolution of these two dogs from their common ancestor is an example of microevolution, or the evolution of these two plants is an example of macroevolution, while the evolution of corn from teosinte, its wild ancestor, is an example of microevolution. Now, some of you may be scratching your heads. How can it be that the examples which show a large change in appearance are microevolution, while those that show a small change in appearance are macroevolution? It's because micro and macro have little to nothing to do with appearances or the size of the change. Macroevolution is defined as a change that occurs at or above the species level. Biological species are generally defined based on whether two populations can interbreed. So because appearance has little influence on whether two populations can interbreed, macroevolution does not mean a large change in appearance. Put more simply, if two populations evolve so that they can no longer produce viable offspring between them, meaning they can't reproduce at all or their offspring are sterile, then they have become two separate species, and that change, no matter how small, is an example of macroevolution. However, populations can evolve to look very different, yet if they can still produce viable offspring between them, they are still the same species, and those changes, no matter how large, are microevolution. At the DNA level, micro and macroevolution are exactly the same. It's how they manifest themselves that sets them apart. Now, while it is possible for a single small genetic change to result in a new species, and hence be an example of macroevolution, it is generally agreed by the scientific community that two populations, originally of the same species, if isolated long enough, can gradually accumulate enough small mutations, microevolution, that they become genetically incompatible, and hence evolve into two separate species, macroevolution. So while macroevolution
Okay, so macroevolution is when two separate populations do enough microevolution to become different species. Did I hear that right?
That's what I heard. I think.
Microevolution, that they become genetically incompatible, isolated long enough, can gradually accumulate enough small mutations, microevolution, that they become genetically incompatible, and hence evolve into two separate species, macroevolution. So while macroevolution can be a small change that spreads rapidly through a population, it can also be the slow, gradual accumulation of many microevolutionary events.
So where the fuck does the new component come from? You got two populations. They both have A, B, and O blood types or alleles. They're still all working with the same components.
Yeah, I don't see anything new. I mean, they crossbreed to make different animals, but that's not by nature.
So what about their other complaints? Well, every single mutation that is selected for and spread throughout the population by definition, according to information theory as defined in the field of mathematics, increases the information content in a genome. Also, nucleotide insertions, gene duplications, and chromosome duplications add more DNA and thereby more information to the genome. And what about the evolution of new structures? The cecal valves in the Italian wall lizards, while an example of a microevolutionary change, is a perfect example. Lastly, some argue that no kind has ever been observed to evolve into a different kind. Answers in Genesis makes this point repeatedly throughout their website. Technically, until the word kind is defined, this argument cannot be addressed. If kind means species, then yes, there are dozens of examples of the evolution of new species, which, as we've already seen, is just macroevolution. If they mean a dog...
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm a little confused on that one too.
They said there's dozens of examples of macroevolution that we've seen.
Kind is defined, this argument cannot be addressed. If kind means species, then yes, there are dozens of examples of the evolution of new species, which, as we've already seen, is just macroevolution.
I have a feeling these are all cloned and modified plant species. If this were
or is this just new discoveries of a species?
I'm not sure, and he doesn't go into it, which makes it even more suspicious. I'm not going to track down all of those Latin names.
If they mean a dog evolving into a cat, for example, that by definition is impossible, and any observation would actually disprove the theory of evolution. Why? If you look at an evolutionary tree, you'll see that dogs and cats are on separate branches. All descendants from modern dogs will be confined to the dog branch, and all descendants from modern cats will be confined to the cat branch. It is physically impossible for an organism on one branch to give birth to an offspring that is rooted to a different branch, meaning a dog cannot give birth to a cat. Now, that doesn't mean a population of dogs couldn't evolve to look like cats. They could, but they would never be cats. I would like to point out that at one point, Answers in Genesis states that all finches are of one kind, while at another point, they state that all dinosaurs are of the same kind. The word kind to them simply means a group, just like policemen are a kind of person. And if a dog ever did somehow evolve into a cat, they could simply claim dogs and cats are both of the mammal kind, and this is therefore not evidence of evolution of a new kind. They've routinely shown they are willing to alter the meaning of a word to avoid ever having to concede they're wrong. It's just another example of their profound intellectual dishonesty. So there you have it. Microevolution is any change, no matter how large, that doesn't result in a new species, while macroevolution is any change, no matter how small, that does result in a new species. At the DNA level, both are identical. They are simply evolution, the change in allele frequencies in a population over time. Both have been directly observed, along with mutations that add information to the genome.
That's adaptation.
Yeah.
You're adapting.
Okay, microevolution, I'm with that. What are these pictures of macroevolution? Like, and this new structures lizard down here, he didn't explain what happened with this new lizard. He just said it's I don't know. Where am I at? Have we gotten a member yet?
It's a whole lot of word salad.
Can we lay some groundwork?
Yeah.
All right. You've done pretty good up to this point. You just haven't laid out very much of a foundation for why you are having the conversation. Do you accept that fossils exist?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you accept that those fossils were once animals?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you accept that it gives us an incomplete picture of the types of animals from time periods in the past, that they're millions of years old and that they're specific animals?
Say that. So what was the question?
Do you agree they are millions of years old, that it takes a long time to make a fossil and that these animals were alive?
I agree that they're old and it takes a long time. The number of years, I don't have much of an opinion either way.
Right. Well, I mean, if you just don't agree with any particular of these, then it breaks down any conversation about evolution, because a large portion of the information we've derived about evolutions are derived largely from fossil evidence or sometimes DNA evidence, depending on how recent we're talking. Right. Now, I'm not going to debate on the aging of various things because that's not really pertinent to the topic here.
Right.
What we're getting at is looking for a specific case in which a specific species became another species without going back and becoming, hybridizing or whatever. Right.
Right.
Are you familiar with Lake Victoria?
In Africa.
Right. Are you familiar with the fish population in Lake Victoria?
I'm not.
Okay. So Lake Victoria has a very interesting biosphere of fishes. They are all cichlids. You go into the ocean and there are only a couple of species of cichlids, one of which seems to be a type of fish. It's an ocean fish. It's almost always in salt water unless it's in Lake Victoria and the associated lakes right there. This is because at one point in time in history, Lake Victoria was in direct contact with the sea. It was a saltwater body of water. And after millions of years, the land rose enough that it was no longer directly connected to the sea. For whatever reason, only a handful of cichlids survived that transition. These cichlids went on to fill every single niche in the lake. Every single fish that is native to Lake Victoria is a cichlid.
Okay.
None of them can crossbreed for the most part. There are a couple that, you know, are very similar to one another that are obvious if you buy evolution, recent evolutionary changes that have taken place. These changes are largely behavioral. This is an aspect of speciation that cannot be defined by any amount of historical record.
What is?
The tendency of one cichlid to bed down in sand versus another cichlid that is identical genetically but beds down in rocks. They behave differently, and so different groups of cichlids develop simply.
But they are the same species genetically.
They could, and they are.
Okay.
Over enough time, the theory goes, these two groups could become separate species, not because of any particular adaptive change, but because of a behavioral change that prevents them from crossbreeding, leading to more derived forms of that particular batch. Go ahead.
But if we force them to breed somehow, they would be able to make viable offspring.
Yes, I think so. At this point,
they're not different species. So they didn't actually evolve at all.
There are 500 species of cichlid that can't. We have two, or rather one, and one subspecies that lives in rocks instead of sand that can pre-produce and produce viable offspring, but never ever do, even though they occupy the same body of water.
Okay.
You know,
I have no issue with that, but that doesn't prove evolution.
So the changes in the behavior in this case are the only observable aspect of this particular case, right? We have to observe this to see the difference. The rest of the species of cichlids in that lake cannot breed with either of these two groups or with each other to produce any form of offspring. Is there a reason not to at least observe?
Say that last part again. Redo the last part.
There are 500 species of cichlid in that lake that cannot reproduce with each other or these two groups. But these two groups of cichlid can breed and produce a viable offspring, but they never will in nature. Their behavior is so different, they just won't. They won't do it. If there are 500 species of cichlid that can't crossbreed and one, or rather two groups of one species that can but never do, does it not infer the concept that these two groups may eventually deviate far enough to become separate species? That we are observing the action in situ as it takes place.
I don't think it does infer that conclusion. It would lay the foundation for where that conclusion would take place. But you have to have the conclusion and then back the observable reality into it. You can't start the observable reality and then naturally fall to that conclusion.
The observable reality is there are 500 species of cichlids in that lake. None of them can crossbreed. There's one species with two groups that do not crossbreed. The implication being that lack of breeding is what will create the deviation in the alleles that Homie was talking about. This is a form of microevolution that may eventually lead to macroevolution over time.
Yeah. So again,
I can go away if you'd like.
No. I was just waiting because I had the little signal come up. So I'm just
Me
solid.
too.
At the same time,
my mushroom popped up.
You know what? This might not be us at all. This might be fucking StreamYard.
It might be.
All right. So, yeah. Okay. So you basically what you did is you showed me a novel example of microevolution.
An extreme position that proves your point. All right. Let's try a different one. Another extreme example. Right.
Okay.
And this one is referred to in evolutionary science as an evolutionary pump. This location creates lots of little niches that have been filled, dislodged, refilled by the same species of fish that has changed enough in different sections of the river that they can not only do they no longer reproduce together, they can't, but they actually feed on each other as the dominant population in the river. The Zambezi River has a fish called the tigerfish. In the north part of the river is a different species from the southern part of the river, but they look exactly the same. The reason they look the same is they occupy very similar locations in the river and are derived from the same stock. theoretically. Throughout the entire length of this river, there are different plunges and depths that it goes to that kill the fish most of the time. Almost all the time, the fish die when they go from one area to the next area due to temperature changes, pressure changes, aeration changes, all kinds of wildness. It's a wild river. These different niches that exist in the body of this river have been largely filled by the genre of tigerfish, even though some of them have changed enough that they are visibly different, have totally different ecological environs. Some are egg eaters, some are actually bank hunters, and some of them are just normal tigerfish that look different. Now, why this is the case, we only have one theory that can answer this river. Unless God decided he really, really liked angry fish and put them all in one river.
Yeah, and we only have one theory. That is correct. Well, there's two theories, I suppose. The God and the evolution one. And
Sure.
both of them suck to me.
All right. And
so
and
both of them I come back to, we don't know. That's the answer. And we keep trying, like, we hate not knowing, and so we come up with these shitty fucking ideas and try to force place those into reality, but it's not reality. It's just fan fiction that makes us feel good, feels like we know shit we don't know.
It is the only viable path to having that understanding that we see, that we can see currently. It is coping. You're not there. You are
not viable.
Over time, we may be able to discover this.
Look, because you all have your religious beliefs in these two both invalid options. Y'all are not looking for anything else. That's why it's not viable.
When you run a calculation, do you look at the surface numbers and just decide what the answer is, or do you actually go through the work of doing the actual quotient?
What do you mean? Like, give me an example. When I'm running a calculation, I just put the inputs in my calculator.
I realized that right after I fucking said it. And I don't appreciate you calling that out on me because I knew my mistake the second I said it and I regretted it. I'm still stuck on it. Okay. So
the other way around, Mudcrab.
Cooking. There's a whole bunch of different types of bread, right?
Right.
You don't just go in and make bread. If you want to make a particular type of bread, you have to make bread by a specific recipe. Mm-hmm. So you can't watch TV and be like, oh, that looks cool, I'm going to go do it. You have to go and get the book and find the recipe and do it all just like the recipe says, or it's not going to be the same kind of bread.
You're turning Lauren on. I'm not sure if it's the evolution talk or the bread talk.
Well, if for $5, I'll keep going. We could do the same thing with beer. It probably wouldn't be as effective. What I'm getting at is you can't just look at what's going on now or even short term in the history when you're talking about a long term, deep time question like evolution or God for that matter. The time span that we're dealing with, even in the span of a human lifetime, is too narrow by which to define these changes that we're looking at.
Correct. Which is a problem with the theory.
This is why I'm saying the future is the answer to that problem. We do more observations, we take more notes, and we build on the information we have now.
So what I'm saying is I recognize that my objection, there's no way to overcome that, right? Because I can't witness macroevolution. Right. So there needs to be some way around that without me actually living forever.
Let's go to the other side of the equation. Do you accept the scientific method as at least being a valid method of observing the universe?
I do.
Do you accept mathematics as a valid language by which to describe that universe?
I do.
Okay. So then we need enough time to collect enough data to verify a theory that has not yet been proven, but might be proven in the future.
What do you want from me?
I can go backstage. I haven't paid.
No. Here's what I'm saying though. Some of the key and especially macro components of evolution are sort of absurd, like life springing out of nothing. Right.
Okay, I can't answer that one. That whole beginning of life thing, that's beyond the pale of evolution, honestly.
Well, sort of. I think it's involved in it, isn't it?
Evolution defines the.
Does evolution includes the origin of species, doesn't it?
Well, the origin of species, but not the origin of life. It doesn't ever attempt to answer the origin of life. The assumption that's made due to the preponderance of evolution is that enough time passed with enough random molecules bumping together that eventually they reproduce. Now, I don't like that. That's real messy, and we're not going there. Evolution is the description of the changes that take place in living beings over time, specifically deep time.
So I'm dropping early access to Sean G and Rude Mud Crab if they would like it. If you want to snag that link for quickly before I delete it. So I do believe the scientific method is a valid way of observing things and of coming to conclusions, over time. What I don't believe though is that people who believe in evolution are engaging in the scientific method. What they're doing at all, what they're doing is they're accepting second, third, fourth hand information from an authority as fact who say that they did the scientific method.
And this is why me and you can't really disagree on this point, is because I agree with that. Most people don't bother doing their own actual research into any of this stuff, and they just hear something on the Discovery Channel, go online and start banging away on a keyboard. Mm-hmm. I'm guilty of the same thing to some extent, but my tendency to dig deeper just drives me. Not really. We've got one last page we have to cover on this, and it's going to get messy.
Did you hear my eyeball example earlier?
Yes, an eyeball is a very good example of what we refer to in genetics as an impossible structure.
Okay.
There is no pre-eyeball.
We in genetics.
Well, I'm just saying.
I'm still wondering how you know so much about every fucking thing.
I'm sorry.
You must be able to read really fast or something. Like, I just don't understand how you're not that much older than me. I don't know how you have time to absorb this much information.
I had a very boring childhood for the first few years. What's up, Sean?
What up? How you guys doing? It's been a while.
Pretty good.
You got anything you want to throw in here before I dive into the messy part of this?
No, actually, I was actually applauding your explanation. I think it's a little too high up for the conversation, but it's important.
Asking for answers, and I can only dumb it down so far before it becomes gibberish.
You two elitist motherfuckers have done an inadequate job of supporting your faith.
Well, that's the problem is, and that's the big crux of it. You keep saying faith, but the fact that there's compiling evidence of this theory.
Hold on, I'm getting there. Let me cover that before we get too far. Flow state. Do you accept gene theory?
What do you mean by what?
As a basis for future learning, genetics in general.
Do I accept that genetics are real?
Genes carry, that genes carry, like they express
information, and that, yeah.
Right. Okay. So all you're doing is waiting until enough time has lapsed to verify the theory as either fact or fiction, or to give a better bona fide theory. You're not specifically saying that you don't believe in evolution. You're saying that you don't trust the people who did the evolution mechanics, and we were waiting for a verified or unverified outcome.
Okay, maybe. Hold on, let me think. So,
I do not a percentage of evidence that you're willing to accept to go along with it. Because
I don't know what that is. I hate that fucking question, because obviously at some point I'm going to change my mind, right? But I don't know what I don't know. So you're asking me to tell you what I don't know.
But you want to fill in your conclusion. You want us to tell you what we don't know. And evolution
No, I just
doesn't know a
no.
lot.
That's not even. No,
No,
I want
we
you
can
to
go a step
acknowledge
further.
what you don't know, because this theory is a faith.
But whenever you acknowledge that you do not know it, but can point at the exact method by which to acquire that knowledge, it is no longer an unknown, and it is an as yet unknown.
Well, sure. So the same thing about Christianity.
Ego
Hold on.
shit.
No, that's the same. That's the same fucking point that Christians make. When you die, you'll find out. Okay.
No, you won't this time. Not on this one.
Yeah.
You
Right.
never fucking know, dude.
Okay, yeah. So that's even worse.
But it doesn't. But the problem, the big part is that we can get those little bits and pieces of it, and on the religious side of it, it's very much so before you could even possibly answer it, and when there's no chance of being able to answer it. Evolution is just this process that we've observed. This is very simple. It's just this thing we observed, and we're trying to explain why. That's it. That's all evolution is.
Microevolution is.
And that is the observable one that we can do. But when we take a process like evolution and we speed it up with bacteria, finches, or whatever other humanized way we want it.
Flies. The fruit flies were my favorite.
The only issue with fruit flies is that their lifespans are so short. It's extremely difficult to go, hey, this is scientific proof.
And they only have like 27 freaking alleles, so there's not a whole lot to work with.
Yeah, we literally watch it just go, oh, we've seen that one before. It doesn't get a chance. But yeah, it's one of those things. Yeah, sorry. It's one of those things where, yeah, you're right. We're never going to see that the macro part of it. But because we see these small little processes and we can fill in the blanks for a lot of things, it gives us just a bit of evidence on it. Okay. Takes it away from the faith. But again, it's just a process that's explained. Whereas if you're talking about religion and faith, they're trying to tell you this is how it's done. There is no other way. I mean, evolution by no means does that.
Not officially, but colloquially it does.
The people who argue for evolution do say that.
Yes.
That's the argument he has. It's not specifically with the theory, it's with the people who do a terrible job at explaining it.
Yes. If anyone tries to explain evolution as the process, it's ridiculous. It's a theory and a process trying to be explained. That's it.
Okay. So then we all agree that microevolution is real and macroevolution is a theory based out of that, but that we don't actually really have a reason to believe that, except for that we've seen microevolution.
There is no empirical evidence that it is the only catalyst.
So it's a hypothesis. Yep.
It is possible that some other function may enter into our knowledge that does not involve evolution, that could change a species dramatically, suddenly, without our understanding of it.
So yes, therefore, the belief in this system, in the macro, in the new species, life out of goop,
speciation, creation, not evolution.
Okay. Evolution is speciation is not evolution?
No. It is a process that happens. It is a process that happens after evolution. So evolutionary processes happened. If a mutation happens that is, I guess you consider bad, it stops the process.
It's not always mutation though. It can sometimes be behavioral, but mutation is the one thing we can actually see in a historic record.
Yeah, the other one is biodiversity, but that's the hard. That's where it gets hard.
Primordial ooze.
That's creation. We don't evolution is creation.
We've already covered the creation bit. Evolution has nothing to do with creation. It never says that the primordial ooze is the assumption from which we came, because there's not even a theory as to what it might have been. The creation of life is not really a discussion when it comes to evolution.
Yeah, if this evolution thing is a thing, it wouldn't have even started for 1 million years after whatever created this. It's a process that happens long down the road.
So just
how do you get evolution then?
Go ahead.
Is my question.
First, there must be life.
What started it?
That's not what evolution is supposed to be.
So evolution doesn't deal at all with speciation or origins of life.
It's the middle of those.
Oh, well,
let's put it this way. You can't have evolution without creation. You can't have speciation without evolution.
But evolution doesn't explain creation and has no theories to offer for
Or
it.
speciation. That's where I'm.
Well,
evolution does not claim to explain speciation at all.
It's the end result of that evolution. The evolution is the accumulation of the small changes that take place over time that deviate it from the primary species. Speciation is the end result of that secondary species.
Speciation doesn't happen because of evolution. It doesn't always happen.
Yeah, it doesn't.
If anything, aspeciation is extremely rare in evolution. The main focus of evolution that we know of is that 9 times out of 10, the fucking evolutionary process is going to end something.
Okay, so if I were to say to you, or if I were to ask you, or if I were to let me know, if I'm going to say that new species happen because of speciation, not evolution, that would be a correct statement. Are those two words weird? What falls inside of the definition of those two words?
I don't like how you asked me.
I think you may have misspoke earlier when you said no on that one. Because speciation is the end result of evolution. Once you've evolved enough, it divides into separate species. They can no longer breed. They become separate species. Subspecies create hybrids. And when you get even closer, you have different groups. They're not even separate species like the cichlids that I brought up earlier. Speciation is the end result of evolution through a number of small changes that have accumulated to the point that these two can no longer reproduce viably.
Yes. But it doesn't always happen. It's not because of evolution that speciation will happen.
Let me throw a wrench into this whole freaking thing because I don't like it's going so smoothly. Extinction. Without extinction, there can be no speciation and no evolution will occur.
Sorry, hold on. This is funny.
Extinction is inevitable.
If you have extinction, ain't nothing going to happen.
No. Extinction occurs through individual species. If those individual species are not removed from the taxonomic record, so to speak, then there is no niche open for a new species to evolve into. If the niche is already occupied, nothing can move into it unless it is better suited specifically for that environment through adaptation, which would be microevolution, as we've discussed earlier.
Yeah. And adaptation is a very simple process. It becomes an evolutionary process when the genetic structure of it, the code, the alleles start changing to the biodiversity of where they're at or what's happening. So adaptation is absolutely part of it.
Out of South America, as an example on this one, there are several groups of rhesus monkeys, not rhesus monkeys, there are howler monkeys that are down there. They all eat nuts, but only one group of these monkeys eat a certain type of nut, Brazil nut, because it's so hard they can't get into it. But this one group of monkeys has found a rock in the middle of the jungle and they go beat them some bitches on it until the nuts fall out and they eat them. This troop is doing better than the other troops in the region. And even though the other troops refuse to find a rock and beat Brazil nuts out of their freaking shell, these monkeys are spreading into the other groups and bringing this practice to them, causing a genetic overturn in the general species of the howler monkey population.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that genetics.
It is causing a genetic upheaval in the howler monkey population because the ones that discovered this method of getting food are getting more food, providing more young, and outbreeding their competition through food and resources.
You cut one of those monkeys open, which they have. You find
That's
out real quick there is a genetic difference, not just an adaptation to.
It's like Genghis Khan. And I hear what you're saying, Chuck. They're still the same species, and you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm saying this is a part of the evolutionary process. The behavior of acquiring food from an area that the rest of the population doesn't know about means that this individual family, if you will, of genetics is going to prosper where others may fail. So in a time of leanness, there'll be a die-off of the other monkey population, but these will continue because the Brazil nuts will still be available to them and not the other families.
That's a learned behavior.
It is a learned behavior, but it is a learned behavior that alters the genetics of an entire population over time.
I just what the theory doesn't address for me is at what point like there's a breaking point, right? Well, first of all, there's the eyeball, the impossible structures, right? That the evolution can't deal with.
A flagellum is another one, by the way. If you want a second,
what is another one?
A flagellum. A flagellum functions by rotating in a cuff that shouldn't be able to hold it. And I know.
The joints. It's the joint. Don't do that. It's the fucking joints. Don't stop that shit. The sockets.
There is no
you're smart, Sasquatch.
There is no predeterministic structure before the flagellum. There's nothing that could evolve into a flagellum from having been something else, because there is no structure like that other than the flagellum in nature, much like the eyeball, which has evolved 4 times in history that we know of.
So, eyeballs, flagellum. So we've got these impossible structures, and also the point at which, like, there needs to be a breaking point at which, boom, this is the first of a new species, right?
Right.
This is the first member of a new species. Nevertheless, its parents, so its parents are a different species. There has to be some point in time where one species gives birth to an entirely separate species.
All right. That's where we're turning into the problem. And here's why. I can explain it. It's not that difficult. You remember that period that we were talking about 2 very similar animals producing non-viable offspring? They can mate, they produce offspring, but the offspring cannot reproduce, even if you breed them back to similar things to their parents or to jennies. Like you take 2 jennies, it's just not happening, right? That is the period between which the species are capable of reproducing, right? They are the same species. After this point, they are subspecies because their offspring are no longer viable. Further down this line, they become completely separate species theoretically and can no longer even produce offspring.
So we're talking.
This is important. This process, this little process he's talking about, it never happens with one birth. This would be a situation where there's a bunch of offspring that can't give birth, and then one of them or 2 of them over 100 years, and they haven't died off yet, are able to breed with each other, but not the other ones. That would be the form of this aspeciation that happens, and it is a very long process. That process, that very small process, could be 1,000 years alone.
So we're talking about 2 mules who eventually can breed only with each other.
No.
That would be an example of it, right?
No, it would be. It would be because
they produce jennies, right?
A horse and a donkey makes a mule, right? And a mule is sterile.
A mule is sterile.
Yes.
No, a mule will never be able to breed.
Now, exactly. So that would be the process. That would be the end of that evolutionary process.
So then it would have to be the offspring of a donkey and a horse that is not a mule, that is something else that can then breed.
No.
No.
No. That's shuffling it the wrong way. That's shuffling it the wrong way, Sean. He said it right. You heard it wrong. You heard it to understand it. He said it trying to get information. Hold on a second. A horse breeds with horses and makes horses. A donkey breeds with donkeys and makes donkeys. If a horse and a donkey breed, they make a mule. Mules don't breed. Period. Right. They never have offspring. That being said, that is not the species. That's not what we're talking about. That is a dead end. That will never, ever, ever become a viable species because it's a hybrid. It will not work. The donkey continues breeding with other donkeys that are separate from the horse genetics, and the horse continues breeding with other horses that are separate from donkey genetics. And over time, they become more deviated and less capable of creating even sterile offspring. It eventually becomes non-viable offspring. Does that make sense? Donkeys make more donkeys, horses make more horses, and eventually they can't even make mules.
Okay.
Is the theory.
Yeah, there is a quote unquote mule 2 that could have viable offsprings with each other, but not their original species. And that would be the genetic mutation that happens, the hybrid that happens, that continues an evolutionary process.
The issue, though, is in the example of horses and mules deviating too far, they're already different fucking species, and you know that.
I hear you, but they are not. They're not quite as far diverged as you think they are, because horses, the modern horses we have, are derived from like steppe horses from Eurasia. whereas the modern mules we have are derived essentially from a similar type of horsey animal, I think in Africa. When you bring these back together, they were separated by not only millions of years, but thousands of miles. When you bring them back together, they have yet to diverge far enough to be non-equus. You're talking about the development of a new species.
Yeah.
It would be a non-equus horse-derived or non-equus donkey-derived species.
And this theory is strong enough for you guys to want to go to hell over it.
The horse is a bad exactly. The horse is a bad example because of the amount of dogs are a bad example too, because that none of this is natural. No horses are really natural.
Because we also see all dead ends. At some point, we see dead ends of it.
Everything ends eventually. That's another one of those. But you would do better looking at a natural ecosystem somewhere like let's take the pupfish from Death Valley. These little bastards live in a puddle of water that ain't but about 16 inches deep, gets up to 114 degrees. They're not the only pupfish on the planet. They're the only ones that can live there. All the rest of them are dead. These things derived from a species supposedly that was in a freaking iceberg lake, right? Washed down across the Midwest, and a handful of these little pupfish ended up in the damn little puddle over here. Eventually, the entire lake dries up, and the only thing that's left is this little salty, silty, nasty little fucking puddle. These fish can't breed with the other pupfish at all.
That entire theory.
Okay.
Sounds like it's just fan fiction, right? It's just Luke Skywalker's backstory.
Only if you don't accept the natural scars and washouts that are in the Midwest. If you don't buy the ice ages and you don't buy into deep time, it's going to be impossible.
So even if let's say I buy into all these things, then we're still left with, at best, very weak circumstantial evidence as an explanation.
But how weak? What do you mean by weak? We have
wait.
Either thousands of years of retroactive observation through fossil record and statistics taken from the bones of the different species, some of which we have an awful lot of. But
I won't change my mind because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
That's the first time I've ever gotten that one. It's the first time you've hit me with it. I'm impressed I made it this long.
There have been mules that have reproduced viable offspring.
There have been?
Yep.
I think you're thinking of a jackass.
Damn it, Chuck. You're taking up. I thought you were on my side for the wrong reasons.
I'm going to have to go get smokes. You're on your own, Sean.
No, thanks.
Okay. No, so it's not a jackass that you're talking about, right? Something.
Nope, I'm talking about a mule
in a lab, or is it? It's a new, right? That would be exactly what I was saying. It's just a process that happens eventually. But I think
it's very rare, but there are examples of it happening. A viable offspring being produced.
Well, that would be a case of if there was enough to have a breeding population, then that would be a process of aspeciation that would be witnessed. But a breeding population is very important in that.
Yeah, it happens so rarely, though, that I don't think they could ever achieve on their own.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be considered a speciation.
Right. Because I thought I'd remember watching a documentary about mules. I had to go look. Scratch my head.
Let's see. Don't hit on mules. They're sturdy and cute. Lindsay, have you ever touched a mule? Probably haven't ever. I don't know if I've ever touched a mule or seen a mule. I don't even know if I've been around a mule ever in my life.
Oh, you haven't?
Where would I encounter a mule?
They look like fat donkeys.
I'm in Kansas and I've never touched a cow either, though.
Yeah, that was the funny thing. That steel mill I worked at was built in the late 1800s, and that was how they moved stuff back then was with mules. And when I was working there in the 2000s, you go into some of the older parts of the plant, and they'd still have the mule runs, no mules, but the tracks and everything were still there. That if they really wanted to, they could do mule power instead of electric power to move things. It was something to see, though, the way they had set up a steel mill and you had mules to move your equipment around.
I didn't know you're that fucking old. How old are you?
I was there when the lights came on.
So
Wait,
Rude Minecraft thinks that we have the same perspective on evolution. Do you agree with that?
On the small scale, I think you understand it. I just think
Flo believes in evolution. He just doesn't believe in primordial soup. He's basically where we are. He just uses primordial soup to discount evolution and speciation. I'm not there with you on speciation.
Well, okay, so how do you think we started?
Oh, I don't know.
Where would you lean towards?
If I had to, like, I think that I actually have no fucking clue at all. Like, it does. If you step back from the things we've been taught or indoctrinated with, right? It's either Sky Daddy or magic primordial soup, right? These are two atrocious theories. I suppose Sky Daddy makes more sense to me, but that really wouldn't be the beginning of life, would it? That'd just be the beginning of Earth life, because the beginning of life entirely is almost impossible to fathom.
Yes, but the reason I asked that question is because if you can fathom a creator, what is so far-fetched about an evolutionary process that a creator would easily be able to put forth, right? And here's why. You had a daughter. Hey, Sarah.
I have a daughter.
Yeah. For someone who believes in a creator, would you say that you created your daughter, or did God create your daughter?
Well, I don't believe in a creator. I mean, I'm not a religious person. Okay. I would say that it is like a group effort.
well, for someone,
I guess
someone who does believe in a creator, because if someone that does believe in creator, would say, obviously my parents created me.
Easy, Sarah.
What'd you break?
I didn't. It was the other half of my.
Sure.
What is that? Your symbols?
Yeah.
It was her wine bottle.
I'm still listening. I got to find my other pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, and it would just be a process that a creator puts in so that he doesn't have to,
John, don't let them fool
every
you.
single thing that is.
They're both in the same house,
right? She's on the other side where the blue light is.
Really quick.
It was the timing of it.
Yep, they're doing
Hurry
the
up,
nasty.
we're figuring it out.
I mean, look at the reds. The reds are the same hue. Got to be the same
And
house.
on the right side too, right? You got blue on.
Oh, that's funny. That was bad timing.
Well, we evolved this way. So, where were we? You were saying. What were you asking me?
Do you believe it was you or the creator that made the baby?
Oh, me.
But God made you. God knew you were going to have that baby. God gave you the baby to have.
I mean, that's
what
the
is
faith.
it? He knows every hair on your head, something like that.
Do you believe in evolution?
I don't know. I don't know, because I don't know. I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't even understand how they're testing this shit and all of that stuff. I believe God made us. Now, I think there's some fizzle in the middle of all that, with dinosaurs and evolution, and did we come from this and that, and little organisms doing things and whatever. But I don't know. I still believe that God had a very heavy hand in all of it. It was just a matter of the timing and how it happened. That's where I get a little stumped. Oh, I think I just found it.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a creator. I personally don't think there is, but if there is, I don't see why any of the processes that evolution or anything in between talks about wouldn't be just a process that a creator would use rather than having to be involved with every single thing.
I agree with that. I don't think that evolution conflicts with religion. I don't see why it would necessarily have to.
I don't think it should. It does. It seems to, though.
It seems to, because they're both religions and people are competing for.
No, that's Darwinism.
That is what.
Man.
I mean, I'm right. They're both belief systems that we've accepted from the priesthood, whatever you want to consider that we don't have any personal firsthand experience with. We take their expertise as truth, and people get really butthurt and riled up when somebody doesn't agree with their religion.
But can you be spiritual without religion?
Huh?
I said, can't you be spiritual without religion?
Yeah. I think you have to be non-religious to be spiritual.
Well, you could still be, yeah, you could be spiritual and religious, but could you just be spiritual? Yeah. Believing in a higher being of some sort, maybe not necessarily pinpointing it to a Bible, but believing that there's something greater than just this.
Well, if you look at the woo-woo component, like I believe in manifestation a lot more than probably most people do.
Mm-hmm.
But that if you consider the fact that we are consciousness, and consciousness is an intangible element, and really what you're talking about here is how you direct your consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
It only makes logical sense.
Well, also what you put out is typically what you get back, right? So if you put out a lot of negativity, that's all you're going to be fed back. That doesn't relinquish the concept that, there's crappy people out there that do crappy things to great people, but karma is a beautiful, beautiful bitch. And I love her because I've watched her work in my favor every single time. And I choose not to be shitty to people, and I let the universe handle it for me. And I watch people burn in flames, and it's lovely. And I'm just like, okay, the universe has spoken, not me.
Don't you think that karma is how a lot of
Mom found me. My mom found me. Hi, Mom. I love you, Mom.
Hi, Mom. It's Mado. Don't you think karma is how weak people justify being victims?
No, not at all. Not at all. Because the people that bad karma happens to, I think that they don't recognize it's even karma. I think that they just think that, I don't know, they just take it out on somebody else, and somebody else becomes a victim instead. Right. So I don't think that they even know that they're being pinpointed in that aspect.
Sure. I mean, if
the fuck was that,
Chuck?
Oh, I tripped on a fucking bucket of kids' toys.
I thought it was mixing something in a blender.
He tripped on the bucket.
At you. You ready for it?
Ready.
If you could change your background color, it could look like we're all in the same house again.
Ooh. If you do blue, right?
Oh, hold on a second.
Then,
I'm retarded.
Yeah, you need to transpose.
Move
you on the other. Yeah.
Almost.
I like this.
So
I like
if you approach a religious individual from any sect, Pentecostal, Southern Baptist, Catholic, it doesn't matter, and you bring him evidence tomorrow that there either is or is not a God, he will not accept it because he has faith. But if you bring an evolutionist, an individual who is following the tenets of science, evidence tomorrow that evolution is wrong, they will be forced to accept it because it is a repeatable experiment. That is the difference between a religion.
In theory, but not in practice. That's not how that's not how people work in practice.
That's because people don't work that way. Science does, but people do not. That's why I don't trust the science, but the general scientific method I accept.
Scientific method is only utilized by people. People are the essential part of the scientific method. You cannot say this is good because of the method without also including this is bad.
No. The scientific method can only be used by you to verify someone's evidence. That's it. It's not a callous for everything. This because scientific method doesn't make it correct.
Yeah,
Scientific method is just a tool that I would use to verify if you're correct or not.
Showing the work.
Replicatable experimentation. Yes.
It forces somebody to show the work. That's what it is.
Yes.
And it forces us to critically think about the work. Like, well, did they go through A, B, C, D, and E? Or are they just telling me, hey, I found the bones of an alien somewhere, and I'm just like, oh yeah, totally, I believe it.
Which would be faith, which would be the faith side of it.
Right? No, that would be the gullible side of it.
Now, when it comes to people have their lives tied up in the money involved in the backing of all these institutions that are currently ascribing to the evolutionary theory. If you go look in the religious realm, you'll find a bunch of universities over there that are doing New Earth Christian Science work. You've got various other religious universities all across America that are financed purely out of religious people's pockets. So, I mean, which way's better? And as far as that primordial ooze is concerned, I don't even care if there is a God. I'm of the opinion that he has no more consideration of me than I do of the paramecium that lives on the ant on my fucking sidewalk.
You just made him cry a little bit.
You'd be surprised.
Okay, good. Maybe it'll rain.
I feel like my life has been very blessed in all the right ways at the exact right times with the exact right everything that I need in that very moment. And, you know, I always attribute it to, you know, God, either whether he gave me the ability to go and figure it out, or he gave me the ability to have the work ethic and the can-do attitude, and I'll fix this, I'll figure it out, or offering me the opportunities to do so. Like he's put me in all the right places at all the right times. And I couldn't have done that by myself.
But isn't that taking away from your village?
What do you mean, my village?
The process. Okay.
Oh, no, now we got to go there. What direction?
No, because you're saying like all the things that happened that you can positively say happened, and you give it credit to God. When to me, I would say that the people around me, the opportunities that I've been given, or the opportunities that I will have, are the reasons for things to happen. And just justifying it as one single.
God put those people in your lives, and he gave them the heart to be willing to give you opportunities, or they gave them the right type of personality traits, and you know the right they led them down a pathway to be able to give you that opportunity. He knows our path, like he knows exactly what we're going to do already before we do it. So he is single-handedly set us up into ways, and this is why they say when you need to make a decision, you pray on it, right? So you pray on it, and God essentially gives you the answer, or kind of guides you in the right direction somehow, some way.
You never made a decision that you consider maybe not the best decision, and then reframed it as a good one.
No, I've made some dumb decisions in my life, but that's because I didn't think.
Did you enjoy them?
But they were short-lived, right? And they didn't offer me any opportunities. They actually put me behind in places, and they like those stupid decisions that I made on a whim were not good, because I wasn't doing it for the right reason. I didn't have my end path in mind. I wasn't thinking ahead or down the road, or like based on what God has in store for me. Right. I'm not trying to get too religious. It sounds really
well,
gay.
You mentioned God 127 times in the past 5 minutes.
God.
Now, I want to be perfectly clear before I start this.
Saying my name in vain.
Before I start this conversation in this direction, I believe there is some form of higher power, whether or not he controls individual lives, or is infallible, or immutable, or impenetrable. I don't know. Right. But I'm attempting in my lifetime to unscrew the inscrutable. Right. So is it more likely in your mind, and I understand what I'm asking here, so we're not going to deviate on that point too much. Is it more likely in your mind that an invisible man up in the clouds is moving you around specifically as he wishes, with like a chess piece, or that you through your own free will are providing yourself with the opportunities that become available?
I'm happy to be a pawn. And I say that by way of there's been situations where I have been like what somebody needs at that exact moment, at that exact time. And it was the exact thing that gave them the right push to do the right thing, or it like helping somebody out in a completely crazy scenario. And I just so happened to be there to provide that. Like, I think God is not only using me as a tool, but he's also kind of rewarding me with the opportunities at the same time.
I said definitely a tool. I'm sorry.
Okay with being a tool. I'm okay because if you don't have that higher purpose, right? If you have nothing you're aiming for, then what's the point? We're just gonna like live this life, do nothing.
You believe in coincidence?
Do I believe in coincidence? I think things are coincidentally coincidental.
Oh my God! Give me some salad.
Yeah,
I need some salad dressing for that one.
I think there are a lot of. I would say I think it's a like by happenstance, like how coincident that this like happened to happen. Yeah, I could go for that, but I think those coincidences are on purpose. Like they're on purpose.
So you don't believe in coincidence? You can't say the coincidences are on purpose and also coincidental. That doesn't
on purpose by God. Like I think that
that's not a coincidence.
I think it is. Well, it is, but it is. It is, but it is.
It's not. It is not at all. Not even in the beginning. It either is God or it is a coincidence.
I'm just gonna say I think that people are in the right place at the right time for some higher purpose reason, right?
All right, I'll buy that.
Reason, I believe it's for God.
You have anecdotal reasons why you believe this because in your experience, this seems to be true for you. And I have no issue with that. Mm-hmm. I have a specific example where it is the most absurd coincidence you could possibly imagine. I'm driving out of Augusta, heading towards Dublin. That's a 90-mile drive. As I'm leaving Augusta, right? It's a good one. As I'm leaving Augusta, there's this dude standing in the freaking light under a pole looking at a map. And I stop and goes, "Hey, man, what are you looking for?" And he says, "I'm trying to find Dublin." "Get in. We'll be there in a couple of hours, bro." And he gets in and he tells me, he's like hammering away on his phone. And he's like, "Man, I've got to get up there." And I'm like, "What's going on?" He says, "My wife is having a child and my mother is in the same hospital with cancer." And I'm like, "You just hit me with some kind of sob story, right?" He goes on to show me the pictures and everything. He's like, "This is, she's giving birth in like 4 hours. You'll definitely make it, bro." We're not that far away. But what's the freaking chances that me, who's coming out of South Carolina straight through Augusta, had to stop right there at that time for gas, just in time for this guy to go to Dublin just when he needs to, right? Has nothing to do with me. It didn't put me out at all. I had to drive right through that parking lot to go do what I was doing anyway. Mm-hmm. What's the freaking chances that homie caught a ride out of New York on a truck that was coming here? He had been standing there for 15 minutes, hadn't even called anybody to come get him yet.
Chances are incredibly slim.
That's
why I say it's God. He used you. You were a tool, Sasquatch. You were a tool.
Obviously, I'm a tool. Look at me. I look like a tool.
But I think that there's bad things that happen for a greater purpose. Like there was one morning I just could not get out the freaking door to get to work. Like I spilled coffee. My dogs knocked their water bowl everywhere. Like everything was just in turmoil. And I was irritated because I was going to be late. And then I hit all of this like traffic on the back roads before I got to the highway. And then I get to the highway and a car accident had literally just happened probably 5 to 10 minutes before we got to this point. And I sat there and I thought to myself, had I got out the door any sooner, if the dog water bowl wasn't spilled, if I didn't spill the coffee, if this hadn't happened, I could have been in the middle of whatever just happened ahead of me. Right.
There's one more question.
Mm-hmm.
There's one more question. It has to be asked. You said bad things sometimes happen for good reason.
Mm-hmm.
And why does God permit suffering in the world?
I don't think he permits it. It's kind of part of the package.
Of course he does.
Well, because of the whole Adam and Eve, like now we have to feel everything. We will.
So it's their fault?
yeah, I still think Adam ate the apple, but whatever. He just
hold on.
He just blamed Eve.
Sasquatch, do you want to or you want me to?
They would have been brother and sister.
You go for it.
Okay. So so you're saying that Adam and Eve were responsible for changes that God didn't want, and he was unable to prevent.
Did you read the beginning of the Bible, Genesis?
I've read the whole thing. Did you?
Okay, well, not the whole thing, but in the beginning, when right after she eats the apple,
hold on. Kings is hard. Chronicles is hard.
Jebediah begotten. He cast them out of the Garden of Eden and said, "Now you will feel everything. You will have pain. You will have you will bear children, and it's gonna hurt. Like all of this stuff. He put us out. So you will suffer."
So he gave us the opportunity to fuck up. He gave us he made us with the temperament that would fuck it up. He knew things ahead of time that we would fuck it up, and still decided to go ahead with that plan. And it's our fault.
So I have a theory.
Okay.
And Rachel doesn't like my theory on this, but I like it because what I have read.
Hold your theory a second.
When you hear the sirens or anti-aircraft guns, you must get under cover at once. If you're in the open with no cover, lie down. The most important rule of all is never to stand staring at the sky. If you don't take cover, you may get hurt.
Thank you, Sean. The link is pinned for anybody who would like to join the panel is now open.
Sean is the man. He's obviously got the biggest testicles in this whole chat.
I certainly can't compete. So
you have though somehow.
See, here's the thing, though. You've got bigger balls than some of the guys I know. Most of the guys I know, actually. Once I
did you see the stream where she was? It was about should men go to therapy, and she was just like shitting on these pussies left and right.
I missed that one.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Was that like a week ago?
Yeah, it was last Thursday. Like, get right around the middle of it. That
was my first night at the beach.
Shame. It was good. But I have a theory.
Okay.
From what I learned, because I did my confirmation 2 years ago now. And everything I learned through that, and from what I have read in the Bible, like the beginning, like the Old Testament, God's just pissed off at it. We keep fucking up, right? We just can't human right. And what I think is he just doesn't. My mom said she wears them on her chest. I gotta get like a chain with some balls hanging on and put them around my neck.
The trailer hitch thing.
Oh, that would be good.
Definitely.
Get you some truck nuts.
Get you some truck nuts.
Look, me and Mama Tomato are both in Kansas City. Surely one of us will come across a pair of truck nuts.
Just steal them off the next one you see.
They'll be all right. They'll get it.
It'll be karma. Somebody stole my trailer hitch not that long ago. I had to get a new one. So.
Though, should you have chrome truck nuts or like what are we going for here?
They should be red. They go in the theme of the tomato theme. Keep the.
Oh yeah. With a green chain.
Oh man, I could see that.
Or they could be blue in honor of Old Joe because you're wearing your hat today.
Oh yeah, Old Joe likes the hat. He does.
All right.
Okay, you were saying your theory.
Your theory on how we're responsible for God's fuck up.
So I think the Old Testament is God just doesn't comprehend us, right? He doesn't quite understand how.
Fallible God, right there.
How can we be this fucking stupid, right? And he's like, God, I've given you all these chances. I've given you all this grace. Like even when he, does the Noah's Ark thing and is like, oh, I'm just so fucking tired of you all. Wipe all this shit out. Start from scratch, right? But then the New Testament, we see Jesus come in, and that is the human body form from God, right? Now he wants to come play with us and see, all right, how stupid are you? What if like it's an empathetic.
He doesn't know.
A fallible God from its source.
I think he became empathetic and is like, let me go see if I can understand what the stupidity level is and why we're doing these things we're doing, right? So he sends Jesus. And then when Jesus gets here, I think Jesus really realizes, like, wow, they're so dumb. Like, you just can't. You can't get right. They can't get right. As much forgiveness as I've offered, as much as I've healed, as much as now, and this is just my thought process, okay? But the New Testament, like, he realized, like, there's no saving point. And then you end up, of course, with us sacrificing. We killed him. We freaking did it to her. Like, how much more dumb can we be? Like, our Savior has come to us and we freaking kill him.
Well, he killed him for negligence, lack of action.
I didn't, Sarah, but I agree with what you're saying. But I didn't kill him, but I agree with what you're saying.
Right. So it's like we are literally this freaking dumb. But I think God has like a more empathetic viewpoint, is like, you know what? Like, I'm tired of wiping you guys out all the time. Like, you just sit and wait.
He's not there.
Or is he, though? Because the second time it says it's going to be a trial by fire.
Yeah.
And so the first time he flooded us because of what was going on, and then we see what they've done with the symbolism of the flood of the rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to happen again because it was as the days of Noah, as the days of Lot. That's happening.
So how is this not a manufacturer's error?
All right.
I got this. I got this. Because who's saying it is? It's free will. You can do what you want, people.
You're pissing in the wind on this one, dude. That's not going to work. Listen.
Yeah, I know. Science is fake and gay. Science is fake and gay, Caucasian.
Hear me out, baby. You'll love this.
Hear me out.
God created Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve begat Cain and Abel. Cain slew Abel. Cain was banished from the garden to the land of Nod. The problems develop when Cain reproduces and we hear nothing else about Adam and Eve.
I would say the problem arose when Eve listened to the serpent in the garden. That's when it happened. That's the Genesis. When did that happen? Oh, that was Genesis.
I would say the problem happened when God created us in a way that would make us predisposed to sin.
To have free will. To have free will, because men are lovers of themselves, and that doesn't mean men. That means people in general. They're lovers of themselves.
We were also made in God's image, so if we're lovers of ourselves,
in His image, an image is a picture, so we look like Him. Does that mean that we act like Him? No.
I think the image kind of reflects that whole concept, though. I think it's more than just a picture.
But if you look at society, are people reflecting God?
That's where we went wrong. I think he was expecting us to, right? And then he got pissed off because it's like, why don't you freaking like me? You know, like, I've done all of this stuff. Right.
Like, I'm the king of the Jews. And if you look at the word Jew, and then you look at the first person who's a junior, it has Jew in the word. It's spelled differently.
God.
Oh my God. Chuck's here with the fucking normie. Just let me talk. I'm never on your panel, Flo. Shut these fuckers up. I'm a different perspective.
Whoa.
Fuck.
I'm laughing.
You're a fucking agent. Chuck, you're a fucking agent. Why don't you die already, Chuck? Just go die already, Chuck.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
All right. Go ahead.
I'm not pissed like that, but it sounds like you're running an agenda.
Smith,
it does.
You have plenty of time to talk. Just everybody else does as well. So just normal. Go ahead.
I know, but how often am I here? I'm not.
Go ahead.
Even when you're here.
No, that's it. I'm just looking to interject every once in a while with my opinion.
You have a bad schedule.
I asked a question earlier of everyone else here. I haven't asked you. May I? Smith?
I muted up. My icon's on screen. I muted up. Go ahead.
Do you believe in coincidence?
No, I don't. Am I a coincidence theorist? No, I'm not.
No, I'm not. I'm not judging you for not believing in coincidence. It's just that people who believe in coincidence tend to be able to overlook God. People who don't believe in coincidence believe either God is the root of all function or some other deterministic thing. There's patterns where maybe patterns don't exist for most people. That's all I'm saying.
Do you believe in science or do you have a soul? because we can all tell that
I
science,
don't believe.
that 98% of scientists agree with those who fund them. Science is fake. It's fake. It's modern day propaganda.
Scientism is fake. Yeah, there's a distinction
in general. It's a religion.
You're right. I agree with you, but we're talking about scientism, not the scientific method, which is just observation.
No, I agree, because scientific method is dead. Science is dead. It's now modern day propaganda. That's what it is. Science in itself is amazing, but it died.
When did it die?
How does knowledge doesn't die?
I think science gives more like explanation to the things that we want to know about us and our bodies, our land, our air, it makes us feel better knowing that we know, right? It's some sense of like, okay, I know things. I can sit with, I'm satisfied, right? I can feel better when I breathe or drink water or know how calories work or whatever the case may be. But I think God is also an established sense of satisfaction as well. It can be calming. It answers those questions that we don't have answers to. Why did he die? Why did they get sick? Why did my car break down? Why did I have a bad day? Right. And we can just
because of God.
We can sit with that. Like it's just the answer to the things that aren't answerable. Right.
But the right answer to those things is we don't know.
Or it was just God.
Or that's a placebo answer.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. He's done really well for me. I'll speak to that.
Something has. Maybe you did well for yourself. Maybe those around you, maybe your community did well for you. Maybe I've been over here on the other side of the room doing well for you. Could be any number of things.
I think that, think about it. I would have never even gotten onto YouTube, right? And I wouldn't have even had this as an avenue for my daughter if it weren't for Ashley. That was like another vessel that he put in front of me that just kind of came out. Like it just happened. You know what I mean? Like I think these opportunities that you never know where the seed is good, how far the seed is going to grow. You just never know.
That's hilarious, Caucasian Sasquatch.
I put a little clip in the back, Flo.
Okay, 1 second.
I like talking about parables. It's about the parable of the fig tree. You know about that, Caucasian Sasquatch?
I thought that was a parable.
Of course you don't. Tell me about streaming to 6-year-olds playing Minecraft. That's weird.
He's the one. You remember I told you there was a dude that's Minecraft and fruited up on me? That's him.
Yeah,
I thought it was him.
That's gay. That's gay, and I'm original, and I'm here, and I'm calling the bullshit out. But I don't do it a lot.
Gay.
That's
Great.
not original. Everybody.
Hey, what's up, Cuck in Tennessee? Why don't you throw some money to somebody else, Cuck? Cuck in Tennessee, who served for our country and now stands for nothing. He's a white dude from Kamala.
One of those days when nothing goes right.
Oh, this is 3 minutes long. I'm not watching this.
It's a good one though.
And it's a song too. Chuck, were you born yesterday?
Smith on panel 6:07 prime time right here in the flesh right here.
Prime time.
Actually,
you're right on. Busted ass Chuck sitting old and lonely in Tennessee, but he wants to live online and stand for nothing and fall for everything.
So angry.
No, I'm not angry.
Wow.
You seem angry. You came in attacking everybody up here.
I'm not angry. I think it's weird. I think it's weird when 50-year-olds stream Minecraft to children. I think that's weird.
You mad? You mad?
I wish I could play Minecraft. My son would love it if I could play Minecraft.
No, I was talking about Caucasian Sasquatch, but good deflection.
I have an 18 plus channel, bro. It's been 18 plus. I told you then. I'm telling
But
you
who
now.
plays Minecraft? Is that 18-year-olds or is it 6-year-olds? You
Oh
fucking
my
weirdo.
God. Everybody does.
Flo, nothing but love to you.
conversation?
Nothing but love to you, Flo. I appreciate you letting me up here tonight. I'm never up here. You guys got to deal with it for
You're
what?
fine.
A half an
You're
hour out of every
fine.
6
We don't
months?
have to deal with it at all.
You fucking idiots. You
Could we at
fucking idiots.
least-
You can't.
Unlimited power.
I was waiting. I was waiting for your fucking the host. Oh.
Oh God. Stop it, Chuck.
I thought that's where he was headed.
You're fucking the moderator.
Oh, that's right.
I just don't get folks like that, man. I put together one Minecraft video for somebody, and he happened to pop in on it. I even explained what I was doing. It was weird.
It's called BOOZE.
You reckon he's a drinker?
Oh, he is.
I think he's just an angry little person.
He's angry. I don't know why he's so angry. Also, well, the whole thing about not admitting or not at least entertaining the idea of coincidence means that everything has to happen for a reason. And if you can't figure out that reason, it makes you a very angry person because it makes you feel stupid. So you have to sit there and stare at every horrible thing that happened in your life and wonder why you deserve it, because obviously you do, because it happened for a reason. You just don't know it.
So I think a lot of things are hindsight 2020, right? I look at shitty situations, and most of the time I've put myself in them, right? Like, it's not like shit just always happens to me. Like, there's a lot of just dumb shit I've done. I'm really dumb. But hindsight, I look at the experiences I've learned from it, the ability to be empathetic to others, the ability to understand other people when they're, like explaining something to me, and I'm like, oh, I can totally be relatable to that. I think I give better advice, to people who ask for it because I've already been in those shoes. And I find that all of these mistakes I made early on help gear me in the direction to where going forward, I definitely won't repeat them. Therefore, it's already done. I already did all this, the dumb shit. It's like, okay, now it's nothing but better decisions going forward. And I just
repeat my mistakes.
Well, that's because you're,
what I look for in somebody I'm hiring. If I'm ramrod on a job or whatever, and I get the opportunity to hire people, and I start interviewing, I look for someone that at least has the possibility of learning from someone else's mistake. I'm not so interested in somebody learning from their own mistakes. I would like for them not to make those in the first place. And when you see someone else mess up and you can learn not to do that because you saw it happen to them, that's a skill that is sellable.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I agree for sure. But you also have to recognize there's a lot of people that do have to learn by doing on their own. You tell them the stove's hot, don't touch it. They're still going to touch the stove. Now, after they touch that stove the first time, they're like, all right, I believe it. No problem. Never touch it again. But I think a lot of us, because think about it. Think about all the things that our parents tell us growing up. All of this great advice literally handed to us on a platter, and we still do stupid shit.
Well, that is being a child. That is learning and growing.
Yes, of course. But as you're 18, 19, 20 to I'd say even up to 25, I still think we're all still dumb, right? If you're making these mistakes beyond 25, then you really have other problems.
Or an addiction.
Shut up.
Right. But I think beyond that, you should definitely be well placed, have enough experiences between yourself and your peers, and finally realizing that your parents were right and you should have listened the first time. And you're like, oh, all of that advice should be applicable. And now I understand why. But, we have to learn, most of us.
I find that I'm turning in. I learn all my own mistakes. I never take anybody's advice, but I'm turning you ever have that moment where you're like, oh, fuck, I'm my parent. Exactly.
I haven't. My dad's a very stoic, quiet man. He speaks very rarely. My mom never really told jokes and didn't have a whole lot of sense of humor to speak of. I was told my whole life I wasn't funny because they didn't like that joke or they thought I was picking on someone, which I probably was. I mean, let's be honest. But at the same time, I'm not in danger of ever looking up and realize and saying, "Oh my God, I'm just like my father." It's not like that. I'm a dynamically different personality from either of my parents.
My dad used to say a lot that no good deed goes unpunished, and now I find myself repeating that all the fucking time.
That's because cliches are cliche for a reason.
Yeah.
Well, for most of my life, I thought that he was just a pessimistic asshole. But he was right.
That may also have been true. They are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah. I like probably my biggest learning feature is almost kind of just being too nice. And I consider that to be a flaw, like just my willingness to give and give and give.
Yeah.
And
I can relate to that.
Yeah. And it's like you want to do things because you like I've been in those shoes before, you know, and I've like if somebody helped me, it's like God, I want to pass it forward, you know, and again and again and again.
Without anything in return, you just want to help them out.
Exactly.
Sure.
But then when it turns out biting you in the ass and you're like, man, that sucks. But I still look at it as like, you know what? I can wipe my hands clean and say, I did the good thing. I'm out of this, you know, like this doesn't.
I have a reversed opinion on this one. I spent most of my adult life as, you know, a terrible, horrible person. Like I was a bad person. I'm not debating that point. I did evil. Okay. So I accept that. And at this point, I am willing to eat an awful lot of crow in order to not be evil. So I have to tolerate things like what just occurred without becoming angry, without having the vengeance thing pop out. You know, I don't get angry like that anymore because I don't have to.
Yeah.
It's completely unnecessary.
And Nick drove his own self off the panel. Nobody ran him off. He was welcome
No,
to stay.
I didn't say I was. I said I can't. I'm not necessarily trying to make amends because I don't believe I could actually do that. But I don't have to be that person anymore, and I choose not to be. And so as long as it doesn't take anything I can't get over from me, I'm willing to try a couple of times to help someone until they throw it in my face. When they throw it in my face, that's when I'm like, well, I can't help you if you're not willing to help yourself. I can show you how to do better. I can try to show you what helped me become better, you know, because objectively, I'm a better person than I was. So, I mean, that's all I can do. My question comes down to this. If you're having marriage problems, do you go to a priest who has never been married for advice or a bartender who's had 5 divorces?
I go to a lawyer.
Okay,
I've never met a married bartender.
I would say I would go to the bartender to find out what they did so that I don't do that. But I would go to the priest and ask to be consoled on the matter and consulted on, you know, considerations for, am I kind of in the right? Am I just in my feelings?
You're not in the right. Anytime you have a relationship, both people are usually wrong.
We're always all wrong, right? It's hers and the
Speaking
truth,
of
right?
priest,
he'll absolve you of all your
open.
sins. Bless you, my child. I'm out. Sasquatch out. Y'all have a lovely evening.
Bye, Scott.
All right, Sash.
Praise God. Drink some holy water.
Oh
Praise
my God,
God.
you even got holy water. What a tard.
Katie likes going to thrift stores, and she found that. She was like, oh, I got you a holy water thing. When I woke up at like the ass crack at 3 p.m. or whenever I sleep
Why didn't she get you the glass one?
Because they only had the plastic ones.
Oh,
you will eat it.
Or the golden one. That's even better.
Yeah. Yes, the Pope had. So we've all decided that evolution's retarded, religion is retarded. Yeah.
Did we?
I went over on Millionaire Bachelor's show for a little bit earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot about him. He was the one that got the billboards.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a short-lived tactic, right?
What do you mean?
I don't think there's any long-term gain from buying 10 billboards.
Do you think there's any Is it a short-term channel?
I don't know. He's still small. I mean, I don't know when he started this. I don't know how long he's been around. If he's been around for more than a year,
What's the
then
premise?
huh?
What's the premise of his show?
He's a millionaire bachelor who wears a mask and teaches other men how to be millionaire bachelors. I think. I don't know.
I've never really looked at him.
Yeah, well, he wears that black mask that covers his face. I feel like that's kind of a little weird.
He's probably ugly as shit.
Could be. Could be. Well, then he said something because I was asking him about, or I was kind of like laughing at the billboard thing, and I said, well, yeah, it's funny, but I said, I still have an issue because you bought them around his home, so now his children are the ones that have to deal with any repercussions as well. And he said something like, well, what if I had, or no, he said, well, Andrew didn't consider my kids when he showed the front side of my building or whatever. And I'm like, you have kids? And he's like, well, if I, or he said something, and I was like, well, how could you be the millionaire bachelor if you have, like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't feel like that fits, but why he wears a mask.
That's, pretty much exactly that picture. And I just painted it over. I thought it would be pretty cool to put here. But yeah, I mean, that's my thing. Like, I want to be a superhero, and nobody can tell me that I can't be a superhero. Everybody's trying to put limitations on Millionaire Bachelor. Millionaire Bachelor, you can't be a superhero. Oh, you got to take your mask off. Why? I feel comfortable in it. Why do you have gloves on? Because I like gloves. Why are they leather? Leather's the shit. Why don't you show your face? I don't want to. Like, this is what I hear when people ask me these questions. Like, I literally just give 1 word, 2 word answers, and I'm just like, that's not my life. That's your life. But yeah, I mean, for all those who are wondering, I do think I'm a superhero for sure. I mean, come on. Millionaire Bachelor is kind of like a superhero.
Interesting. What?
He's a superhero.
Are you laughing at the Millionaire Bachelor?
He's a superhero.
Here's a secret. All men think that way.
And scene. Oh
yeah. Put that face on, that poker face.
Oh, I gotta manually shut down.
It's really hard.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't.
I hope he sees this.
What are we laughing at? I had to step away for a second.
She was laughing. Oh, you missed it? Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
She was laughing at the Millionaire Bachelor. She thinks he's goofy.
Oh, I seen her over at Rachel's this morning.
Oh, what happened at Rachel's this morning? Anything?
No, she invited me up. I just went up for a little bit, and then because she lets me come on before Wax gets there.
Oh, I just assume Deep Six, that guy.
What's Deep Six?
Deep Six.
You don't know what Deep Six is?
Well, we just fucking asked you
that. Concrete block for shoes.
Oh. A deep 6 feet. I'm gonna 6 feet him, but in the deep water. He sleeps with the fish.
Who is the Millionaire Bachelor? We still talking about him?
No, we're talking about Wax.
Wax. You think he's dead? Is that what you?
No. Here's what Chuck is saying. When I said the Wax name, Chuck said, "Yeah, he needs to be deep 6." What he's saying?
Oh,
is
he needs to be. I thought
sleep with the fishes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Chuck wants to put a hit on him. Okay.
I was trying to be nice.
I don't know. I don't know that it's the words you chose that would make it mean. It's the idea being communicated.
Oh boy. What are we watching now?
I've never looked at any of this dude shit.
I wonder
he got
if,
into it with
like,
Glenn Lawrence.
He's getting into it with everyone apparently, but and I don't know why, because he has a lot of the same talking points as all of these people. Like
He's trying to get into the scene, and so he's making.
You're not gonna break in by being an asshole.
Oh, you mean like historical?
I was just about to say that.
Stop it!
I'm serious. That's how he busted in.
That did him no good. That did him absolutely no good.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's better to, it's okay to go against the grain when you need to, but if you all agree on the same shit, why
I wish he could help his girlfriend GS though. Oh my God.
Boy.
GS
is goofy.
He's on such a hate campaign, it drives me crazy.
Yeah, that's why I kind of stopped watching his stuff, because I got tired of hearing the drama about all of the other people.
Hours and hours. It's the same person he's been talking about for the last 2 months.
Yeah, and then when I went on to talk to him about it, it was like he just got. This was like a couple months ago, and he just got irate with me, and I was like, "All right, well, I'm just trying to distract you and get you to something, talk about something else." And you're not. I don't know if you were there, Chuck. You might have been. But
I was there a couple times when you showed up.
Yeah, but
Lurking.
he's definitely
generally specific.
Oh yeah, he's neurotic.
Yeah,
he went from 0 to 250 subs in 30 days. What do you think? Did he hit the promotion tab like Grid One did, or did he buy his subs like?
Well, it's actually pretty easy. It's actually pretty easy starting off.
He coattailed off of somebody else.
Well, not only that, but like YouTube naturally promotes new streamers more than the regulars, because they want to push it out and get it out there. So getting your first 500 is actually pretty easy. But anything beyond that, like, you got to do the work. It's like YouTube, like, especially once you hit 1K, I noticed like YouTube kind of like slows down on you.
Or once you get demonetized.
Yeah, well, that sucks.
Yeah, and actually when I clicked it, I thought it said 3 days at first. So 30 days is like, that ain't that impressive.
No, it's not.
Who just joined?
Ride.
I think there was.
How's it going, boss?
I mean, you can literally get. I mean, I've hit the numbers before, like over a couple hundred subscribers just in one night. Like, it's not. It's just, I don't know, 250 in 30 days is not. I don't feel like
I
that's.
understand Grid's going to help Flo get his numbers up.
Sarah, you've been having some weird stuff happening on your channel recently. Is someone embodying your channel?
We're not going to talk about it though, because we're going to like hope that stops happening. So I don't want to.
Or maybe you're like hitting the algorithm or some shit. I don't know.
No, those are definitely, because the views. It took a couple days, but the views went back to the normal numbers. So we know it wasn't like, and YouTube, to my understanding, will clear out if they believe there's bots. They'll clear out those numbers.
All right, so you're not thinking you were just looking extra special those nights. It's not.
No,
like that.
I don't think it had anything to do with me. I don't think it had anything to do with the stream and what we're like. Not at all. That was
Untrackable. Flip me off.
Because I think Flow State with that hat is getting a few extra views just because people love looking at that hat.
Oh, yeah, you're up here. You're up now. Welcome, Untrackable. Welcome, Ride. Any thoughts on anything at all?
How's it going, Untrackable?
Hey, what's up, everybody?
What's going on? This is your first time here. You got a channel?
No.
No? Right on. Do you have any thoughts on this guy, on Trump and Kamala thinking that people are garbage, on evolution, why it's retarded, on religion?
Just like, that's a wide topic right there.
Well,
hey, Is this the Tony Hinchcliffe question?
I don't know who that is.
Wow, really?
What's happening? That's a yes.
No, I don't know who Tony Hinchcliffe is, so I don't know what his question is.
By the way, I
Yeah, I
can
don't
vouch
either.
for Untrackable.
Okay, cool.
I can vouch for him too. I met him over at Gen X.
And I can vouch for the people who vouch for people, so it's all good.
Only the best people vouch for people.
I can vouch for Sarah.
Thank you.
Just so you guys know, I'm vouching for Sarah.
Thank you, Ride.
Well, look, I mean,
So
look at our screen.
Untrack-
We're in the same house.
Untrackable is actually a veteran, and he had some encounters with GS.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
yeah?
came over.
Oh,
He was over
no.
on my stream.
Yeah.
Untrackable was over on my stream. I think it was the other night or a couple nights ago.
Well, I hope it was good encounters.
Has
I haven't
anybody
had
had any good encounters with him?
I haven't had any issues with him. With Untrackable. You're talking about Untrackable, right?
No.
No, I
GS.
was talking about GS.
Oh, GS. Yeah, no.
I remember the day, Sarah, you went over there and you're like, hey, it's not worth it. Just calm down. Like don't let people get under your skin. And then he switched and turned and you're like, you are such a B, you're such a C, you are a blah, blah, blah. I'm like, holy cow.
Mad because someone said in the chat, like, shouldn't she be like talking or hanging out with her kids instead of doing this? And
That too.
GS was like trying to make it a point. And I'm like, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Like, what do you? He's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Well, go cuddle with your kids. I'm like, my daughter doesn't want me. She's 15. If I
So
like,
I
they were
remember
actually
that.
like in the kitchen woman. That's
Right,
crazy.
I
People
remember
don't even
that.
use that thing anymore.
1 o'clock in the fucking morning, bro. Like my kids are asleep. Well, don't you need to be up and refreshed in the morning to feel better?
Right.
So you get like, I'm good, bro.
Thanks for the concern.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. It
Go
was
tell
like
Mama Tomato about it if
but he did have his apology tour and even
No, he
review, I think.
didn't. No, but
What?
he still pops up on my panel. He's been on a few times recently. But I'm still waiting for that apology for that shit. But
Wow.
whatever.
Let me
Yeah, I
apologize
mean-
for him. Just because the sandwich you made wasn't good enough doesn't mean he should talk shit about you.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
she puts mustard on her shit.
No, that's the worst.
Mustard. I love
That
See,
is
that's
really
not marriage
so he
material. If you put
never
mustard on, it's not marriage material anymore.
Hey, lower your mic a little, please.
I got
So
you.
he never apologized to you, yet he shows up just on your panel.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a tail between the legs kind of thought process, which is fine. I don't care. Like
You
it
don't
didn't
need
hurt.
him to tap out and publicly admit submission.
No, he kind of already
Right.
does it just by show. I
He
mean,
loves
to
flow
me,
state. I know that.
well, like
That's not
to
what I
me,
heard.
I look at it like I would have to care about how he talked to me to give it merit, right?
Sure.
And whatever, he shows up on the panel, that's fine. I don't give a fuck. Like he didn't kill anybody, right? That's how I look at it. Like, is he doing something completely, or did he just have an emotional breakdown like a little girl? That's all he
Yeah.
did. Whatever. It is what it is. Not my
True.
problem.
He does have those often.
So if you like know that somebody acts that way, now I'm going to choose not to go to his panels because I'm not going to go over there just to be, you know, downsized and degraded. But you know, I have kind of an open door policy for the most part, as long as you're not talking about certain things or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, you even let Spagoli or whatever his name
I
is.
know. I have a
And Doc-
very short tolerance for him though. He's timed.
And Doc, what's his name?
He's
Dr.
funny.
Bob, Dr. Steve, whatever.
Oh,
his
the
name
doctor.
Dr. Rob? Or
Yeah.
I mean Dr. Hart. Yeah.
The one that Flo
Dr.
enjoys
Rob,
so
yeah,
much.
Dr. Robert.
Robert.
Yeah,
Robert,
he
there we
doesn't
go.
show up. He doesn't show up very often. He's usually over in the vinyl community. But I think a lot of people, like now, like it's a hindsight concept. I think a lot of people do try to utilize my panel as like a trauma dump or emotion dump,
Sympathy board. Yeah.
or
Yep.
I see Sarah has an open panel and somebody that I want to yell at is on that panel. I'm going to go up there and I don't care, because it's like, as long as as long as it's not a topic specific panel, right? If it's Mod Monday or Throwdown Thursday, overall, I kind of want it to be geared on topic. But Saturday night sip and I don't really. I mean, overall, I don't really complain too much. So, but everybody knows I have that open door, so it's not that big of a deal.
I like Spicoli because Spicoli likes me.
Sarah pulled me out the other day.
That's not
Sarah,
a benefit.
I was about to go up on a panel, and Sarah's like, "Don't bring him up; he'll derail everything." Sarah called me out, so I appreciate that.
Whose stream
She's
was
right.
that?
Do you actually
She's right.
appreciate that?
I do, because I'm bullshit all the time. I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about on any of these panels. I just constantly
We
bullshit.
agree.
Do you
We
actually
agree.
believe your bullshit?
It depends on the bullshit and the night. My opinions about
Your
shit
main
changes constantly.
line of bullshit.
Well,
it depends on the amount
slaves
of
to
booze.
women, or
most of the time, though,
Yeah,
when he
that's
shows
it. The
up,
women thing.
when he shows up, then he'll turn his camera on and he'll be in the middle of a bar, and all we hear is the sound of the bar. And he's like, got a beer. He's
it's a
like,
great bar.
yeah, you know. And then it's like, okay, I'm gonna mute you. Like, I'm just gonna let people watch you and whatever.
Yeah, that's obnoxious.
Yeah.
That's an
Yeah, I left
alcoholic.
the bar. I'm
Yeah.
home now. After 14 beers, I'm at 14 right now. I came home. The guy in the bar. I
What kind
met
of
some
beer do you
little guy.
drink?
So I'm trying to lose some weight. So I'm drinking Michelob Ultra, which is 95 calories of beer.
But he does it daily.
I remember the fat girls that would drink Mick Ultra.
But you
Yeah,
realize
piss
that the
water.
excess alcohol turns into sugar,
Yeah,
therefore
I'm
adds
6'2",
weight.
240. So like I'm a fat bastard, but I'm not like super fat. You know,
But hey,
You're
he's
fat.
drinking diet beer, so it should work
I'm
out.
drinking
Oh, that's
Diet
like
beer.
That's why I can drink
But
14 of them.
when you drink 14 of them, you know that kind of like negates the whole concept, right?
Yep.
Bingo.
Like you are literally drinking all of your calories for the day.
Hey,
because
and
all
that
that
makes
alcohol
sense.
turns to sugar,
That
turns
makes
into
sense.
fat.
As long as you don't eat, you got your calories for the day. Just don't
That's,
eat.
Yeah, but they're
that's
not
the
good.
trick, right?
They're not
That's
good
not
calories,
true.
though.
Then
That's
that would
not
even be
true.
worse for him if he's drinking alcohol on an empty stomach. Are you kidding?
I don't
He'll
think he cares.
dehydrate
Yeah,
big
But
does
if
time.
you
Michelob
get
Ultra
some
even
Coke,
count as alcohol?
if you get
I'm
some
just
Coke,
saying. I'm just
then you won't
saying.
be hungry.
It'll blow his guts out. Yeah, it's alcohol. It'll blow his guts out. But as long as you don't eat, you're gonna have a steady flow, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Not
Track, how
true.
many did you have tonight?
Me? I had
Me?
14.
No, track.
Oh,
Enough
untrackable.
enough to lose some weight. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yours you've showed us before. Is it Busch Light?
Well, it's Mike's hard cider right now.
That's
Oh,
feminine.
okay.
And so you were feminized. How did you decide to drink a woman's beer? Is like were you raised by a single mom?
Mike
That's a
is
gay
pretty
beer.
good.
Oh
That's
no,
a gay
no.
drink.
The thing is, when you run out of your own, it's like you start stealing your wife's shit.
Yeah, I mean, I support your transition to womanhood. If you want to drink like these women's beers, I definitely support your transition. If you want to go into that way,
You ain't got much room to talk, Mr. Ultra.
That's true.
I mean, my shit's not fruity though. Mike's a little fruity.
Ultra's for women.
I don't know. Lemon's not a fruit, is it? Is lemon a fruit?
Yes.
Oh my
mean,
God.
Look at that.
Jesus
Ryan has
Christ.
officially derailed the entire conversation.
See, that's
Sarah
Sarah
was
knows.
right.
Sarah knows, dude. She got that intuition. That's how she's a mom. Moms know.
In fact,
The
isn't
problem with
right half
female
off,
intuition
Flo?
is that sometimes it's wrong, but they don't believe it.
Is ride half off yet?
Oh, no, ride's still regular price. Ride just got everybody's still full price.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. No
What
problem.
does that
Ride.
mean?
It means sometimes when somebody's like aggravating the fuck out of me, but not enough for me to kick them out, I'll like discount them because everybody's on for sale. Let me just do this.
Yeah.
Instead of a
Oh,
At
I gotta
first
aggravate
rate,
you.
almost every time I'm live, unless I say otherwise. You can pay to kick a panelist or revive a panelist, including myself. I cost $2 a minute. Everybody else is $1 a minute. Sometimes when somebody's really annoying the shit out of me, I'll put them on sale for half price. But
So I got to ask you a question then. Since we're putting people on sale for half price, do you really wear a hat because you're balding? Is that actually why you're wearing that hat?
I wear a hat because I'm lazy.
It's all right. I mean, the male pattern baldness comes in at your age. I'm not judging you.
I've still got my hair.
Typically, it's a sign of low testosterone. Is that why you have the male pattern
Oh my goodness.
baldness? Or?
It's actually the
So,
opposite.
Flo, I thought Chuck and I would be different price because we're club owners.
Yeah, I'm toying around with that. I haven't implemented that yet, though.
Okay.
But I was here first.
Yeah, no, I'm toying around with that option, but yeah, it's not implemented yet.
Gotcha.
So, speaking of random off-topic conversations, recently on the Thorpe stream, Grace came on and
Please don't.
so Ruby, do you know who Ruby Spacek is?
No.
No,
I think so. Yeah, I do.
So Grace leaked all of Ruby Spacek's when she was a working girl. She leaked all of the auto and videos from when Ruby was a working girl on like Chatterbait and other sites.
Mm.
And tonight she put
That's
on
disgusting.
the sound clip.
Do you have
from
the
that.
link?
Tonight she put on the sound clip from that.
I was gonna say I don't think this is a bad thing. Like, maybe in the space, but like that probably just gave her a huge boost. Like I don't.
Well,
feel like
that's what she was trying to walk away from it. She hasn't done these adult streams in like 7 or 8 years.
Me either.
So what do you guys think about like people bringing up shit from your past to attack you today?
That's always.
We all have past.
Always.
I know
What was
that
the question?
I know that Flo and Sarah both have past. How would you guys feel if like
What kind of
someone
past
came
are
up?
you putting on me?
What the heck? Not everybody.
Why would I
has a
even be
past.
comparable to Flo to saying Sarah and Flo both have past?
Well,
like,
I mean,
I don't know. Where are you? What
Oh,
is
he's
in your
talking about
background?
Sarah, did you sell meth?
Bringing up back trash and throw it in your face.
She was
No.
married to a cop, so that might be. I mean, that would be the perfect cover for.
You know, the police officers have the highest rate of domestic violence. So if she
I
was
would
married
say
to a cop, she
Oh
probably
my
got beat.
gosh, we're back to that.
I did buy
I would
this
say
house from FBI agent.
if somebody were to get a hold of my real world past and whatever they could get a hold of, that's fine because I did that. But if they were
What'd you
to no, but listen, but if if they were to I heard Untrack say something on a panel and you know 6 months later it's like well you know maybe I said this. Oh wait. Let me dig 6 months into my knapsack. Go ahead and do it. That's like I can't not be me. And if you're gonna put yourself out there in public, don't ever not be you. You
Yeah,
hear?
so that's
Right.
okay up to a point, but like let's pretend a situation for Untrackable because I don't even know who you are. Let's pretend you got like a DWI in like 2005 with like a kid in the car. They brought that up and they were like, "Oh my God, this guy's an alcoholic. He's still drinking all the time. He's the worst guy ever. He's trying to kill his kids." So like, it's all right to say like what actually happened, but then like blowing it up and making up shit based on it, it gets to be pretty bad, right? Or like Flo.
I think that okay, here's what I think about YouTube. I think because we're presented on a screen, people like to put themselves into our lives and what's the word? Like interject themselves into our worlds and demand that our worlds belong to them. Right?
Yeah, there's a word for that.
They what?
Oh man, I can't think of the word though. It's where like we believe that if we see them on a screen, they're part of our lives.
They feel like they're
It's
entitled
social.
to the information.
It's a parasocial
Parasocial.
relation.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
And so because of that, unfortunately, they put their worldviews on us, and we, according to them, like, this is the delusion behind it all. According to them, we have to live up to their worldview standards, when it's like, this is my world, right? But just because you see me on the screen, you automatically believe I belong to your world. And that's where it goes wrong, unfortunately. And I feel bad for Ruby, because if Grace did something like that, I think that's, again, there's shitty people out there that do really shitty things, and I don't think doing something like that would be appropriate. And it's very unwarranted, unless Ruby did something to her and Grace is like clapping back or something. Then it's kind of like, well, that, you guys do it to yourselves. But
yeah, I don't think anyone here can say the Thorpes are good people.
Oh yeah,
I don't even know who they are.
You don't want to just bypass that whole piece.
They have a reputation for dicking over the people that they've worked with.
Yeah.
They really want to work with you.
I know
really
they
want to work with you. Felicity.
And
whole
I'm
concept
not
is
opposed
bad.
to that, even if the idea is right. But I've never been dicked over by them, but I would be, they do have that reputation.
Have you stuck around long enough?
know.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just because they will sell you for lolcow clicks and views, right? If they don't have content, they'll find content to create the lolcow, because that's what they've built their reputation on. It's an unfortunate business model.
I want nothing to do with an abuser myself.
Would you say that you got screwed over, Sarah, because of your old friend who was going to go out there but then didn't end up and then met up with you?
Oh, when Ashley was going to go meet with the Thorpes?
Yeah, I didn't want to say her name because I wasn't sure of the situation.
Yeah, no, that was very public. No, Michelle and I talked her out of it. We're like, no, absolutely not. Like, we do not put our seal of approval. And I'm glad she agreed not to go. And she just, she still flew into somewhere up there. Maybe it was just outside Rhode Island, and then just traveled down here to me, since I wasn't that far away, and then just spent the weekend with me instead. And we had a great time. We had a whole documentary made on it and everything, so it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw you guys brought in a cameraman.
You made a documentary.
Yeah,
I don't know about this. This must be old lore.
this was last so a year ago, I think. Cheeky,
You made a documentary.
he goes on
of who?
we had another YouTube person made a documentary on us. Like, he's a camera guy. Yeah. But
Gotcha.
he was
That's
was
cool.
originally charged with going up. He was going to film the whole Wayward Hose thing with the Thorpes and Ashley, but somehow that plan didn't work out. So he was like, well, I'll come down and I'll film with you guys and have some fun. And we did. It was cool. It was a really nice weekend. We went skydiving and all that fun stuff. So
Yeah, Ben used that to talk crap about Ashley for like probably a couple months.
well, he didn't have any sort of plan, and it was very clear when we got on that phone call for it. And it was just ugh.
Yeah, it was.
But
let's
since
see
then,
what
you've had the
happened.
falling out with
Yep.
Ashley, so you're not sure where she is at this point.
Yeah, no, I don't keep up with her.
So why are you bringing up
Track,
old
what have you been
stuff?
up
You
to?
trying to start? Not much. Taking care of the family.
Did you ask me
Trying to
something?
survive.
Oh, I asked Track what he's been up to.
So
Untrackable. Okay.
I
Sorry,
call him
misunderstood
Track.
you.
I don't know. Yeah, it's Izzy. What have you been up to?
Yeah, it's good to see you. I have been around and about, and I'm not gonna lie about it. But
You can lie a
You
little.
wait, you didn't know it was me?
no, I did know it was you. That's why I said
Oh,
what I said.
gotcha. Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't seen you.
But I'm a don't start no shit, won't be no shit type of person. Like I hear what I hear, and I have my opinions on many things, but I'm not everywhere all the time, and honestly, I don't give a shit.
That's the way to go, bro. As long as you vote for like Kamala Harris, then it's all good. Then no one can ever fuck with you.
Oh Lord!
Somebody get him out of here.
Do you not see my icon, my avatar?
I don't know what that means. It's sarcastic, right?
He's wearing his boyfriend's letter jacket.
Nice.
Congratulations. It is time for me to go. I'm going to bed.
You need some help?
Mama Tomato is watching her. Well, she was earlier.
She's probably still listening in. She can't be in the chat as often as she used to, so she's probably listening in. But good night, Mom. I love you. And good night, Flo.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up. We got something tomorrow. What do we got tomorrow? Shill the shit.
We're talking about duty sex. Duty sex.
Ooh.
And by that, that's DOOD. Why? So like butt sex.
Oh, pussy.
That's an interesting topic.
Yeah.
It's
That's
not
a good topic.
that, but it's based on
Bring your pussies.
Yeah, it'll be fun. But we're gonna dual stream. We're gonna have some fun, right, Flo? And I'm gonna bring all the mustard I can.
Oh God!
And I'm just gonna drink the mustard on screen. You know.
I dare you to. I dare you,
Wilson.
Take a shot of mustard.
You want to be there?
Huh?
Is Andrew Wilson going to be there?
No, it's based on so he had some tweets going, like some little tweet wars going, and I went digging in his trash looking into these tweets, and then I asked him a little bit more about the concept of what he was saying. So I kind of wanted to share that perspective and kind of see where the crowd sits on it, because duty sex is kind of a lot of, like, some people are on board with like, yeah, you should be doing this and here's why, and then other people are like, no, it's my body, it's my anatomy, and that.
Gotcha. Got it.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, and I misunderstood her because she was a poor communicator, and so I titled last night's stream "Duty Sex" something.
I am not a poor communicator.
Well, you communicated that part clearly.
No, you're
just loses attention. Yep.
My attention is spectacular, sir.
Did you end up talking about it?
Ball.
Did you end up talking about it?
Tune in. That's an interesting topic because of the thin line between.
I don't know. You're gonna have to go back and check.
What defines a relationship and what doesn't define a relationship when it comes to sex.
Anyways, we will talk about that tomorrow night.
Okay,
thank you for being
here. You have a good night.
Bye, boys.
Bye.
Bye, Izzy.
Bye, bye.
Bye, bye.
And boom, she gone.
All right, untrackable. If you and I are locked up together, do you think you have a duty to give me sex, or what's going on?
What?
Never mind.
What kind of sick question is that?
You're asking the wrong person, because a track will beat the crap out of you.
I'm from New York.
No,
oh my God. What the fuck is it with New York people who think
that's not a flex?
Can I answer? Can I answer for myself?
Please do.
No, I am not dutiful to you, but I will fuck you.
I mean,
exactly my point.
Afterwards, as long as you give me a kiss afterwards, it's all good.
Beyond you won't even have a concept of love after I fuck you.
Because you're gonna blow it back out that good.
You still got that clip, Flo, of our other New York?
Man, I got a lot of clips. Good.
This guy was in the military, in the army. You don't want to mess with him, and he's been deployed 1,000 times.
I can't wait to get my dick wet.
No, man.
No, not that one.
Please Please don't talk
Paul's
about me
talking
like
about it.
that is not me.
No, I don't. I deleted that.
Remember Paul
come on,
talking about
Flo.
sex?
I do remember it, but no, I deleted it.
Oh,
The only 2 Paul clips I have left are the ones where he's talking about me.
your earring in the talk show.
Yeah.
That one got his goat.
And he had the balls to do a broadcast with people called Talking with Famous People. He was the famous person. Okay. If you go into these people fucking background, Jack Talcott, and you look at who they've been for the last 5 and 6 years, it's narcissist central. I'm the potentially famous person.
No, he's not. He was supposed to fight. Did he fight Jeremy?
I tried to warn you, by the way, Ryder.
About what?
Or Ride, whatever your name is, about just saying that kind of stuff to Track.
Track, I love you, even though you can't paint your ceiling.
Who paints your garage?
But he can mud it though.
That's true. That's actually a fucking good job.
That's what I'm saying. That's a good mud job.
It really is.
Better than Flo can do. We know Flo can't hang drywall.
You know what? That motherfucker. What day is it? I'm probably gonna wait.
Flo did a really good job painting his house pink. I don't know what that's all about. I'm not judging him on his color choices.
Did you make some progress on that front, Flo?
Well, he owes me $200 and some $220. And yeah, I talked to him and he says he'll pay me Friday. But he's been talking shit around, but I'm gonna wait to address it because I feel like he's trying to pick a fight before so he doesn't have to so he can get out of paying me.
Well, I know he started trashing me, and the only thing I can figure is I guess he figured I'd run back to you with it.
Right. And that's so I'm not addressing it now because I don't want to give him an out on paying me.
I understand completely.
Mm-hmm.
Loser mentality.
Well, it's not surprising. It's not like this is the first time that he's gotten duped into talking shit on me and then had to backpedal. It's not the first. It's
not.
No, the whole drywall trope that came out because he got duped into. Yeah.
His daddy.
Right.
He wants to be one of his disciples.
Yeah.
I guess that's what they call him.
I don't know, but anyways, I will be addressing him in the future, but not right now.
I'll keep my ears open. So tomorrow, as in Friday, no, day after tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow's
Thursday. Tomorrow's Halloween.
Yeah, you guys all have costumes picked out.
Yeah, I'm 37 and my daughter's 14, so we don't. When she was little, like I always let my daughter pick out my costume, but she's probably not going trick or treating with her dad this year. So
yeah, we have one area in our town where everyone goes, all like the teenagers, middle schoolers, go and throw eggs at each other and fuck with each other in like battery socks and so that's everyone from like 6th grade to 11th grade go there.
That sounds
not very bright, are they?
What?
I said they're not very bright up there. I take it.
No, middle schoolers just beat the crap out of each other. You remember middle school probably in the 1940s for you, right, Chuck?
Yeah.
1940s was a good time for middle school.
Well, we had to chop wood first.
You had to walk uphill both ways and then milk the donkey.
10 feet of snow both ways.
Yeah. Lindsay, we want to see more of you, not baby Flo.
Little baby with a torch in his hand.
Is baby Flo my daughter or me when I was a baby? Because I got pictures of both.
14's rough. My kid turns 19 November 3rd, and 14 was a rough year. 14, 15, 16 were
Did
rough
you
years.
say November 3rd?
Yeah, it's my daughter's birthday.
That's a magical day in my world too.
Why is
Is
that?
it?
That's my birthday.
No,
Are
and
you
know
my
what?
daughter?
It just became magical in my world too, because not even fucking like 10 minutes ago, I looked and that's the day that I am able to apply for remonetization. So
Hey,
See there?
congratulations.
that's some good fucking luck if I ever seen any.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, it is a magical day. Holy cow.
I thought that I had a lot longer to wait, but nope, I can do it. So then
I have a practice that day.
See, that was a great
what are you
day.
practicing?
Basketball.
You play basketball?
I coach basketball.
Okay.
But you're a girl, right? Am I wrong?
I
And your
assume
point?
You a girl.
And your point is what?
Women can't play sports.
Oh, one of these guys is he?
Well, I mean, that's actually Chuck made a good point. Like, I guess like beach volleyball or like something where like they're showing off their body instead of actually playing the sports. I agree with you, Chuck.
Oh my goodness. But you also agree when it comes to if a woman, tried to slap you, you should beat the crap out of her. So shut up.
So generally, I think since women are in charge, if a woman tried to smack me, I should apologize for being smacked.
Yeah.
Women are in charge.
Yeah, Chuck knows.
Okay.
No,
What kind of?
it's weak
I'm
men.
confused.
So Chuck, you were born in like the 1940s and 1950s. Since then, we've been taught as a society that you should never put your hands on a woman. You should never really be offensive to a woman. You have to watch your language around women. You have to treat them like they're better than you. In mixed
They
company,
are.
you speak a different way. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Women control society.
They got the golden ticket.
Here we
You
go
don't want
again.
to. You
Chuck
don't.
agrees.
No,
You
Chuck
don't want to
doesn't
learn that.
agree. Chuck
He
is a
disagreed.
man, a real man who knows what he's doing. He's lived a very great, amazing life. He doesn't sit here and act like a victim. He's a
So you saw how
Yeah,
like the
because
whole
he knows
panel
that
got
he'll get
quiet.
kicked straight the fuck out if he does.
You see how the whole panel got quiet when the only woman started talking because we're scared to like offend you.
We're
because you're a
quiet
woman.
while
I'm
you're
not
talking.
scared. I respect her. I'm not scared of her.
right.
Yeah, the
We
same way
we
like
all get quiet when people talk.
the same way like the slaves respected the slave owners.
Jesus.
No, I got respect for Izzy.
Thank you. I
Man
got respect
respect.
for you. I
So,
appreciate
I mean,
that.
a lot of people confuse respect with fear, and I understand how you could do that, Chuck. I'm not saying anything disrespectful towards you, Chuck. It's just
I'm not
that's just kind of
afraid
how it
of
is.
her.
I understand where you're coming from, and I understand how you have to say that because if you say otherwise, she'll get mad at you, and you'll be in the shit list, and you can't be in the shit list.
Oh, so I got to be afraid of you now, Izzy. Okay.
Well, he's talking like in general with women. But yeah, you should be afraid of me, apparently. I didn't know I have that much power. Holy cow.
I'll
So,
bow down.
can you go to the police and say that any one of us did something bad to you, and we would get arrested?
That's
Me?
the same for if we did it to anybody else.
Yeah. All
No,
you got to do is watch
so
YouTube videos. Guys get arrested all the time for
There's literally
TV.
no thing that you're allowed to do to a guy
Or
that you're not
women
allowed to
do.
do to a
Yeah.
girl legally.
So there's actually like oh man, I wish I remembered this term. So when the police appear for a domestic violence claim, a domestic violence assault situation,
Right.
they are immediately separate the man and immediately assume that he's at fault.
They set
Nope.
they separate.
What's
They
the
always
term for that?
separate. They always separate everybody, and when the police show up,
Wait, there's a specific legal doctrine around that. I can't think of the term.
There's plenty of YouTube videos of the woman getting arrested for
there's no legal doctrine of assume the man is wrong.
Exactly. That's made up in your head.
Were you like arrested or questioned or something happened to you? Like you're so bitter.
Show us on the dial.
I'm
The
not
other
bitter.
day you said it
I'm just a
happened to your
realist.
friends. No, you're
I'm just a
absolutely wrong.
realist.
I have not met one person that says, "Oh yeah, we're all enslaved to women." Like only you.
Well, GS.
And
Does
GS,
he think
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Hey, I can say this. Like, I got arrested as a youngster, and it was a really long walk home. And my mother was the only one that was like, okay, latchkey kid, but I had no key because they took everything. Yeah. Hey, I go to my front door and the lights are on, and I'm like, the door's locked. Bang, bang, bang. And my mom, she greeted me with a smile, but then I had to tell her a story about how I was going 90 in the 25. You know, it's not the end of the world. The cop didn't think it was in the end of the world, and they told me that. And my mother, she was like, yeah, it's not good, but it's not the end of the world.
Right.
When my parent, or when I was in high school, the cops contacted my parents many times. But one of the
You was
times,
in reform school, wasn't you?
no.
No?
One of the times that the cops went to my parents were out of town and my grandparents were watching us, and they called my grandparents, said, "You need to come pick up your grandson." Blah blah blah. Okay, we'll be there. They never showed up. Finally, the cops take me home and walk me to the door, and they're like, "We caught Taylor and his friends drinking," and my grandpa was like, "So what?" I don't know. It was a great reaction. Because every time my parents got called, it was like the big blow up, right? It's the end of the world. Oh my god!
Yeah, my dad almost broke my arm one time because I got caught with a couple of sheets of acid in high school, and that's what got me kicked out of high school. So it's different parents react different ways.
Had you been in trouble before at that school, or is that your first offense?
Well, I was skipping a lot of classes, smoking weed at that point, and at that point, I got kicked out for getting caught with 2 sheets. He was like, "This is what a cop would do if they caught you with this," and he dislocated my shoulder.
That's probably true.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes the beatings you deserve.
No, but you still didn't deserve that, and that was still a bad parenting move. The thing about cops is they're douchebags, and they're not ever on your side. Your parent is supposed to be on your side.
So your parents' job is to teach you what the real world's going to be like, though.
Yeah, but
so that's what he was doing. He was teaching me what the real world was like.
Oops.
And I can say I got a bunch of it when I could, but I come from a one-sided household, if you know what I mean.
I don't know what that means.
Single mom?
Yeah.
That explains a lot.
Well, but still, okay, so they're to teach you what the real world would be like so that you can avoid issues in the future. The point of learning things when you're a kid is because when you're an adult, you have real fucking consequences, right? I went through I learned my lesson on a bunch of bullshit. Your parents are supposed to prevent these problems from happening in your future, not to bring them to you when you're younger.
But you meet them when you meet them, and you learned what you learned. After that, it's on you how you carry on.
Sure, but my point was that was a shit parenting move when his dad dislocated his shoulder.
But what do they say about teaching old dogs new tricks? Like if you don't learn it when you're young, if you don't experience it when you're a kid, you won't realize it as an adult.
I'm not going to teach my daughter not to walk out in the street by hitting her with the car. Is my point.
Yeah, it's so much different with girls.
No, it's not. It's exactly the same. The principle is exactly the same.
Yeah,
no, girls are different.
I'm a father of a daughter, so am I to blame because I blame my parents? No, I can't blame my parents for how I parent, and at the same time, fuck parenting. Did my girl just get hit by a car? We have a problem to solve that is right in front of our face.
But even as adults, women have no consequences for their actions. They can
Oh, for
pretty
the
much get away with
love.
anything.
For
I
the
know.
love. You know, after a
Just let it go
while,
past.
So it's so much different with
you
women.
cannot
It's
blame
different with
your
women and men.
parents. You're an adult. You cannot sit here blame your parents and all
The
that
guy from
crap.
Stain does.
Huh?
You know that band Stain?
No.
They're fucking whiny. I can't stand Stain, but it's
Oh,
a little
really?
whiny. How does it? Yeah, it's just whiny. It's just whiny grown man. A kind of metal. It's like emo metal almost or something.
Oh, gotcha.
It's terrible.
Yeah. But no, I don't know. I think at some point you need to just overcome the fact that whatever your parents did, it's already over. Now you're an adult. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, my dad was overall a good dad. Like he worked full time and he still coached us in football and lacrosse and baseball growing up. He made sure that we played 2 sports every season growing up to make sure that we figured out where we were and who we were going to be. He was there for homework. He was there for
You must have
every
skipped a
school
lot
event.
of practice then.
No, I played. My older brother played football in college. My younger brother played lacrosse in college. I definitely smoked weed under the bleachers, so I wasn't the best I was the black sheep of the family. But yeah, both my brothers are
You're a middle kid?
accomplished. Yes, I'm a middle child.
Well, that explains a lot.
Yep.
Hey, watch that.
What did you say
Hey,
that I seem like?
who?
Me. Didn't you say I seem like something? Weren't you?
You're still have that functional firstborn, yet you kind of like stopped and it got passed to your sister or whoever after you.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But you were surprised that I was the oldest, right?
Yeah, I was really surprised because your traits are more like the last born.
You're not the oldest, are you, Flo?
Yep.
What
He is
about
the
your half
oldest.
sisters?
Well, I mean, I didn't know about them until I was 27. So,
yeah, so
I mean, yeah, I've
the
got older
youngest-
half sisters, but I wasn't raised. I was raised.
Okay, you wasn't
Yeah.
exposed to them.
Right.
Not till 27?
I didn't even know that they existed until I was 27.
They
Yeah.
found you.
They found my dad. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, I did not know that. But
Mhm.
no, yeah, you have definitely last born traits. I was shocked when you said you were a firstborn.
Well, I
He'll
don't
be
get
back
that.
in prison before it's over.
But Ray definitely sounds like a middle child.
Yeah, I am the middle child. I'm definitely stereotypical middle child.
Right. I agree.
What were the? You should hit the the high points of what the traits of each the spots are.
So the younger child is the most pampered. He's the baby, and he'd always be
I think
seen
he
as the
was
baby.
asking Izzy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Izzy. Go ahead. Or not.
Or not.
Izzy, if you're talking, we can't.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can.
Now we can. Yeah. She was busy
Jesus
making a
Christ,
sandwich.
this internet. So, you know, Can
And
you
we
hear
lost
me?
you. Now you're back.
I swear I'm gonna throw this phone out of the window. Anyway, the first, some of the traits for the firstborn are like the leadership, academic development, which you have, very conscientious, you know, perfectionist. I don't know about that. You have structure and maturity, which I don't know about that. So those are some of the basic firstborn traits.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Lindsay, I do seem like a first child. I actually have brothers ahead of me. So according to the birth order book, I'm the first girl. I am a functional first child / I don't know where I follow here. I'm the third child out of 7.
So the first girl is like the most protected, though, right? Like your
I
brothers
am
would have killed people for you.
right. I have brothers first, and then I was
It all
born.
depends. I think everything depends. And that's because there was a lot of shit left in a lot of places where it wasn't expected. Because I can say I'm the last of 6. And there was a lot of a lot going on before I ever existed.
But then there's, circumstances, right? Then you add that.
Yeah, when it's 6, when it's a big family like that, like you guys start to divide at some point. Like someone's living at their uncles, someone's living with their cousins, someone's not really at home anymore. It spreads out, or the oldest child is taking care, acting like a parent to the youngest child, because it's such a big family.
Did you guys know that every president we had was either a firstborn, or they had a sister ahead, or they had a brother who passed away?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Every pilot you'll meet, either a firstborn or only child.
What is the what are the middle and youngest traits?
So the middle child
We lost you.
traits are listening to writer, right? Right.
Yeah, so they're the most awesome, the amazing, and the greatest
Mhm.
ever. Now, truthfully, they're ignored and forgotten about. So middle childs kind of fade into the background. Izzy kind of will give a better definition than I do once her phone works.
Victim. No one did anything
Okay,
for us.
you just your phone worked again at victim. Before that, you were off.
Oh no. Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, they're more like, oh my gosh, no one cares about us. We're not being heard or seen and all that nonsense. But they're also peacemakers, which is great. But the last born trait they're very outgoing, risk taker, very resilient. Let's see, they like to explore. They are charmers, just natural charm, and less likely to get disciplined, and just they have zero care about the world.
Yeah, that's true. My youngest brother sells fake drugs to retired people.
To retired people?
Yeah, fake medication to retired people, like vitamins. So he's zero care for the world, and he's a charmer. So that's true about the youngest child.
I thought that was the middle one.
No, the middle
No,
one's
that's
just
the last
forgotten about.
born.
Okay.
I mean, I can let's
So hold on. The
see
middle.
if
Which
I
was the
remember.
victim? Middle. The victim is the middle.
Yeah, that's true. We
And
are
the
victims.
youngest is the snake oil salesman.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically.
Okay. So we've got
But
they get
the middle
gradually
one.
They get
Go
gradually
ahead.
worse.
Yeah, basically. But the middle one is also, they're known to be very agreeable, again, peacemakers and creative. Let's see, good with others, flexible, go with the flow kind of thing.
I mean,
But
that's
they
true
do
unless
not.
they're drunk.
They're more of a follower than they are leaders.
That's very true unless they're drunk on a panel.
Are the youngest like the independent, or do they follow in the follower leader thing?
Yeah, they're independent.
So I think my brother is the youngest, and I think that we basically like reverse roles.
And it can happen actually. So the book, that birth order book, talked about reverse roles, and then he also talked about
What's it say about reverse roles?
oh gosh, I don't remember. Anyway, it depends on the situation. He also talks about how it kind of starts over after 4 years, and if there is a girl and a boy, you kind of have that functional first child with either one. And then he talks about who you should be with, who you should marry, you should avoid, what kind of job you'll most likely have. It's really fascinating.
I'm looking up the
Yeah.
reverse roles right now.
Add it to the list, the birth order book.
Readings for gay people. Don't read.
I would not listen to him. He's a middle child.
That's all right. I won't listen to him, but he'll be agreeable with that.
It's true.
Yeah,
I
that's
agree.
true.
I definitely agree. Don't listen to me. That's true. Cam the King. Cam the King was on Grace's Discord for a little while. He got in a fight with a troll, and he was like threatening their LIFE with a squirt, with a
pew pew.
A pew pew, yes. So
Cam
Cam's
the
kind of a funny
King.
guy.
Cam, you need to get your shit together.
You know, the book also talks about twins too, which is crazy. Even if you were like 2 seconds, you know, old or whatever, it talks
applies
about
to them
who
as
has
well?
what. Oh yeah.
My older half sisters are twins.
Are they hot?
Oh really?
I've always wanted twins.
Yeah.
My last born twins.
Well, I'm not going to talk about your kids. But
So,
what?
Flo's older sisters we'll talk about.
Did you guys? So the important things. I'm looking up like birth order theory, and I come across. Did you guys know Paris Hilton has a music video out?
I've seen some of her videos. She
I
had a
had
great
no
video
idea.
back in the day.
Yeah, I've seen her old video too, the blowjob one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try not to get this all copywritten up. Oh no, we don't need to listen to that. That's terrible.
No, she's gotten worse looking. I think.
on fire.
Ew.
Sometimes I wanna.
This song is
Oh.
better with the sound off.
So yeah, she's skinny and people like that. I don't understand. Like she's not that attractive in my opinion.
You like them fat?
It's to some people.
Yeah, I thicker than that. I think maybe I'm just old and I'm used to like an older woman, but that's not attractive to me anymore.
Anymore. So she was at one point.
I don't know if it was. She looks so bony. Like you, I don't really want hip bones breaking my hip bones. You know.
I'll smash hip bones.
Yeah.
What was I? Oh yeah, I was looking at birth order theory.
Hey,
Boy, I
so
was really hoping that would be better than
you're more like Adele back in the day, because I agree.
Adele. She was fat, wasn't she?
You said she was what?
Isn't Adele fat?
Yeah, she was thick.
No, Adele was fine, and then somebody took over.
Did she lose like 100 pounds or something?
She did not need to do that.
Well, I haven't
Yeah, I
seen
don't-
her since she lost weight, but I bet she did. I think she did.
I think it's an
She
age
looks
thing.
horrendous.
Because when you're in your teens, you don't mind a teen girl's thin, but when you get older, you like a girl who looks like she's lived life and enjoyed herself.
I don't know if I think that's true. How old are you? You're my age.
I'm 44.
Okay, you're older than me. Not that much, but
so yeah.
So when I get older, I don't like interacting with younger people in general, like at that age, at least not like on sort of a peer level.
Right. I could never sit down and have a date with a 25-year-old at this point. I couldn't have a conversation with them about anything. There's nothing we would interact and get along with and agree about at this point. So women 32 and above, I'd say, is the lowest I'd go.
32
and above.
Hey, I can tell you like this. Like, I'm married. I don't care who I talk to anymore. I really don't.
Yeah, but can you have an interesting conversation with a young girl?
Yes.
Well, so the point that I was making is that that like let's say a 22-year-old, right? She's not going to be physically unattractive to me. My taste hasn't changed. She will be, and we're just not going to have a lot in common.
Right. So can you
immature. She'll be using the word like a lot.
Conversation, but as conversation is concerned, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, hey, just because I know you're younger than me, you're stupid.
No, that's not where you start at. That just is how it turns out to be a lot of times.
Right. Does the physical attraction matter if you can't have an emotional and intellectual conversation with them?
Go ahead, trackable or untrackable. You're saying something?
No, it's important because the emotional, the attractiveness of the conversation. If you're trying to get somewhere with somebody, but you're already, like I said, I'm married. I have nothing to lose. As far as my opinion is concerned. So after that, it's like I really don't care how old you are or where you're going to school right now. If
somebody backstage,
if it winds up being one of those situations,
oh yeah,
I give two fucks because honestly, it's an opinion, and if you don't get it, well, my wife's right there. She'll get your opinion for you.
Can someone?
What up, Mrs.
translate all that?
Untrackable?
I don't know what you meant whatsoever, untrackable. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, did I misspeak?
I don't know. I don't know what you were trying to convey.
Can you sum it up in a sentence?
You all right?
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, look, I read my hand.
Be nice, you
So it got
guys.
smashed into the.
Who
I got her on that.
Took off running because I didn't.
I think we broke him.
Yeah, I was gonna close the door. Next thing I know,
Yo, be nice. He has
did you just
major
break that?
PTSD. I'm dead serious.
Oh, there she is. I was gonna say, don't tell me she done broke it. I'm letting her run some of that energy off.
So, do you think we should
Man, you
tiptoe
get over
around
there, you
people
can really see the mole
with PTSD
or
and
gopher, whichever it is?
I don't know. I feel bad for
I think
Chuck.
it's moles because if it was a gopher, we'd see a hole.
Oh, don't feel bad for me.
She sees you. She got a stick.
What are you talking about, Chuck?
I'd rather choose a stick.
Chuck, you're fucking rambling.
He doesn't know that he's in the
I think
room.
Chuck is talking to his wife.
there?
Damn near ran me into the pool.
Will you mute him? I think he's talking to his wife.
Cause she.
it was interesting.
Everyone's
Something
fighting
about a
with their wives
gopher.
tonight. Base
All right.
Oracle, what do you think about this?
About what?
The topic.
Who is garbage?
That was sort of just clickbait because it's a trending topic. Although I do, if you have somebody you'd like to point at as being particularly garbage, I am always intrigued, or I'm always happy to entertain those things.
Oh shit! Can we talk about like Hornbexer?
Oh yeah,
Or
everybody knows
Spicoli?
he's garbage. See, I like Spicoli, even though I see why he's garbage, but I like Spicoli because Spicoli likes me.
He's just weird, bro. He's 70 something, I think. If I'm being generous, I think. And
Nah, he just ages bad.
He's a gooner at 70.
Base Oracle, what do you think about evolution?
I think
Micro or
it's
macro?
pretty cool. Natural.
Because earlier, I think evolution is nonsense. It's particularly speciation, which is like changing species, and the cosmic goop that where life originated from. And some of since scientism and evolution, since this is a religion and a faith for a lot of people, when I said that like a week ago, Rude Mud Crab has had trouble shaking the memory of me not believing in evolution.
Okay.
It really it bothers him.
What's the positive? What do you believe in, if not evolution, I guess, broadly?
Well, I don't. Yeah, no. So I don't have it as far as where different species come from and how life emerged. I have no idea, and I don't pretend to know. I just
big gangbang.
I mean, possibly that makes more sense to me than inanimate objects just started becoming self-interested in reproducing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm no expert by any fucking means. I think that we are constantly changing, but the period that takes place over, I mean, long time. I don't know if we changed from, what did you say, lizards or something? Yeah, I don't necessarily believe that, but I do believe in some amount of evolution. I think that has happened. It is happening.
Yeah, we can see it. We can see how we've changed over time as a generation, as a species. Not necessarily from one species to another, but if you go back a couple hundred years, we were 4 or 5 inches shorter. We were developed differently. Look at the appendix. It shows that there's development in our system. But I don't know, species to species, that's a whole different conversation. So macro versus micro evolution is a whole different thing.
Yeah, it's an entirely different thing. Microevolution is like it's regular. I mean, it just is part of life. You can't really dispute it. There's different breeds of dogs, right? But macroevolution, like to take that reality and then say, well, they stretch it too far.
I guess the way I look at it is kind of like who gives a shit. From what I can tell, more pertinent, we are devolving right now as a fucking species. I can see that clear as day.
I don't know if you've been around long enough to see that.
I think I've seen it in the last 5 years. I mean, there's different markers where things.
But don't you think that everything sort of waxes and wanes? It's just the ebb and flow of things.
Ebb and flow, yeah, to some degree, yeah. But I think also supported is lowering IQ, for instance, and the idea that at this rate, at this trajectory, men won't even be able to fucking reproduce in, 2040 something. And that's due to environmental factors as well as indulgence factors. So,
right, but I think we've grown in intelligence over time. You think the IQ's dropped?
Yeah.
The standards dropped.
Yeah, that's true too. People's standards have dropped. School standards have dropped. Military standards have dropped. All the fucking standards are dropping.
I do believe that standards have dropped, and the standards have dropped because the standards of people, like,
yeah, that's true.
You take a random poll of people, it's like their standards have dropped.
Yeah, I'd have to ask how many people fuck that poll at this point.
So this is
Do you think people evolved with the religious beliefs as well?
to my knowledge, this is not an AI song. I haven't looked a lot into it, but I don't believe it is.
Hey, women are going mad today. Hey, fellas are just as bad. I'll say, go anywhere, just stand and stare. You'll say they're bucks when you look at the clothes they wear. Masculine women, feminine men, which is the rooster? Hen. It's hard to tell them apart today and say, sister is busy learning to shave, brother just loves his permanent wave. It's hard to tell them apart today.
I'm going to put this in the back or in the chats if anybody wants to check that out more. But yeah, I don't know that I think that there's nothing new under the sun. How about that?
I think things are going to change over time as we. So this is going to be controversial to say this. As we mix race and mix everything together, I think we'll end up improving. We'll end up picking the best of each race, and we will develop to be a better society, a better person over time. It may end up being a little dumber, but we'll end up being a little stronger.
That's biodiversity. It's not evolution.
So that's a good point.
Well, we're going to be unis before any of that shit that you just said. So.
Unis. What are unis?
What are unis? So it's the idea of no gender, right? Men becoming women, women becoming men, kind of what Flo just had on the screen.
Okay. And that's gender. So gender is a whole bag of worms. It's defined by society.
It's very simple. It's not a bag of worms. There could be a worm involved, but
gender is defined by society. So having no gender just means no definition for what each person is. It means we don't generally decide ahead of time how a person should act based on how they look.
Okay, let's say you're right. That's pretty fucked.
That we should or shouldn't decide how people act based on how they looked.
Well, you just described reality, right, from your purview, and I'm saying even if that is true, that's pretty fucked.
Do you think it's? I mean, so for a long time,
I don't think it's a social construct. So
So that's fine. That's fine. So I personally believe the difference between sex and gender. You might not believe that's true, and that's where we're coming from. That's the difference between you and I.
What is it?
So sex is defined by your genes. It's XX versus XY. Gender is the stereotypes and norms that we base on those on your outward appearance.
So gender is just an expression of sex.
Gender is an expression on your outward appearance. So someone can have the female sex and appear male, and we would give them the male gender stereotypes and norms.
Right, but it's a normative expression of sex.
It's a normative expression of secondary sexual characteristics.
Okay.
So yes, in general, but not always. 99% of the time, you're right.
When is sex or when is gender not an expression of sex characteristics?
So in the case in which, there are women who are more masculine looking than men are. And in those cases, we look at those women and give them the stereotypes and norms as if they were men.
I don't believe that that's true.
I don't understand that.
I mean, look at like bull dykes.
Right.
We would treat them the same way we would treat men because they are very masculine.
I think we would treat them. Yeah, I would treat them as somewhere in between because obviously they want to be treated more masculine. That said, they're not a dude. So they're not going to get.
This is where I disagree with like the trans movement. The trans movement says that you can self-identify. I don't agree with that. I think that society defines who you are based on how you appear to society. So if someone appears 100% masculine, whether they have a male genitalia or female genitalia, they're going to be treated like a man.
Right, but nobody with female genitalia appears 100% masculine.
That's a good point.
They've got less hair. They're smaller. Their frame is built different.
So there are people who are male to female who are completely passable.
Okay.
What's your point, though? Like, where are you going with this?
I asked the difference between the two. I think that gender is just an expression of sex, and if it's not that, then it doesn't matter at all because nobody cares about if it's not that, then it doesn't matter. It's just a made up status.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people who believe in gender abolition, who believe in completely getting rid of gender and just defining ourselves based on sex, which would make things so much easier.
That's the same thing, though.
Yeah, I just don't think any of this matters. I don't get. Who cares?
There's a whole lot of Z's and Zims and sirs out there that are pissed right now that it matters a lot too.
Yeah, and they self-identify, and I don't agree with self-identification. I don't think they should be allowed to self-identify. I think society defines it.
I don't care what they agree with. I don't give a shit. Right? Everyone can disagree with whatever they want. I just don't get the point. Like the
we don't care if you don't get it.
So based Oracle. So based Oracle, what are you saying then? You don't care what society says about how you should react and feel, right?
I don't put it before my own take on myself.
So you're saying you should be able to self-identify.
I don't know about
so you're
should be.
a trans.
You're basically
Oh my
trans, based
gosh.
Oracle.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. You agree with the trans people. If you believe that people should be able to self-identify instead of society.
He's
defining
saying that he doesn't care.
That's right. I don't give a shit.
You don't care what society says or what you feel.
Society is a bunch of tards, so I don't care what they think.
Right. So you believe in self-identification.
It's not a belief. I just I don't even get where you're going with this.
So what's your gender base?
Right, it can't be just either or. Like, people just don't care.
Cosmic power.
Cosmic power? All right.
Yeah.
If gender is just an expression of sex, why does gender transition require sex organ alterations? Good question. Good question. I agree with that.
Yeah. So gender is, so that's what I'm saying. I think gender is the stereotypes and norms. It's so when you say someone is the female gender, you're saying that they are more emotional, more caring, more.
I don't think anybody ever uses that expression though for that reason. Nobody. I've never talked about somebody's. I've never referred to somebody as a certain gender because I was talking about their demeanor and behavior. I've always been referring to them because that's what sex they are.
Right. You realize when I brought any of this up, I was saying that we won't be able to reproduce, in theory, on this trajectory. Literally. I don't care about the gender. I don't care about any of that shit. I was talking about the fact that we're devolving in that sense, the way I see it.
Oh, so you're saying testosterone levels and estrogen levels are dropping?
Well, hormones in both men and women are showing to be more out of whack than historically recorded. Right? More than ever. And I was talking about why, for instance, right? You could talk about the why, but are you aware of that? Do you disagree with that? Like, I mean, I don't care about the gender debate, but this to me is much more pertinent.
No, that's true. So yeah, we have seen a lower testosterone level in men. I think it's microplastics, and I think it's temporary. I think that will bounce back eventually. I hope so, at least. So yeah, you're right about that. I don't know about the estrogen levels. I don't know if that's been dropping in women.
Yeah, but
I just don't know.
Yeah, you mentioned plastics. Are you unaware that, let's say, heavy alcohol usage would lower your testosterone?
So yeah, I know that
fast foods, junk foods, right?
Yeah, certain types of alcohol increase the estrogen levels in you. There's oh man, what's the term for it? I can't think of the term right now, but yes.
We're not using less plastic. We're actually going through and replacing water pipes with plastic pipes throughout the country right now.
Yeah, the microplastics. They're finding microplastic in our blood at this point. The amount of microplastics in our body is amazing at this point.
Right.
We're basically getting poisoned.
I have a cereal addiction. I'm pretty sure Fruity Pebbles are nothing but sugar and microplastics.
Yeah.
So I can't find anything about estrogen. Oh, sorry.
No. You're smarter than me. You can speak over me.
Oh, okay. All right. So I couldn't find anything about estrogen, but I did find it says that testosterone levels in men have been declining, and actually here it says they've been consistently declining for several decades.
Yeah.
and some of the factors, aging, body mass index, lifestyle, medication, and so on and so forth.
Right. Yeah. Medication, another one. Right.
Yeah.
So I guess I was bringing up lending towards if perception is more that people are doing it to themselves or out of my control. Right. Because one is a place of accountability, something you can do. And the other one potentially not, or at least not without, let's say, moving physically.
Yeah. I don't know. Ask Wright. He seems to know more.
Wait, I just said you're smarter than me. So yes, I think a lot of this is self-caused. A lot of people are getting fatter in society and getting lazier, and that causes extra weight, causes extra stomach fat and body fat, lowers testosterone levels also. So yeah, a lot of that's become because of our shitty lifestyles. And I think that once, what do they say? Good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times, and hard times create hard men, or something like that.
Do you think part of it is, I mean, you mentioned that you drink every day except for Saturdays and Sundays. Do you think that has a huge factor?
I think, yes. So over the long term, it can absolutely affect your testosterone levels and your body in general. I've
What do you mean a long term?
I'm talking 20 years.
After drinking for 20 years, that's when you see some declining?
Yeah, I think so.
No.
Oh, whoa.
It doesn't take
heavy
20
drinking
years.
for 20 years. Not just regular drinking, heavy drinking for 20 years.
Isn't everyday drinking is heavy drinking?
I mean, not really.
You said 14 beers last time.
Yeah,
you were on.
and he had
that was
16 today.
Tonight was 14.
Oh, you're at 14 tonight. Well, the other night when I was on here, you were on here, was also 14.
Yesterday you were at 16.
I got stepped up then.
Yeah.
That's
So,
about me in a year, so I got you.
Yeah,
But it'll take you 20 years for your testosterone to drop.
But I'm 44 and I'm not really having kids anymore.
So by 44, holy cow. So by 60 something. So then consider
67.
age.
67. I'll have boobs and my period.
Wow, that's something to look forward to. And a diaper.
I don't really plan on living that long, so it's not really a major
it.
issue for me.
I do
really
not
don't plan on living
recommend
that long.
having a period.
So why'd you say you're not having kids? What you're saying you don't need testosterone or good levels of it, what it would be without drinking, let's say, because you're not going to have more kids? That's the only reason you would need it?
So there's certain testosterone. How do I frame this and still be YouTube friendly? Yeah. So the strength and the solidness of your body it is dependent on testosterone. And when you're 67 years old, you're gonna the strength and solidness of that body part is gonna drop no matter what. Unless that's why those blue pills available. That makes sense to you?
I don't think it answered the question. I asked why you mentioned the having kids as the only reason that it kind of didn't matter, like your connection to testosterone and having kids. What I'm saying is, to make it very simple, is don't you think you wouldn't want it to be fucked up even if you're not having kids?
Well, what's the point?
That's my point, is that you don't see a point outside of that.
So I believe the point of life is to create kids and pass on your knowledge, your experiences, your little personality traits, your twitches, everything about you to the next generation, so they can pick up the best of those things and pass that on to the next generation to pick on the best of those things, et cetera, and improve and become the best society we can possibly be.
Okay,
why would
saying
the point of your life be so that in the future they can have a better society, instead of like the point of your life is your
why not now?
Because our lives don't really, I don't personally believe that our lives really matter in the short term.
Neither do people in the future.
What?
Yeah.
I think that the long term matters. We can
to who?
The point of our life is to pass on our knowledge to the next generation.
What knowledge are
They
you
have to learn it all
passing
from
other
scratch.
than drinking every day?
Oh, there's a lot. Everything. Just even your little tweet, the way you speak, your dialect, your little twitches you have, the way you wave your arms, the way you
I don't have twitches.
the way you blink.
But look, everybody's life,
sneeze.
everybody just gets their own life. People 100 years from now, your great grandkids, they're not going to be learning your shit. Anything that you think you're trying to pass on, they'll have to learn from themselves. Everybody has to learn things from scratch. That's part of the human paradigm.
To a point, but there's certain things about you that 100 years before you, your great grandparents also had those same things about them. It was passed on through generation to generation.
So why is that the point of your life is to pass on your eye color?
To make the world the greatest place it can be.
Maybe, I mean, that's just so devaluing of your own life.
Well, that's I disagree. I think that's the most valuable thing possible.
Well, I suppose if the most valuable thing about your life is that you're going to be a part for somebody else's life,
Then we're done.
So like a pyramid life scheme.
If we go 1 million years down the line, there will be a little flake of yourself that makes the perfect human being eventually.
But why not now? Is the question?
Yeah, I hope not. I actually hope
make
not.
Jesus?
That'd be, perfection sounds awful.
The singularity, I guess, the one person in the end that creates the perfect human being, the singularity.
Are you a Scientologist or something? What?
Yeah,
No.
really.
No, that's just
Where'd you
what
come
I
up
believe.
with this shit? The perfect person?
Yeah, that's our whole point.
The perfect person can't be now. It has to be.
It could be. It could
years
be a
from
million.
now.
It could be
What the
10
heck?
million years down the line. But
So what's
they will
the
have
point
a
of
little
you
speck
being
of
here
all
right
of us.
now? What's the point of you
He's
living
just a
right
carrier.
now?
He's a carrier for the eventual Jesus baby.
I can pass on what I can pass on. But once I pass that on, my life doesn't really matter anymore.
Well, if it doesn't matter to you, it's not going to matter to anybody.
Well, because
Right.
I've already passed it on.
So you're done.
Yeah. What's the
So,
point?
which one of your ancestors is your favorite that you never bet?
So my favorite ancestor is the one who made me 6'2", 240.
Okay,
I'm
what's his
very
name?
happy. I carried on this
What's his
this
name?
height and this weight. I don't
What's
know
his
their
name?
name. Their name doesn't matter. Just like my name won't
What
matter
is
to
your
them.
height? What does your height and weight do for you?
It makes me a better person.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, absolutely, I think it does.
You're an alcoholic.
Can you imagine? Can you
Like, let's
imagine
start
being
there?
Can you
Right.
imagine being 5'8" as a guy?
Well, I'm 5'9", and I have no
You
issue
could be
with it.
5'8" and
Yeah,
5'9"
actually,
and be a
I
decent
do.
person.
You can't be 5'8" and be a decent person.
I could beat your
Absolutely,
ass.
you can.
What?
I'm just saying.
I'm an absolutely decent person. I'm exactly
As-
5'8".
As
All
one
right, so
of the
let's go
people
5'7"
who
then.
is,
I don't
yeah,
want to offend
Ride,
anyone on
hold on.
panel.
Ride, I'm with you on this one.
There you go, Flo.
All right, that's fair.
People who
No,
are
that's
over
fair.
6 foot tall are definitely better.
Yeah, in general,
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
it's objective.
Yeah, like your height it's not exactly correlated, but it's strongly correlated to your just all your other traits as a person and how good you are.
Yeah.
Sure.
And for Ride, it offsets his micro penis.
What
so
the hell is
that's
happening?
perfect.
Snowfire, we're establishing tall person supremacy.
Yeah.
Wait, I follow then under that in the female thing. Apparently, I'm a slightly above average.
I
Are you
don't know if
5'7"?
that's true.
As a female,
5'7".
5'8". Yeah, you are. Yeah, my daughter's 5'7".
You're not
See-
5'7".
Who?
You
Yeah, I am.
are you?
Yeah.
You can hear it in her voice. Because she sounds confident
Well,
and
no,
smart.
I met him and he knows me. We've met, we've seen each other in person.
Damn it! This is the only picture I still have stuck up here.
But you can tell in her voice that she's confident and smart. So she's got to be She's got to be average, slightly above average height.
I was like 2 feet taller than Katie.
You are not. Damn it. Hold on. I'm going to have to get that picture back because you are
All
not
right.
2 feet taller than her. You guys are like the same height.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
But is you Hispanic?
Yes.
Okay.
She makes awesome tamales.
Mm-hmm.
The best.
God bless you. I'm
Yep.
sorry about what we did to your people.
That's okay. I'm used to it. They keep
Yeah.
crossing over. It's fine.
We'll keep doing it, but I'm sorry about it.
That's all right.
My favorite people are my definitely my landscaper and my maid are my favorite people. So I like your people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. I'm the tallest Mexican there is.
I have to know. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna have to plug my phone in the computer, or I'm gonna have to use my phone to re-upload it. In the meantime, I noticed that my name was being said a lot here on OTWs, which is many people know this is one of my conquered territories. They're trying to ban me, but they cannot. So let me start this.
That's crazy. Like, yeah, I am 5'7".
I'm not
Well,
doing it
no,
right now,
see.
but you tell
Snow's
me
like,
you
is she
fucking
really?
Trini Talcott toes over there calling people or timing people out when they call Jack out, reinforcing the cupcake nonsense. So I see that. I see Jack chatters just as bad as flow state chatters.
What?
You know, hate to. Well,
Can you believe he said that about you people?
I don't hate to be tribal because you gotta draw a line at certain points. It's necessary. So
Yeah,
I'm not
but,
gonna time you tell me out. I'm just leaving them down there. But I know people get unblocked, but he can't complain, man, when he starts getting timed out again like he used to. We don't support any of that Talcott nonsense over here, man. Keep it real. None of that delusion.
Right. That's absolutely accurate. I have no issues with what you just said. I actually agree. And the same wind, I can say as well that like no Jack Talcott or Talcottians are not welcome in chat. They are all welcome here. I haven't seen Jack might be completely insane. A little bit like Snafu. They have like similar characteristics.
There's like Sterling Ray over there. There's people that aren't like cupcakers per se, but they're still over there. So I know what you mean.
But people that would support slow state slow state. There's really something wrong with that guy. It's a lot worse than Jack. It's a lot worse than Jack.
The predator energy is real.
The predator,
right?
Got all the clues.
We got all the information. You understand? So I've never, even though Snafu Snaps came up with all that whole fucking narrative of the grape thing and whatever. Okay, yeah, but we don't have firsthand testimony, right, from anybody. So we can't really be, except for Jack. This is the only firsthand testimony we can get to corroborate his story. But for slow state, that's a completely different thing. We have firsthand testimony, and no, man, it's like
being a grapist,
also revealing like exactly who he is on his own broadcast is showing like that person should not be viewed or not or encouraged or restreamed or whatever. It's like any of that shit. It's like I'm beyond it. I mean, look, I'd rather review TBE instead of slow state. It's like, there you go. That's how it works. I'd rather review Jack than slow state. I'd rather review anybody else than slow state. So your thoughts, gentlemen?
Okay.
Interesting. Kind of underwhelming.
Weird.
Damn, you're just gonna take that flow? You gotta go over there and kick some butt.
They're not live.
I don't care that.
Yeah, not at this time of night. They're not going to be live. Who is that? OTW talking that crap again? Your favorite singer? What are you? Somebody trimming their toenails?
Who's doing that?
This isn't me.
That's really gross. Probably right.
OTW does that, I know. No couth whatsoever.
What'd you do, sir? I was distracted.
Somebody was clipping their toenails.
Eyeball, how long ago was it? I'm not seeing my name in the chat. I haven't heard my name. I skipped back a little bit, but I'm not looking that hard. I sort of, when people do things like this, I wonder if it's not just advertising.
Yep. Who is Tyrant Bird?
Oh, I know Bird. He's, but he's been, I don't know, Shit Show or
Oh,
Katie.
gotcha.
Right.
Gotcha.
So Bird and Shit Show have been beefing pretty good for a little bit now, but I've basically tried to stay out of it because I don't have an issue with either of them.
Yeah, you don't need that kind of advertisement.
Well, I mean, like, publicity is publicity, but I've gotten along with them both. I liked them both. So I've never had any issue with Tyrant Bird, which is why that seems like sort of a suspicious thing. Not that it's impossible, people talk shit about people, but just to have that random ass, I don't know. That violates my main rule, which is don't advertise for another stream going on right now in my live chat.
Yeah. What was OTW saying about? I already mentioned Jack. What did he say about Jack?
So, the grape allegations against Jack.
Yeah.
That for anybody listening, were made up by other people on YouTube, basically. He's never been accused by a woman that I know of. What Christos was saying is that with Jack, there's nothing except for there's not been any accusers or anything, right? But with me, it's different. But then he didn't say who or offer anything more than that. So that's pretty.
Well, Jack talked about it on Paul's show one day a while back, a few months ago. And that's how I found out about his 2 or 3 different psych tests, and because I just sat there listening. Because Paul was grilling Jack, wanting to know what everything was, and he started off by talking about the love child, I'll call it. And Jack's the one that said it may or may not have happened in a drunken blackout. He wasn't for sure. Because he talked about he came home from Korea and his buddy told him there might be an arrest warrant out for him.
What?
And these are all Jack's words, but I was trying to find it on Paul's stream, but that was when Paul was doing them ungodly long shows, and I couldn't sit through anymore trying to find the episode where Paul grilled Jack about all of his problems in life.
Well,
and then
I don't know.
That's the same show he talked about. He was listed as aiding a terrorist organization and things like that.
I remember talking to him about that. That was just some bullshit. Somebody was trying to scam him.
Yeah,
they said
for sure.
because with that thing, they're like, you're being investigated for X, Y, and Z. They said they're from the DA's office. This is the DA. You're being investigated for this. Call this number. You've been talk to your lawyer, right? Like, well, that's not how charges work. And
they don't.
When I was being investigated for 3.5 years, nobody let me know.
You don't get a courtesy call.
You don't get shit.
Yeah, that one there, somebody was pulling his chain.
Yeah.
Now the charges he was facing from the post office, those were real.
He got the charges?
Yeah.
He's got a restraining order or something. He's like not allowed to go to the post office, but I don't think he has charges. Does he?
That's how he ended up losing his job. By being, what was it?
You want to post them?
Yeah, something with post office people, like there's legit something there.
All right, ladies. I gotta go to bed. I gotta jerk off and go to sleep. I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow.
Have a good stroke. Turn this stream off while you do it.
I'm gonna just look at Easy's photos all night. Love you all. Bye.
Wow.
Bye.
He's gonna
Look
look
at
at
who?
what?
Speak easy.
Oh, that's desperation at its worst.
That shit was funny.
Did Sean fall asleep or something? I ain't heard from him in a while.
No, I'm here.
He piped up at the 5'8" comment.
Oh, okay.
Those little guys get feisty when you
extra medium.
Yeah.
Extra medium. That's right. I apologize.
Vertically challenged.
No problem.
Oh, we got GS's girlfriend here. I forgot about that.
Who? Where is
Generally Specific's girlfriend?
Who's that?
Face.
Mm.
That's why he was doing all those episodes topless, trying to entice him back over. I'm just pulling.
Night that I had sex with a young woman that
with a black guy. That's the key. That's a key part of the story. With a black guy.
Dude, it was just me and her in my car.
Well, where did they get this detail of a big black guy who was with you?
A different thing.
That makes the story. It's an extra wrinkle that I will continue to perpetuate now. Wait, hold on. This is the guy. It says the black guy. Are you the black guy? Yeah. This is the guy. You're the guy who had sex with Jack Talcott on that woman because she obviously enjoyed it. It's Jack Talcott and a big black guy. Who's not into that?
Jack, why are you acting like you don't remember me?
Yeah. he's been.
I don't deny that I have.
That was kind of weird.
Wow.
You recognize the voice of the black guy, right?
Tyrone? Is that his name?
It was me.
Okay. Well, you part black, right? Like me.
I don't know. I haven't got I didn't send my DNA into those people.
That's the wrong answer. You got the card, right? Didn't you get the card?
Oh yeah, I got the card, but I'm like an honorary member.
You're sending your DNA to who?
Based Oracle sent his DNA into the database so that they could make up his ancestry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I spit in a cup or some shit.
Yeah,
I will never do that. I don't trust these people.
I don't either.
They were caught just lying on those test results.
Who?
And
23andMe.
My aunt got hers done, so I do know that I'm a descendant of Constantine and of the Longshanks who killed Braveheart, right? But yeah, so Katie, I think, is 5'4".
Yeah, but I'm also like slouching. I'm not standing tall.
She's kind of bent over at the waist.
What's that?
Yeah, I'm slouched a little bit. She's bent over at the waist some to lean in.
And you can see my waist is like right there with yours.
Oh, is that Izzy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, my legs are just as tall as yours, and you're 6'1".
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do have a long ways, or long legs. I mean, but I don't know that I think that you're either Katie. Something is amiss here, and hold on, I can prove right now I'm 6'1". I think.
I mean, I saw you in person.
I know, but the audience didn't.
It's on that mugshot. That mugshot.
There we go.
Got it on there.
Here, yeah.
If I remember right.
See, so I'm just over the 6 line.
Why are your eyes crossed?
They're both looking straight at your bitch ass. They're both like, "Hey."
That's not why.
That is
Watt
funny.
Life, there's no way you're. Are you 6'7" for real?
Who's 6'7"?
Watt Life says he's 6'7".
Holy shit!
You won
That's
the
tall.
opportunity to know the weather before everyone else.
My last boss I had was 7'6".
I'm interested to see if Watt Life is actually that tall. Do you guys all remember Thulsu from yesterday?
What?
Nah.
No. Okay, Chuck, do you remember Thulsu from yesterday's stream? Here, let me.
No. Oh, I do. Yeah.
So there's a theory that he's another YouTuber under an alt here.
Woman is you, but said your ability to acknowledge emotion should also provide you an opportunity to handle the emotion in a manner that's going to be constructive, right?
I
Without
know
it
that voice.
into something that
Yep.
controls you. And
There was
that's
something
why
about
you need to
there
have
was
a
something
level
off
of
about
control.
this dude.
We'll listen a little bit of this so people can kind of get familiar with him, or put that voice in their head, and then I'm going to play a different clip from the YouTube channel where he's been suspected of.
Other emotion, and to understand when it's appropriate to handle feelings, when it's appropriate to handle emotions, especially when it comes between genders, but also at the same point to allow logic to dictate how we handle those emotions.
All right. So can we agree that we both share the same goal, hypothetically, of more traditional gender roles in society?
I would agree with that. Yeah,
Okay.
I would say for me personally, I hold more traditional.
Okay, so if we both agree on the outcome we want, and you just made that suggestion, and my suggestion would be that you stop giving these perspectives air, you ignore it, and you move on as if this nonsense isn't there at all.
It doesn't work though. But see, we live in
how
a
does it
time
not?
where we have mass information due to the freedom of information, internet technology and such. In the current state of our society and technology, we don't have that luxury to suppress knowledge in that way.
No, it's not knowledge that's being suppressed. It's worldviews that are being entertained. Would you
But there's
entertain
no-
Nambla's worldview?
There's no way to get rid of those views. That's why there are conspiracy theorists, as they're often are properly labeled. Obviously, there are people who I believe are not conspiracy.
And then
wig TV podcast show shit case. I don't know what you call it. It's whatever it's going to be, but it's going to be great because everybody seems to have an opinion about what they don't know or what they assume they know, and they love to make shit up. So I figured because they can't handle that discussion in their own chat, that I would allow them to come here and introduce themselves. So before we get too much further, let me put up an invite. Copy this. Here, I'm even going to paste it over here too. That's fine. It won't do any good over there, but
I'll jump back to the other one in a second.
But they'll see it. And here's this for you guys. There is the StreamYard. What I need to do though.
You think it's WYSIWYG? The other guy sounded a little more nasally. But that don't mean anything.
There's that are labeled and vice versa. My point is that even things I disagree with will be out there. Now,
Right.
are you speaking more on a micro level as opposed to a macro level?
He sounds nasally, and if you listen close, he's inhaling deeply through his mouth as opposed through his nose.
On
He
that
sounded sick.
All right, so let me pull up a newer video. This one, the one of WYSIWYG that I showed was from 11 days ago. Let me find a newer one and see if he sounds like he's sick in the newer ones.
Yeah, because Jack was just on there the other day.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Forgot to do it again.
Well, get to talking, Wizzy.
He sounds like he's having trouble breathing. Whose dog is that?
Oh,
His?
sorry.
Is that his dog or is it?
Yeah, it's his. Oh.
Does he talk?
Nope.
What is going on?
He called him there. Parking tickets. He didn't give a fuck because he's gonna get as many as he can, and he's not gonna pay him. He says, which I think is funny because right now he's harassing the parking enforcement, which he called there, by the way. He called him there because he's he's having this conversation. You probably couldn't hear any of that, could you?
Engineers post that. That's beyond me. I'm not an engineer.
That's selective enforcement.
A service call?
Okay. So that's pinned up there.
I don't know. I don't know that I'm convinced.
That's not him.
The affect
not
of
him.
his voice. Yeah. He's too soft spoken.
That dude kind of seemed like he was dying a little bit.
The one that was on my show?
No,
this one.
the one we're just watching, the way he was talking, it sounded like life was leaving him. Like, for real. I mean,
he needs some base Oracle health tips, huh? What are you handing out for Halloween this year, Base? Something awful?
Protein shake.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Shake.
If he
Toothbrushes.
It could be one of the, I was about to say, one of those awful houses that hands out toothbrushes.
Yeah. Well, I'm fasting, so nobody's getting nothing.
You are, so everyone is.
Right. I looked up the sugar consumed on Halloween by kids, and in the upper group, it was 200 grams per kid, which is crazy. I mean, if you looked at it in front of you,
How
you'd
many
be like,
grams
what
are in
the
a
fuck?
pound?
Well, 1,000 is a kilo, so I guess around 400.
How many
would be in
grams
a
are in?
pound.
How many grams are in an ounce? 3.5. There's 28 grams in an ounce. Right. Somebody help. Come on, Firm. You and I both have had felonies for drug distribution. Why don't any of us know this?
Strange way to remember math.
28.
It's 0.44 pounds. I think that's what I saw, something around there. But anyways, yeah, it's 0.44 pounds.
Half a pound.
Yeah, that's wild. Like a half-pound burger is crazy, but a half
A pound of sugar. That's a big pile of sugar.
Oh, I could eat one of them 2-pound Hershey bars, no problem.
But like, I'm talking just raw sugar. So is that on Halloween day or from Halloween?
From their bag, yeah.
It was labeled as Halloween night, what they eat. Like, so over the course of the day.
That's wild.
Kid.
That's why you're
Well,
supposed to steal it as a parent.
That's
That seems
right.
kinda high.
Yeah.
Man, my dad used to. He would take all the Kit Kats out of everyone's bag. The minute you got in, he'd be like, "Let's have them." That was the only candy that he took that I liked. Right, I like Kit Kats. I didn't like Almond Joys and all those terrible candies.
Ew, no.
Yeah, those are disgusting. I would much rather, though, have my kids eat some of that chocolatey stuff than the hard candy or like the chewy candy. You know what I mean?
Like gummy bears, yeah.
Yeah.
I have a friend whose mom didn't let him eat Warheads when we were kids. Because that
blame
sour,
her.
huh?
I don't blame her. Those are
Oh, it
you
made
can choke on
sense.
those.
Well, no, it's because there's. Did you ever have them? You know how sour they are at first. She said the acid, or because they're too acidic and is bad for your enamel, which makes sense because I remember eating those things until your tongue would bleed.
Oh yeah, that's true. I was thinking about just because it's like you can choke on a choke hazard.
No, it's because of that sour shit. Like, and if it can make your mouth start bleeding, if it's that acidic, it probably is bad for your enamel.
Isn't that citric acid?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what they use.
So I read one of the risks that at least apparently people worried about is their kids getting gummies that are like weed, with weed being legalized and shit. Do you all think that's a real concern or like to a degree?
Not at all.
Yes, it is a real concern. It actually kind of went around 3 years ago, and my kids were little around an area that's near to us, and it made national news at the time.
I remember needles in candy bars.
No, you don't.
Yes,
You remember
St.
news
Louis area?
stories. You remember
No.
scary news stories.
No,
But then to me, why would
I don't think
anybody
it was
give away-
ever. I don't think that was ever found. I don't think they ever found one case of that.
You think it was like a psyop
I
to
did.
induce fear?
You found a needle in a candy bar.
Yes.
Personally.
I always check. Yes,
What?
personally.
What? How many?
How did you find it?
It was those, those little.
He got stuck
straight-
by one.
Because I checked their candy.
He's obfuscating.
No, I checked their candy.
How many?
No. We get home, I would check their bag.
That's wild.
And so you found one where somebody had tried to hide a needle in the thing in the candy.
Yeah, it wasn't a syringe needle. It was the little straight
Like a
pins they
threaded
use.
needle?
Like a sewing needle.
Yeah, except it didn't have the eye hook on the end. It's the stick pin.
Like a pin?
Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
How were you able
Like
to
in a
see
dress
that?
shirt?
They must not have hit it very good.
I would break or feel around on their candy bars. Kids got mad because I messed up the candy bars.
I would be mad too if you were touching on my candy.
He saved somebody. No, but this was, I think it was a group of teenagers that decided to give the weed gummy.
Mandy, I don't think Chuck would lie about that. I've never caught
No,
Chuck in a
no.
lie.
I'm just saying I
Well-
wonder if it's been fear invoking more than anything. That's why I was
The
asking Flo,
biggest-
do you think it was a fear psyop?
Oh, it could be, but somebody had to done it for the
Yeah. Right,
Not
but it could still be
necessarily.
blown out of proportion. Even if it did happen once, it could make it seem like it's more.
So let me take it was
Oh,
okay.
with
let
the
me ask
needle
you,
thing.
did you find the needle before or after it was in the news about needles?
I don't remember that. Yeah.
I
at
mean, the fact that
time,
you were feeling for him makes me think that it's probably after.
they
That's a good
no,
question.
they had put out flyers in our area.
All right, so it had already become a thing.
Yes, they put out the I don't know if it was the mayor or the police department or who it was. They put flyers out about checking the candy, and the first clue was I was able to see the hole in the package, and then but that only happened once, and it was one.
That was a good question that Flo brought up for one reason. I mean, where I would go with it is it's been proven through studies, numerous, that apparently, and this makes sense, that when something like that is put in the news, it spurs other people doing it. It's like almost a sign of, it could be a sign of many things, but it could be a sign of social acceptance in part. Even though it's presented as this outrageous thing, people are like, oh, this is happening, right? And if they think it's happening more than it is, then I would say it's fear, not in a good way. It's provoking fear. But do you think then, even if it was, let's say that one needle did get put in, and they put it in the news, they put it in papers, flyers, and now, because of that, spurs a whole bunch. Do you think that's a dilemma when it comes to ethics, right? Like freedom of information, I guess we'd want to know if it did happen once, but if we know the repercussions are going to be copycats or however you want to look at that, then is it a good thing for the news to put that in, even if it did happen?
Yeah, catch-22. I understand that.
I have not heard about the needle thing, but the weed thing happened because some kids got sick. They took them to the hospital, and then they got tested, and that's what they found. I highly doubt that people would want to spend their money, the money they spend on weed, just give them out. So I'm assuming it was their kids or teenage kids that gave them out.
Yeah, because I mean, I can remember being a teenager and watching guys get their animals high, things like that.
Well, yeah. When you're smoking, you blow it at your cat or dog, right? But that's a different thing than trying to lace the whole neighborhood's kids.
Right.
This is NPR.
I wouldn't say the whole neighborhood, but yeah, I see.
So this is an NPR article, which I know. I'm not a huge NPR fan either, but it's from a year ago. It's from a year ago, so whatever. Joel Best, professor of sociology and criminal justice, says it's a legend. I have data going back to 1958, and I've yet to find a report of a child that's been killed or seriously hurt by a contaminated treat picked up in the course of trick-or-treating, he said. There's a case of a man in Texas murdering his own son with poison candy because he thought it would be the perfect crime.
What?
Yeah.
That's disturbing.
Then there were cases of Halloween deaths initially attributed to what Best called Halloween sadism. None of them ended up being the real deal. One of those cases was an LA girl who died from a heart problem. The media originally reported it as probably candy contamination. The autopsy concluded it was death by natural causes. There have been a couple other cases like that.
That's what happens when you don't vet the story before you put them out.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, like I'm not. You know how I think so much things are propaganda. Of course, I think NPR is definitely propaganda as well. And there are articles here: needles found in candy and trunk or treat.
They definitely are biased. I know
Even
that.
a broken clock right twice a day.
Right. So
you hear about
I guess my thought on the whole candy thing, and this is pretty far down the rabbit hole, but I think that there has been an intentional effort to break apart social bonds within society, right? You can see with families and the tea thing or whatever in the schools today, right? But I think it started with neighbors, and I think that the Halloween candy phenomenon, the poison candy thing, the tainted candy, is one of those efforts. And sure, now that it's out in the ether, there's probably copycat things, as I would consider them.
Well, I remember that when this was many moons ago, but the thing was they used to give out fruit at Halloween, and the story
Candy
about
apple.
the razor blade in the apple story.
Oh, I remember that. I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, that was huge, long time ago. Nobody ever found one.
I also think that the serial killer phenomenon, right? I think that was part of the same social, getting people to distrust their neighbors, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's why it's not that gruesome murders are unique, or that they've stopped, or that they had just started then. But I think that it's things like, you've got Wayne Gacy, who's got bodies buried in his basement, right? You never know what your neighbor's doing. You've got
you
Ted
go as far
Bundy.
back as Jack the Ripper.
Well, I mean, but I don't think that was a psyop phenomenon. I think that was just a crazy thing. But if you look at consider the media coverage of these things, right? You had Ted Bundy, who was pretending to need help from well-to-do strangers. You got, Jeffrey Dahmer, who'd pick up gay men at the bar, right?
Jesus, and would eat them.
Right. But all these stories that got so much attention, right? These people became celebrities. And I think that the reason that they got that status is because it's not because they were unique necessarily. It's because there was a social agenda behind it. That's my theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. Question, do you think at this point, right, this knowledge is known, these companies know what they're doing, media companies, etc. Do you think at this point that they more are for the money, like directly for the money in the sensationalism, some of these things, or do you think it's more of what you were referencing, which is distrust of your neighbor, breakup of family, which I totally agree with? But do you see it as kind of even or not?
I think it could be both.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a dog eat dog right now.
I think it is both. I think that because I've never worked in actual professional media, but from what I understand, there are certain agendas that that you can and can't take, right? And it's not spoken; it's just sort of frozen out,
right?
That's what I've heard from people. But
would it be fair to say, though, that when it comes to direct media, we're probably talking billions of dollars, I would think. But when we're talking about the indirect implications of doing exactly what you're speaking about, now we're talking potentially trillions of dollars. Do you see what I mean?
How so? What do you mean? No.
Well, when I say trillions of dollars, talking about fear, public perception, we could look at wartime, right? That's why I said indirect. But it's not as if the leaders that be can't see the butterfly effect. They don't know that a lot of what they're promoting is really side by side with government. I mean, in essence, the media is government, just not directly.
Well, with the way information flows nowadays, whoever the reporter is just trying to get their headline out there first, whether it's true or not.
Yeah, but that's reporter. I'm talking about up top.
Oh.
I don't know. I think that, I don't know. I think that you have I think that you have the big level dictating how the little level goes indirectly by choosing winners and losers, right? Like, even though I've got Trump and Kamala on the thumbnail, and my title is fairly clickbaity, right? It takes from a trending topic, and it's got hashtags in it, right? All those things were determined by somebody above me, right? I didn't decide those things, but I did decide to engage them because that's where the carrots are, right? Even though today's viewers are lower than they have been all week.
Mm.
We're gonna have to write your name in on election day. Your write-in.
I would not accept it. You're welcome to write it in.
So one distinction I was kind of thinking of on the micro level, like you have competitors, right? Whoever they be to varying degrees. When it comes to the media, if we look up top, NBC, ABC, whatever, would I be correct, or would you agree with the information that really we're talking about one company, BlackRock?
Associated Press. I would say, like, I mean, sure, you could reduce everything on Earth to BlackRock and Vanguard, but that's not really practical. That's not how things actually operate, and I don't think it's a practical way to look at it.
Right, in the binary sense. And I'm not.
I think we could look at the Associated Press though and realize that, yeah, everything, all the stories that we get basically are what outlets pick up from the Associated Press. So I think AP is the one source.
Right, and I was just trying to make the distinction, not really in the binary, but just looking at, all or none mentality, but just looking at there's a clear association, right, when it comes to media and other media, as if we look at them as they have competition, right? They do to a degree, but then as we're speaking to a degree, not really. Whereas on the micro level, there's no behind the scenes. I mean, you're not sharing pools with money that you're supposedly adversarial with, right?
Yeah, he is.
Ton of it.
He's in cahoots with these other content creators.
Oh, yeah. No, I probably should be. I'm probably retarded for not being more in cahoots, but no.
You've seen the White House won't release the transcript of Biden's garbage speech, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Yep, they're refusing to release the actual transcript.
Well, he said it for sure. And then Kamala ignored the question. You saw that clip I played at the beginning. Kamala ignored the question.
No, I missed that one.
I've closed it now, but Kamala was asked if she had empathy for the people that he referred to, and her response completely ignored the question. It's just like, I'm going to go see people and talk about putting jobs back in America. She just totally didn't answer it at all. So
she's an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely think so, right? You guys know, I think that the news is propaganda, and national politics is just made for TV drama. They're making you hate the bad guy, right? You don't do this shit on accident. It doesn't get publicized on accident.
Well, you've seen the 2016, you really saw it when they totally their predictions were completely wrong. All their polls.
Yeah, it was
wrong.
supposed to be a surprise. It was very emotionally compelling, wasn't it? And so, what would be more emotionally compelling now than Trump looks like he's the favorite. He's being put in good lights. He keeps surviving. He's a hero. He keeps surviving these bullets coming at him, getting great photo ops with his bloody ear. He's on Joe Rogan, right? He's doing all the things that you would expect people to like, except for some reason some people have Trump derangement syndrome, which I think is a social dynamic. But yeah. Trump is being presented as clearly ahead of Kamala. Kamala's clearly unlikable, and she's been in office with Biden, who's like a corpse, right? So everything is leaning towards Trump.
I hope so.
But if he loses, right, then that will be also emotionally compelling if Kamala gets into office. Everybody who's a conservative is like, oh man, if Kamala gets in, we're fucked, right?
Yeah, it might not be good for the country. I don't know if people are going to go out and protest. And
might be the best thing that ever happened.
Arnold just endorsed. It won't matter, though.
A wake-up call.
No,
it
it's
could
not
be.
a wake.
I mean, it's truly a wake-up call.
That's what people said about Obama. That's what people said about Biden. Nobody ever wakes the fuck up because it does. Well, it doesn't matter if people do anything. What people need to wake up to is that we're being led around by the nose with fucking a drama show.
Yeah, no, I agree. I meant if things got really bad and people were forced to wake up, but I agree with you. They don't on their own volition.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The boiling pot isn't quite boiled.
But just like Harmon's, you've heard Harmon talk about how Charles Manson, you know, two things he'd harp about. He was concerned about the rainforest, and he also said that he'd always said, don't forget, they still want a race war, right? And I think that we can see that they would like a race war. And what better way to force something to happen than to upset all of middle America by letting Trump lose to this horrible bitch.
Horrible.
Right. And then whether or not, you know, white American gun owners do anything or not, now you have an excuse to stage something.
Yeah, this will be nasty.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of levels of chess happening, and I don't pretend to understand them. There's no way I could with the information at hand, or at least that I think I have. But I do wonder at times, like, even Kamala, is she that dumb, or is she a really good actress, you know, type of deal? You know, some of the stage or potential staging of things, I don't know. In a way, I take it at face value as just a bunch of fuckery, corruption. But at times, I also think the truth comes out, like, accidentally. What's that term when somebody accidentally says the truth about some shit?
You mean a Freudian slip?
Yeah. So, I don't know, but it just seems all shitty to me. I think that people are overly concerned about the election when it's like, look, I know how you've all been voting. You've been voting for all the bullshit. Like that's the top companies. You voted all year long.
Right.
So something that has probably informed my perspective on things a lot was, y'all know that I was a Proud Boy back in the day. And I was a Proud Boy. Yeah, I I didn't go to January 6th, and then after January 6th, I was like, well, obviously we're infiltrated. But because every single person who went from my chapter got they didn't just get arrested, they got swatted. Even the ones who called and offered to turn themselves in. Now, we had in the chapter, we had one guy who was an informant. And
how big was your chapter?
It was probably 50 guys, but only probably 10 of them went there. Are
they facing charges now?
Yeah, they did. All of them got charges, and all of them either took a plea deal or were found guilty.
Holy shit!
Yeah. Well, and one of them, like the guy whose thing I'm about to throw on the screen, one of them, he called the day before he got raided. He called and offered to turn himself in, and they said not to worry about it.
Wow. They come and got him.
They came with like fucking armored military vehicles. It was crazy. I helped his wife move out some of their stuff from the house because he was in jail in DC. He couldn't pay his shit.
Nice.
But actually, I still have his canoe. She didn't have a spot for his canoe, so I've got it on the side of the house.
You said they all did time.
Not all of them did time. Some of them took plea deals for probation.
Do you think any of them kept their fucking mouths shut?
Well, I mean, about what? I don't think that they were asked for anything because it wasn't organized by. Actually, if anything, it was organized by the guy who was the FBI informant. He drove one of the vehicles that went out there. His was full. He carried 5. He drove 4 other people out there, being an informant the whole time. He also, the December before that, there was some sort of a rally in DC a month earlier. Then again, that time he also drove an entire car full of people out. I did go to that one. I actually was one of the people that rode in his car. But
you drove from Kansas all the way to DC.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit!
Yeah, but I have the debriefing transcript.
Yeah, do not share that.
I think it's public.
It's redacted.
Yeah, but you might be inviting unwanted.
Yeah, I
trouble.
wouldn't share that.
Float, do you think that had anything to do with your? I don't know the timeline. It just made me think of it. But you know, the investigation stuff you had. Did that play it?
No, it was after it. The drug stuff happened before the Proud Boy thing.
Oh right, yeah.
Did they contact you because they would have known you was part of that group?
No, they didn't. They never contacted me.
Really?
I am referenced on here, not by name, but
would that maybe account for your channel problems?
I just don't feel like the FBI is fucking around with demonetizing a small YouTube channel.
I don't think you're important enough. No,
yeah, I
no
don't either.
Offense. Yeah. But just, I wouldn't share that if I were you.
Okay, yeah, you're probably right.
Hi, Rude.
Mud crab.
They got the programs that scour everything.
Chilling. Listening to Chuck ramble on.
Yeah, sorry about that, babe. Excuse me for being stupid.
You're not stupid. You're not stupid, Chuck.
You're getting good at that, Chuck. I like that.
You shouldn't. It's just an old timer. Old timers like to ramble.
Thank you.
He feels validated.
Thank you very much. Yep.
So, has your opinion on evolution evolved at all, Flo?
My opinion, I'm still not sure if speciation is part of evolution or not.
So okay. So it's your opinion that all species that could exist have or do already exist. You don't feel like there's any.
No, so I'm more consider me an agnostic to evolution.
The hell does that mean?
It means that it is possible. It is possible that evolution, one species changed into another one. However, it doesn't seem likely, and based off the lack of evidence we have, there's no reason to believe that it is the case, except for we've got a lot of scientists saying that's the case.
There is a little bit of evidence, like intermediate species, fossils and stuff like that, like the whales and shit.
Whales, as an intermediate between land mammals and fish.
Yeah.
I don't think they're an intermediate species.
But you accept microevolution, though, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm good. I'm all good with alterations within a same species. No issue at all there.
But macro is just like theorized effects of microevolution over a massive time scale.
Right, but there's some significant differences, like, well, I mean, the things that we discussed earlier. Well, I mean, one is a species adaptation to its environment. That makes perfect sense. But to actually adapt so much adaptation that you turn into another species presents new problems. Like, at what point did you change species? Right?
I don't see it as an adapting to the environment. I think it's just random genetic abnormalities that allow something to thrive better than the last.
And the impossible structures is still like I'm hung up on the impossible structure component.
Yeah, but I just don't see what an alternative is for me.
But that's the thing. There doesn't have to be an alternative. And that's what I think it is. I think that people don't like the mental discomfort of not having a placeholder, an answer there. I just don't think that. I think if we're going for the most truthful position, It is that we don't have an answer for that question, and the placeholders that we do have are all more likely to untrue than true, right? We don't have a good reason to believe any of them. We have better reason to believe none of them. Huh?
We try and fill in the gaps.
Right.
Makes
And I
it
think,
feel
yeah. So is it better than Sky Daddy? Maybe. Yeah, I could see why that would be preferable to Sky Daddy, probably. But I think that the most likely answer is that they're all false, and whatever is really going on is something that we haven't even considered or can't comprehend, right? Just like an ant can't do calculus.
Yeah. For me though, it's like if evolution isn't, then it kind of has to be a Sky Daddy situation. And I'm going to lean on the one that has some sort of evidence. Because for me to believe that all species that we know exist and have existed just came into existence as they are, that's a Sky Daddy shit.
Hey, Rude, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Not related to
No, I'm not
evolution.
British.
No, I know you're Aussie. Okay. Can you describe the color red without using any colors or the word color?
Are you trying to ask me nonsensical questions deliberately, or is this just
No, I'm
something
serious. It's a question that came up.
Yeah.
in
Blood.
One of my Go ahead.
Blood.
What's that?
Blood.
What else?
Oh, you want more answers?
I mean, how would you describe it?
Well, you can't.
Anybody else has an answer?
How you would describe a color without using the color?
How would you describe the color red without using colors or the word color?
Oh, I wouldn't describe it. I'd say like this. Mandy Kush says rage.
Rage.
Yeah, I mean, the
I think
answer is you can't, right? You can't describe any color without a reference to the color or a color.
I honestly don't know the answer to it, but
That's it.
Blood's about the only universal thing I could think of.
blood.
Mm.
But where are you going with
the
it?
point you're illustrating?
What's that?
What is the point that you're illustrating?
No, I wanted to know if anybody knows the answer to this because it's a question that came up with some of my high schoolers, and I did not have the answer. I kept saying, I don't know, tomatoes, apples, a fire truck, whatever, And they're like, no. So I tried to look it up. It still would not give me, it did say blood, but it also says,
I'll ask the newest version, ChatGPT.
yeah, please do.
So you were a Proud Boy, huh? Did you ever meet Gavin?
I was at a rally with him. Yeah, I met him. I'm sorry, not Gavin. No. I never met Gavin. He was out of it before I was into it. I was thinking of who's the guy that was the president of
Are you seriously telling me that Gavin realized it was a bad idea before you thought it was a good one?
No, Gavin got, I don't know how Gavin got out or why.
All right, the closest it gave me was red feels intense and alive, often bringing sensation of warmth. That's basically it.
Okay.
Enrique Tarrio. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, I'll try to use that and see what they say.
Like this. So that's Enrique Tarrio. Everybody probably recognizes him. I am somewhere in this crowd. But I'm not going to look too hard for me.
That's why we can't have nice things.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so I was always, I mean, I didn't go to January 6th for, like I said, you could just smell the issue.
Is that because you were working for them?
For the feds?
Yeah.
That is not why. I am not the informant.
That's what a Fed would say.
That is what a Fed would say.
I mean, keep it simple, stupid. Look for the obvious.
Right. Well, I mean, fuck, I could tell you who the hell. I've got pictures with the informant. I'm not going to do that now because my lawyer Izzy will.
Do not. Yeah, not a good idea at all.
Not unless you want to invite some extra.
Some of your friends.
Yeah.
I'm cool.
Did he get arrested or not?
Nope.
Snitches get stitches, Flo.
There was one guy who didn't get arrested.
Did these fellas enter the building, or were they just at the rally?
So I mean, both to a degree, I think.
Okay.
So what have you been doing, Base? You on that big health kick?
Yeah, I'm kicking health's ass.
Fucking YouTube
I think
community.
the health topic is just an excuse he uses to be a thought.
Yeah, looking like a fucking Instagram fucking like, dude,
talking shit on people who support Fresh and Fit because they support these internet hoes, and what do you do? Becomes an internet hoe.
Yeah, I don't want to see what you had for lunch, motherfucker. Tell me how much you hate Andrew. That's what I want to hear.
He loves Andrew. What are you talking about?
Yeah, BFF. Yeah, I had Andrew on the other day. I brought up his meme of him on the ventilator eventually.
So what's the latest with you still hating Andrew?
Do I hate him?
Maybe hate was a strong word.
No, I think it was kind of the opposite. I mean,
you guys are having bromance.
Base doesn't give
I didn't
that
hate
much.
him. But I think he hated me. But nah.
Yeah, I don't have much kind thoughts for the man myself.
Yeah, he's a grifter. I mean, he's a real grifter. But
Well, I'm trying to find his doctor, but I haven't found his doctor yet.
yeah, get you a SIG script.
Flow State is too stupid to be a Fed. If he is the best you can do, you are all fucked. I hate to tell, and this is not me defending my intelligence at all, but you have a high opinion of law enforcement, sir.
He just doesn't understand the play would be to make you look too stupid to be a Fed. He's the real idiot.
Yeah. People have always thought I was a Fed because, if I showed up, do I look like a meth head? No. Do I have all my teeth? Yes. So
what's with this comment?
I don't know. What do you? Yeah, I was just about to ask, Lindsay. What are you wishing I would play?
Shadow Band's new song, It's Sad. But if it's Lindsay's idea, it's probably fucking terrible.
That checks out.
What is it? I don't even know what she's talking about.
Someone called Shadow Band.
Sound like a play on words there.
Who? Okay, Shadow Band. What's up, Beans? Shadow Band, how do I get your song? Come up here and drop it backstage or something. The link is pinned.
You should be able to just click on his name and go to his channel.
Is it on his channel? I suppose that would make sense.
Yeah.
Do it for your cat. I don't care about your cat. I got 2 cats of my own that I hardly care about.
For some reason, I don't believe that.
Shut up.
I know it. Busted.
What song is it? Okay, thanks, Firm.
Is it one somebody just made?
Yeah, it's Shadow Band. This is Shadow Band's song.
Oh, okay.
Houseplants heal in the orange tree outside the 8-way inn, which is shaped like the symbol in a psychic stream, representing paradise or sin. The rooms darken with each new moon as the caretakers progress through the past. And the blackouts may roll in, but they vow this winter won't be darker than the last. They want to believe, they want to believe. It's set in the sunshine. Take the right turn, proceed to heaven. Take the right turn. Sometimes the crackling overhead becomes percussion for the church bell song. It doesn't take a disgrace detective to trace blueprints for the sick and wrong. And in the stone of the home shake like an inch, the appearance of demons and dragons and saints. And you might think they're crazy, but they want to believe. They want to believe. And set in the sunshine. Take the right turn, proceed to heaven. Take the right turn.
That Talcott?
Wow.
What is happening?
I don't know. I'm lost.
I think I'm getting a little dementia or some shit. I don't know.
Seriously.
Just a recommendation, Shadow Band. Get all the knives, medication, and rope and go put them in the bin.
You guys are dicks.
Well, you explain.
Shadow Band, even though my panel is all douchebags, my audience has held strong. No, like,
yeah,
there's not like people ran. The numbers fucking plummet when certain people talk, but they stayed consistent throughout that song. So that's
I'm not saying it's wrong.
They're being
I didn't
very
say the song's
kind.
bad.
I was just beginning. Wait, hold on a second.
The song's not bad. He just seems like he's a little nudge away from something terrible.
Oh no, it's not just beginning. That was the end.
What?
I don't know. Maybe I misinterpreted or misunderstood Firm's comment.
Maybe we should have watched it backwards. It might have made more sense.
It had some John Lennon type vibe to it.
Memento, yeah.
I thought my vision was going bad.
From all that fucking alcohol you've been drinking?
Yeah, all the alcohol.
Oh, that's right. Izzy is drunk. I forgot.
I don't drink, but yes, all the alcohol.
Was she trying to get Chuck off the wagon or on the wagon or something?
Uh-oh. Hold on a second.
When you hear the sirens or anti-aircraft guns, you must get under cover at once. If you're in the open with no cover, lie down. The most important rule of all is never to stand staring at the sky. If you don't take cover, you may get hurt.
Thank you for the $10 from, I'm not going to say who it is because I think it's sort of an admission, but the comment says, not all feds are bad. And of course, I'm wondering, is that, I appreciate the support. I would, I'll agree. Not all feds are bad. I think that
I agree.
Yeah. I think that all cops are probably closer and all prosecutors for sure are. But anyways, thank you to the Fed for the $10.
Do you have that opinion because you got jammed up?
No, you've heard me make my case for it 1,000 times. And I've got another one. Fuck it.
I bawled so hard they thought I was a fucking nutsack. I got so much cheese in my pocket, they thought I was a fucking calzone.
Thank you for the $5, Uncle Fatty. If you're still here, I don't know when you sent it. I just now noticed it, though. He says, to clear the record, Chuck is not a white dude.
That's only when I drop my pants you can tell I'm not a white dude.
Is that when you look Asian?
Oh no.
Pumping Vinyl, Butthole Surfers are dope. I mean, yeah, they have a few good songs, but their few good songs are awesome.
Butthole Surfers.
You've heard their music. Even you have heard their music, like Pepper.
I have no idea.
Here, hold on. I got it for you. If you don't recognize it within you'll recognize
it. Good 7 seconds. After 7, I think
it's good. But you're pulling from a bag of like 3 or 4 good songs over their entirety.
Yeah. Okay. You're right.
Chuck likes rap, hardcore rap.
Chuck, he's on that 3-6 Mafia shit.
Yeah.
You know he's got that speakeasy on replay.
Does anybody?
Endless loop.
Like a home run.
Nothing?
Nope.
Ah, Chuck.
Don't recognize it.
Mikey had a facial scar and Bobby was a racist. They were all from a fountain that was pouring like an avalanche coming down the mountain. I don't mind the sun sometimes, the images it shows. I can taste you on my lips and smell you in my clothes.
Oh, no, sorry.
Cinnamon and sugary and softly spoken lies. You never know just how you look through other people's eyes. Man, I don't know what the hell's wrong with you, Chuck.
What is your favorite band, or who is your favorite band?
Korn.
Ah, it's old.
You saw. I mean, don't tell me you didn't see that coming.
Kind of, a little bit.
Yeah, I grew up in the golden era of nu metal, 98, 99, the Korn, Limp Bizkit, Korn, Kid Rock, Slipknot.
Yeah. Iron Maiden.
That's
Iron
too
Maiden,
old.
different generation.
No, but that's who I would have picked.
So, did you get into like Spine Shank and Deftones and all that shit too?
Fuck yeah. Deftones were overrated, I thought.
Definitely. They had like 2 good songs.
Yeah, I didn't really like his whiny ass vocal sound. But Spine Shank was awesome. Spine Shank was underrated. Spine Shank should have been where the Deftones are, right? And Deftones could have just stopped.
Yeah. Yeah, Powerman 5000. Fucking
Yes, Powerman 5000 is dope.
yeah. Yeah, I used to listen to all that shit.
Are you my age?
I turned 40 in September.
So approximately. Yeah, Spine let's see, the last concert we went to was Mudvayne.
Oh fuck. Oh. How are they going now? Looking a bit fat.
I mean, they're not that fat, but it was like the last show we saw before that was Korn, and we took the 2 oldest kids to that show with us because the lockdowns had just ended and stuff. It was like the first concerts coming out after the shutdowns, and it was kind of one of those things. They asked to go, and Katie and I kind of talked to her like, "Well, shit, who knows how long this will be open for? This might be the last chance we get to take them to shows, that sort of thing." Yeah. And so we went to Korn. We were on the floor, we got pit tickets and stuff, and that's when I realized that like Korn. I'm walking through a scene of white dudes my age in cargo shorts, and all of them are like, "Oh, dude!" They're all high fiving me like, "You brought your kid to this? That's so cool! I thought about bringing my kid to Korn," and I had flashbacks of when I was a kid, and my dad was getting high fives for bringing his kid to concerts. Yeah, Korn is dad music.
Nah, Korn's good, but there's similar bands that are coming through now. There's one really whacked out Tasmanian person called like Kim Dracula. Like,
I know who that is. It's sort of. Well, I've watched 1 or 2 music videos, and it was a little bit too strange for me.
Yeah, that "Make Me Famous" is probably their best song.
Flo, you're the youngest one on the panel.
I don't know how old Based is. I might be older than Based.
Until Chuck takes his pants off.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah. 39. I'm the oldest goat.
Yeah. What about Mudvayne?
What did you say, Based? You said 39.
39.
Damn, I'm the youngest.
I was the youngest, but yeah.
Did Shadow Band said that you knew the Powerman 5000 guys? The lead singer of Powerman 5000 is Rob Zombie's little brother.
Yeah,
and they sound a lot alike, actually.
Yeah, they would have had an interesting childhood. Basically grew up as carnies.
Were their parents musicians?
No, I don't think so. I just, from the interviews I've seen, he was like grew up in a carnival.
I've seen Zombie a handful of times. He carried when Zombie and Manson came here. They said Manson was sick. Well, he maybe was, but like his Manson sucked.
Yeah.
But you see Zombies movie?
No.
Devil's Rejects.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one. I bought that one.
Yeah,
House of
that was
Corpses.
I showed that to someone I know that was older than me, and he was like, I had nightmares for weeks after that movie. Fucking.
Well, House of 1,000 Corpses is like it's just 2 hours of people getting tortured.
Yeah, I didn't like it as much.
It's a CIA movie, ain't it?
The Devil's Rejects. I bought it, but only because like that ending scene where they're playing Freebird and they're in the car in the shootout, like that scene is fucking epic. The rest of the movie was sort of like House of 1,000 Corpses.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, like Open Rage.
You ever see that movie, Make Them Die Slowly?
Do they make in House of a Thousand Corpses? They did for sure.
Well, this is one where they got a hold of a group of cannibals. Got a hold of them.
Oh no, I don't know that one.
All
I don't
right,
really
kids,
like horror
it's
movies.
almost 2 o'clock here. I'm gonna have to rage quit.
Oh,
I
rage
know.
quit.
I have to.
All
I'm
right.
too old for this.
Lay off that booze. You could stay up longer.
You're too old for this.
All the booze that I don't
Okay,
drink.
then what? Then before you go, what do you listen to? What is? Oh, you listen to Eminem and shit. Get the fuck out of here.
And Metallica.
Eminem.
Yeah,
Metallica.
Yeah,
like-
she had Eminem bumping in.
Old
Review.
Metallica good. New Metallica.
Metallica's really good. What's wrong with Eminem?
Injustice for All and Ride the Lightning.
Nothing.
Yeah,
Well,
but
you were saying that this is too old. I'm like wondering, too young. You're too old for this conversation. Like you're too old to listen to these bands, but you're not because you listen to Eminem.
By the way, that oil thing still slashing to this day.
Did you take it and get your fucking oil changed?
No.
Well,
oh Jesus.
Yeah, well, that's.
Well, you changed it.
No, we didn't change the oil. Are you kidding me?
What'd you do then?
I topped off your oil. Your oil was a little bit low, so I put in a half a quart. When you change the oil, you need to drain the whole thing. Just take it in for an oil change. It's not a big deal, but
Jesus Christ.
yeah, you
I thought
still
it
need
was
to
all
schedule.
fixed.
No. Yeah, no. Actually, changing the oil is a bigger process. I just added a little bit more.
Damn, blow.
Got it.
Why didn't you change it for her?
Yeah, bro, what the fuck?
But
Right?
he did.
Yeah,
My
no. I
car
guess
was
she thought
freaking
I
out.
did. I did not. She just needed a little top off because
We are talking about cars, aren't we?
Yeah.
I mean, she checked my dipstick and I
Oh,
changed
shut
her oil.
up. Shut up. No, so there was like a huge fire, and I don't know if the sensors started going crazy because of the fire and all the smoke was coming into my car.
What? Oh, where?
Remember when I told you in Kansas, outside, like an hour outside of Kansas City?
Oh, yeah.
The median was like they had that controlled fire, but it was just going out of control. And I was right there on the left lane, and all the smoke was coming in. And right after I passed that is all the freaking like all the lights started coming on. So I don't know
Oh,
if it's like a
you might have got
sensor.
some soot on your sensors or something.
Yeah, it could
I
be your
know.
sensor, your O2 sensor.
Right,
Mhm.
because that engine light's still on. That check engine light.
Well, if
You
you
probably
don't
got-
know that I didn't change your oil, like you probably are past due for an oil change anyways. So
Dude, I bought the whole freaking oil thing and the lighter fluid. I thought you already
the
changed
lighter
it.
fluid.
You put lighter fluid in the oil? That's a
No,
good
he
idea.
did something else. I mean, the
The windshield
whatever it's
washer
called.
fluid.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Oh,
You
lighter
guys,
fluid
you
in the
guys
windshield.
weren't doing light bulbs, were you?
We weren't
What's
doing
that?
light bulbs. No. What I told you is I topped it off. You'll be fine while you're here. Because she thought she needed to get an oil change in town because the light came on. I said, no, you're fine. You can wait till you're back home. Let's just make sure you have enough oil, right? So I checked the oil level. It was just a smidge low. It wasn't bad, but I put in like half a quart
Of lighter fluid.
of lighter
Okay.
fluid, right? And then I lit the median on fire
with your torch.
Did you change her blinker fluid?
No, her blinkers were
No.
bone dry.
No. No, you know what I meant. The
you were supposed to
windshield
fix it.
thing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, and so when I was adding the oil, we were outside of O'Reilly's, and I said,
Oh, I know why he put lighter fluid in it, because you was driving through the fire. He wanted to see more.
Oh, for the love of God. I probably will never hear the end of this.
no, but
Yeah, you will.
I assume, where do you get your oil changes?
At the place where I got the car from.
Okay, just schedule one. That was a trick question. I just wanted to see if you got oil changes.
No, I take it back to GM.
Okay, that's good. You have a nice vehicle. Take it back to them. Let them change the oil.
What year
Okay.
is it?
What's that?
What year's the car?
22, I think, or 23.
Oh shit!
It's a 22.
22. Thank you.
And it's burning or leaking oil?
Something.
Neither. No, it's not doing either of them. The oil change light came on, I think, on her drive out to Kansas City.
Yeah.
So she's
But
just
it was
due for an
low.
oil change.
Oh well,
No,
yeah.
no, I get you, but
They
if
put
it was
that
low-
0 to 100%. You can look at on there.
I mean,
What
oil
about the check
oil isn't
engine
a
light?
permanent thing. If she's got through all the whatever 20,000 miles or however you can go, and she's
Right.
lost just a little tiny bit of oil, that's who knows? That's not anything I would worry about.
Yeah, I mean, half a quart, not a ton. If it was 20,000 miles, sure. Yeah.
True. But then
that's
the
what we're
whole check
talking about.
engine light was on.
Yeah, I got you.
The check in, but the catalyst to me even looking at her dipstick, me even checking her dipstick was
Jesus.
because the thing came on that said, I mean, she's got a Cadillac. It said that she needed an oil change. It tells you everything. It wasn't
Right.
a low oil warning. It was a change your oil warning.
Yeah,
Oh,
so it got
okay.
turned
You
on.
can, you
and
can
checked it.
reset that. That's easy.
Well, it
I know,
tells you
but
the
she-
life, like what was it that I told you at the time? 1%?
Yeah, it said she said I have 1% oil left, and I was like, what?
That's oil life. Yeah.
Right. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, if it were my vehicle, I probably the main thing that I accomplished with adding that half a quart of oil is to calm you down about it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, just schedule an oil change whenever. It's not urgent. It's not an emergency. You could put it off
Well,
for a little bit. But
you know the newest trick they're doing, don't you?
what?
What's that?
If you don't, I took mine. I got a 2022, 2023 Kia, and I took it to one of these to get the oil changed, and nobody will touch it because it will void the manufacturer's warranty.
What do they care?
Something to do with the first 3 years. It's a gimmick to make you go back to the dealer.
Oh,
Fuck
of course.
that shit. That's bullshit. You said that's
Yeah,
Kia?
that's insane.
Yeah,
Is it a newer one?
yeah, it's a brand new one. It's a 22 or 23.
I hate all these new freaking vehicles. I wish I had my old car because of all these things that tell you.
They sell used ones.
No, I know. It's pre-owned. We don't buy brand new cars. It's pre-owned. But my point is, I wish I had my actual older car.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
But I had to replace it because we slid down a ditch because of we had an icy day. And we just couldn't go up the driveway.
That area is notorious for ice.
You know what I'm talking about. In the wild hood.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm just saying
I
you could have got
remember
like snow
many of
tires
them
instead of getting a new car.
No.
Nope.
It wrecked the entire. It wrecked the entire car.
Oh.
It literally
I
slid
got you.
down into a ditch and it wrecked the whole back of it.
I thought
You
you
know,
meant you couldn't
Jake-
get up this hill, so you sold it. But I got
No,
you.
God, no. No.
You know the JB Bridge, right?
Yeah.
I slid all the way down that son of a bitch one year.
Are you kidding me?
It ended up in a ditch at the end. There was
Yeah.
no stopping it because it's a kind of a hump bridge.
Yes, that's true.
A hump
And we
bridge.
had all that ice.
Is that what you tell girls when you're driving? Hey, here comes the hump bridge. Get ready.
It really is bad out here, though.
We got to stop the hump bridge.
What questions do I not know to ask, Casper? Oh, is it on when the car warms up? You talk about the fuel? I don't know which thing.
I think he meant the light.
Engine light.
Look, I mean, this is a 2022 Escalade. She takes it back to the dealership to get it done, right? Like that's
Yeah.
on. So we don't need to diagnose and solve everything.
Nope.
Mostly what I needed to do is just make sure that she was not stressing about it the whole time. And so I did that by adding a little bit of oil to it.
That's not what you were doing. You were just getting her to shut the fuck up about it.
I mean, same thing.
No, Well, and I have to say, and I told him my car completely stopped, not this car, previous car, when I was out in Dallas, and it was an big ordeal. So that's why I was stressing out about the light being on, not for
Did
the
you ever?
oil, but the
I
check
know that I
engine.
asked you this, but did you figure out why your car stopped?
The transmission.
Okay.
Something happened with the transmission.
On the Escalade or a different car?
No, that was my Denali.
Ah,
Yeah. But that was like a few years back. So.
Well, the similar thing happened to my first car, a Chrysler Cirrus. If anybody's ever heard of that.
No.
Yep.
I took it to Jiffy Lube because for an oil change. It was during finals week and I didn't have time to do it, so I just sat at Jiffy Lubes and studied. Well, they drained the oil and then returned the car to me. So
they didn't put nothing back in it.
Nope. So that fucked me.
You weren't able to put a claim against them?
It had been too long. No, it took a month or so.
I brought a brand new car.
There's no way you could drive it a month without oil.
Well, I don't know how long it took. There's no way to prove it, right? It wasn't. I mean, it didn't happen immediately. I didn't check the dipstick when they gave it back. Now I do. Well, now I just change all my own oil. But if I do take it somewhere for an oil change, I always check that, as I should have at the time.
Now, there was some of them Jiffy Lube places. Well, I don't know, quick oil changes. They wasn't pulling the drain plug. They had a vacuum hose they stuck down the dipstick and removed the oil like that. In other words, they was
You know what? It
off.
was not a full month. Now that I think about it, because it ate shit on the drive home for Chris. Actually, is probably 4 days.
Yeah, that's more believable.
Yeah, because it was during finals week. That's why I took it in, and after finals, and then I went home for Christmas break after it. So it was a few days.
That's wild.
So I brought a brand new Accord to get inspected. I mean, it was a few months old or year old, whatever it was, and I left. At like 10,000 miles. I left and it was loud as fuck. Like it sounded like I had one of those, Ricer exhaust. And I went back and they're like, "Oh, we don't know what happened." And I was like, "Bro, what the fuck? Like I just left. Why is my Accord sound like a truck?" And they're like, "Oh, you know what? We took the air filter out to check it. We never put it back in." Like, I mean, it probably wouldn't have happened like in a short ride, but could have had a rock go up there or some shit, and your engine is now gone. But,
Oh yeah, it could have been bird anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, why the fuck do you take out a filter for an inspection? And they're like,
To
we
inspect
wanted
the filter.
Yeah, but that's not part of the safety inspection, right? They just wanted to upsell.
Yeah, they always upsell that sort of shit.
It's like that's
And
fine
that's
if you do it, but don't not put it back the way it was.
right. And honestly, that's why I prefer that my husband would deal with that, because they always take advantage of women, because as you know that I don't know much about the details of the car.
Mm-hmm.
So they always try to upsell, "Oh, your car's about to explode if you don't change
Right.
this and that,"
So when you deal with the oil change, don't buy it. Just tell them only an oil change, new oil and new oil filter, and that's it.
Oh,
And
you need a new EGR. Yeah.
Yeah, if there's anything else that they think you need, tell them to give you a printout with the things on it, and you can talk to your husband or me, or just talk to somebody. But,
Okay.
But don't buy it. Don't just have them change the oil. Your vehicle runs just fine. Nothing's
Yeah.
about to blow up in it.
Okay, well that's good. Oh my gosh, I forgot to tell you too. I wonder if the valet people took it for a ride because they had the four-wheel thing on instead of being on auto.
They may
Somebody
have.
didn't know how to drive. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, valet people do that sometimes.
Yeah. And then my sunglasses were missing, but whatever.
Yeah, most valets are common criminals.
Paul Enslaved used to be a valet.
No way.
What? How?
No.
He doesn't have a license.
I mean, this is what he says is one of his stories I heard.
300 pounds?
There goes my tires.
I just assume back in the day when he had a license, he also was not 300 pounds, but who knows? Who knows?
So-
Maybe it's just a made up story to.
Wait, why does he not have a license?
Well, he sells it as like
Soft
sit shit, right? But I think, and this is the thing about the soft sit movement, is it's too convenient of a way to wrap up being a loser and being in more virtue.
Hmm.
A broke ass motherfucker is what it amounts to.
That's
Yeah.
really strange.
But I mean, I don't know. I'd be interested to know if he was a soft sit before he was picked up in Colorado and all those things, or if it's if he lost his license and then became a soft sit.
Obviously, that way around.
Yeah, we'll never get a real answer out of him, but
Yeah, supposedly he squatted on after he left Colorado. He squatted on federal land with that tent for quite a while.
Yeah. I think I heard you or somebody say that about him, and he was like super proud of it.
Yep.
yeah, well, he tries to wrap it up in virtue, but
And then and he's dating his mom?
basically.
I really hope so. I
That's
really
super
do.
virtuous.
No, I truly heard that. Like, is that wait?
Show her the
he's
picture, Flo.
all right. I have theorized before because she's old enough that she could be, and
Ooh.
there's no
Gee.
there's no reason, there's no immediate reason, there's nothing that would make it so that they can't be.
They got the same nose.
Yeah, they do. She is old.
Well,
Well, you think?
Ah, shit. Rose, where is Rose 777?
I mean, like older to be his mom. I don't know how old he is.
He's same age as Flo or younger. I think he's 34 or 35.
Okay. I mean, she could be
She's
50-ish.
She's 55, 58, something like that.
Flo
could
is
tell you. He
Rose
got her
777
birthday.
down there at all? Yeah, well,
She was earlier.
yeah, she became a member earlier. Did you see that?
No, I missed that.
Good. I'm glad you said that because I was about to yell at you for not telling me.
Who did
When you hear the sirens or anti-aircraft guns, you must get under cover at once. If you're in the open with no cover, lie down. The most important rule of all is never to stand staring at the sky. If you don't take cover, you may get hurt.
I'm texting her a thank you right now. She became a Pope level, which is one of the higher ones.
Any
Higher
more
than Chuck and I?
No, we're the
Higher.
highest, Izzy.
Oh, I was gonna say higher than Chuck and I.
No. You two are the highest ones. Which, if anybody here, hold on a second, I can't type and think.
Any more crispy news? Any more messages?
Actually, there's a little bit more, but hold on. First, let me shill. Get your memberships. I've put up memberships on Ko-fi, and the main thing worth mentioning, I suppose, because I'm moving videos behind a paywall, gradually, but it is happening. But if you become a Ko-fi member at the highest level, what you get is you get to skip the line, right? You get instant access to the streams. So I'd post on Ko-fi a StreamYard link before I even go live every time. So nobody has to wait till we get like 50 likes and free members or whatever that shit is. By the way, we hit 50 likes. We hit the 50 like threshold about 3 hours ago, and now I'm at 66 likes. So some
What's
of you
the
need
limit?
to
What's
like.
the limit for the club owner thing? How many are you willing to have?
I don't know, because I don't have enough yet for it to start being an issue, right? At some point it's going to start getting kind of crowded, and then I'll know that I need to that's about the limit.
Right, because if you get 9 of them,
Pumping vinyl, keep together. I lost my shit. I just lost my.
Yeah, but he could have like 30 of them. Priority doesn't mean like a seat. It just means if you first come, first serve.
That is true. But at some point,
Yeah.
at some point, then it becomes. At some point, I'm going to have all my fucking contributors already in here, and then I'm going to be pushing around an audience of people who don't pay for shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the
Anyways,
panel.
I don't know how it all works. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Anyways, I just thought I'd chill that now because I haven't been chilling very much this stream. But it's the 30th of the month, which is never a great day to shill.
Hey, Base, what are your thoughts about the whole crispy stuff?
I mean, I don't know the whole thing. Probably.
Were you shocked?
No.
Wow.
Fuck no. I was shocked that people were shocked. That's what shocked me.
I mean, I wasn't shocked. I didn't even donate, so I don't know. I was shocked that she did that to Flo, though.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, I don't even think I was that shocked. Was I? No. I mean,
you were
mad.
upset at first.
You were mad because that was the same day or the same weekend I made it to Kansas City for my conference, and I got to see you and Katie, and you were mad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and I get mad. I'm mad that she was sitting here sending me these pictures and shit.
Gaslighting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. Angry Casper, go fuck yourself. For how long should he fuck himself for? How long do you want to fuck off, Angry Casper?
How bad was the comment?
30 minutes bad. Bye, Angry Casper. Come back and rage later.
Yeah. Because I think you were just mad that she put you in that one, you were in that situation and you're like, okay, I'm just waiting for you to give me some evidence so then I can save face.
Well, what really was like offensive to me was when she sent me these bullshit pictures, right? Like,
agreed, yeah.
Yeah, that pissed me off.
Of what?
What was that? Gaslighting you.
Pumping vinyl. It was not recent. I mean, yeah, she did that one time. We covered that.
Base, did you not know? So he asked her for some sort of like a paper trail with the recent date that when she was in the hospital. So she ended up sending him something from 2016 or 17, but she's crashed it. And then she sent something else to Sarah, and did she white it out or something?
She used an ink pen and scribbled out the date on it, which I told her. I said, I want something that shows your name and the date that's on a hospital document. It doesn't have to. I don't need to know all your information. I don't need to know anything. I need these elements on something. And she gave me something that had everything, but the dates were scribbled out. Like, what in the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. After she told you at first she doesn't feel comfortable sharing the information and what her illnesses were, then to sharing all of her illnesses except for the date.
Yeah, she could have paid some dude on Fiverr like $10 to really have done it right, and it would have passed.
That's what I said.
Yeah, well, she did end up asking two other mutual acquaintances, to help her make them because I guess she can't figure it the fuck out. But you know,
I did offer a Photoshop course for her.
Because what, it took her 7 hours, I think.
I know it took her a long ass time. Well, and before I even started like dealing with it, openly, Sarah was handling her like kind of behind the scenes, right? So I went on to Restos and dealt with what looked at the time like they were just sort of bullying her and causing issues. And at that time is also when Sarah started working with her to try to get the documents, and so it just is crazy.
She dead
Yeah.
now?
No.
She still messages and here and there, and yeah.
And then wasn't she asking people for like $10 and $20 and other stuff?
So before the fundraiser, she went all over the internet to let people know that she was going to be in the hospital, and then she called in from the hospital. I'm doing air quotes, and then but before the hospital dates, she I know she asked me to borrow $10, and she asked somebody else to borrow $10. So at least two of us got requests to borrow $10. I sent her I cashed after $10. I said, don't even worry about it. I don't loan money to friends. I'll either let them have it or I won't. But in hindsight, I think that was just setting the stage for her being in need, right? So that somebody will pick up the ball like they did.
Yeah.
And the ball you did pick up.
We did.
And then you guys raised almost $1,000. Holy cow.
So that month, let's see, the fundraiser was on Thursday. On Monday, somebody called me, a mutual acquaintance, or somebody else around the community, and said, Crispy's in the hospital. Do you think we should do a fundraiser for her? And I said no. I said no. It's too non-specific of a obstacle. Normally, a fundraiser is to get shoved over an obstacle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so and I said, and I haven't talked, basically I don't have enough information, and doesn't seem like it fits the profile. And then 2 days later, when I saw Sarah was doing a fundraiser, I left a comment that said, I'm rescheduling my live stream. I had one set to go live at exactly the time that the fundraiser was. And she sent me a text and said, why don't you, do you want to join me and co-host it? And at that point I figured, well, fuck, both of the people I've talked to now, Sarah and the other person, like, these people are doing fundraisers, but Crispy was more part of my community than either of theirs, right? So at that point, I was just like, fuck yeah, let's do it. That was half an hour, so I cut that corner.
Yeah. And then after they called her out, and I think it started with Mel saying she's not in the hospital, and that's how you started.
It actually happened during the grift for the money when Sarah and Flo was doing that. She came into the chat and said, "I'm not in the hospital."
That's not at all when it started for me. I thought that she was out of the hospital already, right? Like that didn't, because the fundraiser was because she was in the hospital and she was apparently a service worker or something, basically to help her out with the money that she wasn't able to make. So I didn't think that she was still in the hospital. I had no issue with her being out now. She had said the night, that wasn't an issue for me.
Yeah, but I mean, you guys went to bat for her because I think if I remember correctly, it was Mel and Resto who said that she's not in the hospital, and then you guys went at it with them, correct?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
And then, and that's when you were like, "Hey, give me something, like give me one thing, something."
And the way that Mel and Resto were going about it, right, only like made me even more confident, because there was no just accusations, right? They were kind of just shit talking her. And then when I went and I said, okay, let's give me something to work with, show me something, nothing was available, and Mel started crying. Right? Which I interpreted as her getting called out and being guilty. Now that was, I was wrong in that, but that is how I interpreted it at the time.
That was from a previous issue, to be honest with you. The hospital thing was just a straw that broke the camel's back with them to open the floodgate.
Yeah, I think the Mel's thing was more of Flo, you should know better, you know me better, or something like that, or the way I took it.
The guilt
Yeah,
trip.
I don't know, but I mean, yeah. Honestly, there and Resto understood that at the time, right? You can see him; he just stops, right? Like he got the situation. I didn't get the situation. I thought that I had caught. Yeah, I thought Mel was crying because I had caught her in a, in the wrong.
Yeah. But that was wild. And then she came on and she's like, oh yeah, Resto's doing this because he has something against me. And Mel was sending my messages to, what the heck? There's a tornado.
So did she get the new eyeball or whatever?
What do you mean eyeball?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
God
Where's
damn
the
it.
tornado?
There's a tornado. I gotta go wake up. Do you hear it?
It's
don't play.
That's what Katie always responds to those things, and I like. She'll have everybody in the basement, and I'll be like, "All right, I'm going to take a shower."
I only been through one of those up there when I lived up there, and I was like, "Okay, let's go hide. This ain't no joke."
Isn't it a bit too late to start keeping your mouth shut, Lindsay?
Hmm.
Oh,
She's not even
Lindsay.
up here.
In the chat, she's saying she's got something to say, but she doesn't want to start arguments.
Hey, there's a tornado. Let's go down. Tornado? Warning, yeah. Let's come down.
You might want to mute her, Flo.
Leah.
Oh, is she still talking to us? You're unmuted now.
Well,
There's a tornado warning.
talking to her kid.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's the reason I said that.
You don't
Well,
know what's good.
Lindsay, come
Base,
on
did
up,
you teach Lindsay to shut up?
Come on, baby.
I hope not, because it didn't fucking work.
Can you give her permission to not shut up? Just for
Just
tonight.
go down to the basement.
Yeah, Lindsay.
Goddess
Rude
of
Mud
the
Crab
Manosphere
is my rep, and he will direct you from now on.
Fuck off.
Can you translate that?
Babe. Jason, there's a tornado warning.
I guess I'll mute her again. I just mute. I don't know.
Yeah. How does she keep getting unmuted?
Well, one time I did it because I thought she was talking to us right before I muted her, and then the second time she did it.
I didn't think you had the power to unmute.
Well, you don't unless because I muted her this time. I did have the power to unmute because it was because she hadn't put it on. But if you mute yourself, then I can't do shit about that.
Chuck, you're getting older by the minute, Chuck.
Thank you. You want me to spank you now or later, babe?
Pause.
Stop fagging out.
Right.
Kamala Harris has already won according to ABC.
Well, you know who owns ABC is Disney.
All of those. I mean, it doesn't. How's that any different from every other? So does they own Fox too?
Disney doesn't own Fox.
I believe so.
No, they don't. ABC's the only one they own. And you can't get much more woke than what Disney is right now.
They're all equally trash, just different degrees for different.
Accurate.
See, I think I'm right.
What? Who?
I think Chopper said I think Disney bought Fox. I think Fox owns Disney.
No, Disney bought the the movie side of it, not the.
Man, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
If I remember right, they just bought the movie entertainment side. They didn't touch because Murdoch still owns Fox as far as the news channel goes. Robert Murdoch.
I can't believe nobody's looked it up yet.
I know I'm right.
Somebody look it up for me.
You go? Yeah, I'm on my phone. But you're gonna doubt the great Chuck? Oh my God, heartbroken.
Lindsay, I think Pumping Vinyl is just an ornery person from the vinyl community. I don't believe it's somebody else's sock account.
Yeah, I think that is one of the vinyl people.
Yeah, Disney acquired 21st Century Fox.
Yes, which was the movie entertainment side.
Yeah.
They bought all them so they could have movie rights.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I read, let's see, I got some new texts from Crispy. I read those in the members only stream.
Did you get any more after those? Yes, sir. What was that, Mud Crab? What did I do now?
Flo does need more members. More members.
I do need more members. I mean, I could take my shirt off like Base does if the audience would prefer that. I could make up.
He can't show you his dick, and he doesn't have any tits. But if you open your wallet, he'll play just the tip.
Damn.
You could join my Snap and get daily butthole pictures from me.
Wow.
I have to admit, Base took my virginity one night.
When?
I paid you to keep your fucking mouth shut about that, Chuck.
I showed up shirtless.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Made a lot of money that night. Had to beat the women off, man.
Okay, so not.
If you
I haven't gotten any new messages since the members only stream. But you know, I'm gonna put a price on them. If people want to hear them, they can either become a member or I can read them here for. They got a cackle out of Chuck.
50 cents a word.
Not 50. I don't know. It's the 30th of the month, which is when nobody has money, and I don't know what's a fair price. What seems like a good crowdfunding goal. People love the crispy treat drama. I feel like it's. I don't particularly enjoy it, but I suppose if there's a way to transmute that nonsense, I mean, it's already actually been transmuted fairly well. I think on the whole, things have gone as well as I could hope for at all. Rude Mudcrab's the only one who sort of asked for his money back, but it's too late. He's just being rude.
No, I wasn't asking for it back.
I know.
It was just when Sarah started to expose her.
Have you heard from my lawyer yet?
From your lawyer? Are you suing me?
Refund. For my refund, yeah.
Good luck. Your lawyer can't squeeze blood out of, or what is it, blood out of a rock? Let's see. Let's do. There were 2 text messages that she sent that day. Let's see. One of them was 2 paragraphs long, big enough that I had to open it. And the last one was 1 paragraph. It got a chuckle, or it got a ha out of Chuck. Actually, that's not even true, because I didn't just read those last 2. I read you the whole thing, because there was more. Where'd it go? 1, 2, because I responded to her. Okay, she sent 3 messages. 2 of them are big 2-paragraph messages. So 5 paragraphs of messages from her and 1 single response from me in the middle. Good juicy drama. Get your juicy drama.
If you wanted to be a dick tease, you'd probably just read your response and not read anything else until they pay.
My response isn't the juicy part.
That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't read the juice.
Well, my response is, and this is not, so she sent me 2 paragraphs. I sent her, my response says, "You aren't affiliated with my channel in any way anymore." And then she sent 3 more paragraphs. So let's see. We could do let's do $5 a paragraph, $25 to read them all. That doesn't sound unreasonable.
Nope, sounds fair.
It sounds unfair to your members, though.
No, the members have already heard it.
Yes, members have access.
Right. Yeah, the members already have heard it, and the members don't. Not every single thing that is covered on the members only stream is members only information, right? They're still the only ones with access to the. I didn't bill this as something on the members only stream. Just when Chuck brought it up and when I responded to it. 25.
How do the members only streams work? Does Ko-Fi let you do members only on YouTube, or do you
I stream to an unlisted destination, and then the portal is through Ko-fi. So I do a members only post on Ko-fi with the link to an unlisted live stream.
Right. Okay.
Let's see.
It might be to the point where people don't care anymore. I don't know.
I don't. It's not there yet. It's past. I don't know. I've felt weird about trying to do this and make it content the whole time. but like at some point, like I have to address these things publicly, right? And people really want to know. So I don't know that I'm doing.
You did the fundraiser publicly, so you got to cover everything.
No, it feels trashy to do publicly, but I don't think that there's any I can't do a logical thing because people want to know, right? It was a public fundraiser and people are curious. So when did you go over her appearance on Rachel's? The day after, I think. The day after. You're talking about the one that was like a week ago or several days ago. Right, pumping vinyl. I did a stream about that the day. It was maybe even the same afternoon. Let me look back through my shit.
Yeah, you covered it. You replayed it. Talked about it.
Yes, and Sarah came up, and so did Rachel.
I don't remember when though. I don't timestamp that shit.
Hold the fuck on. Oh, it's unlisted now. Did I put that? I think I put that as a members only stream too. So that happened 5 days ago on October 25th. I did a live stream and Rachel and Sarah were on too and responded to that. It's a members only live stream now, but let me check. I think I've got it. I believe I've got it set to where all membership tiers can access it.
How many members you got now?
No, I have it. I have it set to where only the top 2 tiers can. Or, I'm sorry, the middle 2. The first tier cannot access it. It's this. It's the second, third, and fourth tiers that can. I'm at 31 members, I believe.
Oh, that's brutal. From where you were.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Like, my membership tiers on Ko-fi. Well, first of all, I get 100% of them. It is brutal, definitely brutal, but I get 100% of the revenue. Well, there's this swipe charge, so 96% of the revenue, and the prices, they're not $1 members. 3 is the lowest, 30 is the highest.
Oh shit! So you nearly hit your old numbers anyway. Said you're close to your old numbers anyway, then.
Right.
No, not really,
but no, I didn't realize how close I am still going to try to. Well, I don't know. I'll have to figure out. I'm closer to being able to reapply for monetization than I thought I was. Quite a bit closer. I'm going to have to clean up my channel a little bit.
Fuck, I hope you get it.
Yeah,
I
you
do
know
too.
though, when you put all that stuff behind paywall, you lose all the watch hours.
No, I don't. I mean, I lose new potential watch hours, but there's not a lot of watch time coming on old streams, anyways.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure he's got watch time covered.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for monetization, I'm well covered on watch time. And I think they even dropped the sub requirement to like 500 or something. I heard.
I think it's 500 now just to be able to stream, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know.
No, you don't need any to stream.
Oh, okay.
I just set up a second channel. No.
If anybody wants to buy Pumping Vinyl's access to come out of timeout, that would probably also be appreciated. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to time you out for that because I would say the same thing.
Oh, he's trying to get the link. That costs money.
It costs, what is it, $6?
For me to send a link would be $65.
But if you don't want, yeah, I mean, Pumping Vinyl, if you don't want to, a lot of people are not keen, like Mud Crab, not keen on the recurring monthly payments. I get it. I don't like being on that shit either. For the same reason I want people on that shit, right?
I just hate them because I forget about them. And like 2 years from now, I'm like, fucking, what was that?
I know,
shit
that's exactly. That's exactly why you hate them, and that's why I love them right now. So I am pushing the renewing memberships a little bit hard. But if you just want access to the video, I would accept a $10 PayPal or Cash App.
Flo, your membership, factually, that's the only place I'm a member.
Right on. You know, let's see. And Old Joe is somebody else. He said, I don't know. I think it's, no, it's not still true anymore. I saw him gift a membership on Jim Bob's. For a while, I was the only channel he'd ever contributed to.
You know who sent me a super chat the other day? Joe Cool. And I was like, damn, Joe Cool sends super chats.
I've gotten a couple from Joe.
Oh, okay. I've never seen it. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I've got a few PayPals from him.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea I'm still on here.
Yeah, you were unmuted, but they were all like mute her, and I was like, no, let's listen.
Listen
Still
to
alive,
what?
though. That's good.
Well,
you were waking your kids up. I told him. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I told them they have to sleep in the basement for this was like the second one. Well, no,
Yeah,
you
it's
guys
supposed
heard
to
the
be
first one,
bad.
and then another one came in. Yeah. Yep. Jesus. So if I end up in Kansas,
You're back just in time. I'm trying to auction off crispy treat text message readings.
for
Well, not
what?
auction. Just in time for the fundraiser.
I thought you read them to me.
I don't think so. I mean, no, I don't think so. Not the newest one. Oh, you know what? Well, did you watch the members only stream? I don't think you did. You were there, were you?
I don't remember, but
I
I
read
thought
them
like
on the members only stream, but I didn't. I don't recall seeing you there.
yeah, maybe I don't know. I think the things that she sent you, like how dare you, blah blah blah, when you were in Kansas City. When I was
Oh
in
yeah,
Kansas City.
yeah.
You're giving it away for free.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Those were not the ones I was even referring to. Those were even older ones. Actually, honestly, if we meet the goal, there's probably a whole log of them that I should read. Because I've got quite a few text messages and YouTube comments since the incident.
Wait, you gotta remember, Flo, was that the show when it shut off on us? Was that the show that quit live streaming on us?
Yeah, yep. I think all that shit was just because my internet bogged out.
Yep. I don't hear that phone dingling.
No, it's not. I don't see what people are saying is scary to snow.
The
He's talking about the tornado.
Oh, that shit ain't scary.
Really, Joplin?
Just get to the money part, all right? Just get the money part done.
Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
Do you not remember Joplin?
Yeah, I actually went down to Joplin like right after it happened to deliver a box truck full of bottled water with my boss at the time because he was from
Right.
there.
That's like an hour and something away from me.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't very. I mean, in hindsight, it was cool. It was cool to have done, but at the time, I was like in high school. I was like a senior in high school or some shit, and he was like, "Change your plans tonight. We're going to Joplin." It was a Friday. Like we're going to Joplin, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Fuck
That's
you! I got to
terrible.
get drunk and try to finger girls."
Ew.
Actually, by senior year, I graduated to bigger and better things, but than fingering.
You figured out there's more than a finger. Good
There's
for
more than
you.
a finger.
You belong to the 4F club.
Say that again.
I said, did you belong to the 4F club?
I don't have a clue what that is.
4F2K.
Find them, finger them, fuck them, forget them.
I thought
Jesus.
you took 4 fingers.
I belong to the fist club.
Woo. Shall we call you Fister? Oh, did we lose somebody?
We lost base. Mm-hmm.
He got too excited. He had to go take care of himself.
Well, the things have kind of lulled. Not really in a big hurry to go anywhere. No. But I ain't got anything else for yous.
Nothing hard, pressing.
So what the fuck is duty sex? What is that?
Does a wife have an obligation to have sex with her husband? Right. Is it your duty to have sex with your husband, or is it your body, your choice?
As much as it is your duty to make her want to have sex with you.
On that note, I'm peacing out.
All right. Good night.
Bye.
I disagree. Well, okay. I sort of, and I'm going to save the topic a little bit, so I'm not going to get deep into it. Pause. But I think that if you're not going to have, if a wife isn't going to have sex with her husband, he gets to cheat, right? She can't cut him off and insist that he not have sex with anybody. I don't think that's reasonable.
Obviously, there'd be
for a tool.
Some kind of time factor, though. Wouldn't be like, oh, we're not fucking this week. Oh, I'm going to see a hooker.
But anyways, that's tomorrow's topic. So I'll just stop.
Pause.
I am. Let me look.
Is Resto and OTW still going at it?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
I'm going to find a place to send people and end this. I'll probably start a new one in a little while, though. But I need to take a break and
smash some cereal.
Just move around some. But I slept it. I slept till. My hours are all fucked off now, and this weekend I've got a funeral. I'll be out of town for a funeral, so I won't be streaming this weekend. Well, yeah, probably not till Sunday. Friday and Saturday I for sure won't.
You got to go out of town for that one.
Yep.
Well, hopefully it ain't too far.
Where are you sending these peasants?
I'm not sure. Let me find out real quick.
Speakeasies coming.
You're looking to get banned, ain't you, Crab?
Banned from where?
From
I mean, that is some. I mean, I sent them to Grid when we were beefing.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
God, I can't stand that dude's voice.
I'm going to send them. I don't know if I can trust you assholes. All right, I'm gonna send you assholes to Wispy. Be nice over there. Don't be your normal douchebaggy selves. And Wispy, yeah. And I'm probably gonna start up a new stream here in an hour or so.
All right.
So keep an eye out for that. Put your notifications on and pay for my gas to go to a funeral. Don't make me pull out the big sob shit.
New fundraiser, guys.